Good morning and welcome to Championship Sunday here at Nathan Benderson Park for our 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships. As soon as racing is about to begin, we will play our national anthem and then we will get this thing rocking today.
Good morning and welcome back to day two, the championship day of the 2023 Fortis Classic Sculling Championships. Today we're going to use all of the available lanes that we have here for Nathan Benderson Park. Normal racing will take place with 8 lanes, and later on in the morning we're going to actually use 9 lanes where we have a additional crew that's going to be up in lane 00. 00 is the lane that's furthest away from Regatta Island and will be going between the mainland itself and a buoy line. So we're going to actually have one race where we'll be using 9 lanes, and then later on in the day for the petite final, they'll have another 9 lanes. So an exciting day of racing coming up here at Nathan Benderson Park. It looks like it's going to be very fast because we have a tailwind. That is wind that comes from behind the boats. That really helps increase their speed. However, having a tailwind can make it a little bit harder to row because the boat is a little bit less stable, but fast and exciting. Really great racing yesterday. The cream rose to the top, and we're going to have some very exciting, tight racing today based upon what we saw yesterday. So there's a big weather front due to come in, and we're running with compressed schedules. The races will go off initially every 7 minutes. That means that if a race goes off at 7:30, the next race will go off at 7:37. Later on, after the initial set of races, they're going to go from what's called 7-minute centers. That means the amount of time between races to 5-minute centers. That means that we are really going to be action-packed and really working really hard and fast in order to get these races done by the projected time that the front's supposed to come in. So, stand by to stand by. We're going to give you a lot of information very shortly. For those who desire to and are capable, if you'd like, we can have you stand for the national anthem, which will be playing shortly. And we hope that this is the beginning of a wonderful day for you, your family, your teams, and all of us here at beautiful Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida.
If you're on the venue, please turn your attention to the Jumbotron as we play the national anthem. As soon as the racing is set to begin, we will bring it to you. But we'll take a quick break. We'll let all of the volunteers get in their stake boats. We'll let the first boats roll in for our first race of the day, the girls' junior quad first semifinal, and then we will be back with you.
Our drone driver and producer are doing a fantastic job of flying around the course to give us different perspectives. This is the launch docks right at the south end of Regatta Island. And you can see some crews just heading out, just warming up, going past the nature preserve that has all the different breeds of birds, other fauna on it. Really gives you a true sense of what it's like for our athletes as they launch, and they're all excited. They're starting to get things settled down, getting ready to race. This right here is a view of the athletes starting to get ready to back into the stake boats. You can watch, oh, this crew is doing a very nice job. All four rowers backing, which is not an easy thing to do. And what they're doing is they're headed to a place where they're going to be ready to get onto the stake boats. Right down there is on the right-hand side. That is where the starter is, and he stands up on that platform and has a red flag and signals to the rowers when they're going to start. He also parallels that signal with a voice command, but the really sharp rowers are going to be, their stroke person is going to be looking over at the person who is the starter, and when that red flag starts to drop, they go. And if you do that, you're in a position where you're going to be a little bit faster than waiting for the sound to be transmitted from the microphone out to the speakers and for you to go. So again, all these little nuances of getting ready for racing. Here's a couple of doubles that are on the warm-up side or the side of the wave attenuator. And you can look and see I-75 in the background. These rowers are headed down to the start or the marshalling area at the bottom of the lake, and then they will be allowed onto the lake by an official called the marshal, hence marshalling area, and then they'll head their way back up 500 meters from the end of the lake, which is 2,000 meters, to the start at 1,500 meters. Now, again, as I mentioned earlier, we have something unique today. We're using our normal 8 lanes, but we put an additional floating platform out, or starting platform out, to have 9 lanes, and that is going to be on the far side of the lake in lane 00. The crew that is going to be in that will be in a race which takes place scheduled to take place at 8:26, a girls freshman quad. So we have SCAR out there. So here comes our boats getting ready to get onto their stake boats. And one of the other things which is unique here is that we have, that's interesting, we're supposed to have a lane 7 for that crew from oars, which is right there, but they have a number that says C4. We'll make sure we don't let that confuse us. Anyway, we have alphanumeric bow numbers for use here, so that we have a alphabet A through Z, and then 1 through 8, and then that allows better identification of the boats. So with this wonderful overhead view from the drone flying southward, we can see the boats on the side of the lake rowing down to get ready. Their nice quad over there. Then you see the wave attenuator and the platforms of the There's that offending boat that has a C4 instead of a 7. Anyway, you can see all 8 of the boats aligned and ready to go for our first race. So it's time to announce who they are. And the first up at the top is Hillsborough High School, followed by Plant High School in the white boat. Bowles School has another white boat, a blue boat of Miami Rowing Club, another blue boat of Vero Beach, Halifax in the white boat, North Palm in the black boat, and a blue boat at the bottom from Oars. These races have been seeded, in other words, assigned lanes based upon the perceived speed of the competitors. So the fast boats that won their heats are in the middle, and that would be lane 3 and lane 4. And as the boats go either to the right or to the left of those highest seeded boats, those would be the faster boats from the heats or the repechage. But this right now is the girls Junior 4 semifinal, and 4 places from this will go into the final. So again, we're using all 8 lanes. 4 boats from this are going to qualify for the final. There goes our drone pilot going around to get behind the race. And then what we're going to do is he's going to what we call elevate angels. That's a aviation term. He'll be high enough so that we'll be able to look down and see our boats as they head off. So, first race of the day, 7:30, girls junior quad, semifinal number 1.
All right, welcome if you're watching at home. If you're here on the venue, you're watching the Jumbotron. And Joe's pointing out to me here that the bow woman there in the quad closest to us actually has her left oar on backwards. There she goes. She flipped it over, and she's back and up to speed. But you saw what happened. That was a great shot that we got because you saw exactly what happened when she tried to take that first stroke with her left hand and the blade upside down. So this is the girls' junior quad semifinal 1. These boats are seeded based upon how they finished in the time trial yesterday. And all these semifinals that we have this morning to kick off our championship Sunday are races that came out of those results from the time trials yesterday, the various time trials that we had for these well-attended events here at the 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships. And as these boats start to get up to speed, they start to find their rhythm and their pace for most of this race until they get into the last 500. It's really exciting to have semifinal racing because it's typically a very close race for the positions that move through to the A final. The progression here is top 4 are going to move through. You see the 2 blue boats. Those are your 2 early leaders. The one on the left in lane 2 is the Bowles School. They have the lead. You can see it's about a half a length on Miami Rowing Club in the other blue boat.
There's a boat off the back that you didn't see.
Oh, sorry. So it's Miami Rowing Club and Vero Beach are the 2 that are out in front. You can see the 2 in the picture. Thanks for the correction, Joe. Vero Beach on the right, Miami Beach on the left. Miami Rowing Club on the left. And they're starting to kind of move out from the rest of the field. So this, Joe, in my estimation, becomes one of those situations where, okay, we're out on the field. We know that we're in a qualifying position. Obviously, we want to make sure that we don't make any mistakes. And we also want to send a message for the final because there is one more race in this event. This is a semifinal to set our finals. And so Miami is saying, look, we want to show Vero Beach that we have more speed than them. Vero Beach can decide, well, maybe we're gonna play ball here and we're gonna show them our speed as well. Or Vero Beach could just sit there in second place and maybe conserve some energy for the final. You never really know what the strategy is going to be when somebody's way ahead. Now look at this race, Joe, for 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Exactly. Yeah, we're seeing right now where Plant High School over on the left side of our screen was really doing well, but then Bowles School just caught a crab which means that they got their oar stuck. That was their two-person caught a crab. So it's a boat stopper. So that kind of really made things perfectly clear. They were contending, but then all of a sudden they stopped. So right now it's Miami, Vero Beach, Plant, and Halifax, just as the way that they were set up for the seeding that are going to have a good chance of proceeding to the final. Unfortunately, Bowl School was in a good position, but they had a boat-stopping crab, and that pushed them back. So we can see our 4 leaders right now, and it gives you a good indication of how far ahead they are. Now, if our drone pilot will kind of fly back a little bit, we'll be able to get an idea of the distance between these 4 boats and the other 4 boats, one of which is going to try to break into it. But we can see that there's at least a couple lengths of open water back from the Halifax boat and the Plant boat back to Hillsborough High School, which pretty much off the pace. They had another crab on their start, and Bowl School that, again, was in contention, but then got pushed back. So now we can see, get an idea as they cross the bottom of the island with 350 meters to go. It gives you an idea of how spread out the competition is. So Miami is out in front and just really relaxing, and everybody is just kind of cruising in because what they want to do, as David indicated, is they want to be in a position where they get a good workout, get some bugs out, maybe practice some little moves or something, but in the rest be refreshed or be able to recover completely for the final, which is going to be happening a little bit later on today. So that gives you an idea right now. You can see how spread out this field is. There's that Miami crew way out ahead. Just behind them is Vero Beach, and then you can see the coaches' launches, or the referees rather, different venue, the judge referees following, but also being sure not to wake the other crews. So we've now we're now going to pan around and get ready for the next race. I don't know that they're ready to go yet, but we can see this nice crew from Miami cruising easily to victory and setting a very, very nice pace, and really allows them, along with Vero Beach, to really be in competition for the final later on today.
So this is the girls' junior quad, first race of Championship Sunday. And it's semifinal 1. Unofficially, the boats moving through Miami, Vero Beach, Halifax, and Plant High School. As coming across the line there is Oars B in about lane 9. And behind Oars B is that boat that had that boat stopping, kind of devastating crab, the Bowl School. And then it's North Palm Beach who will finish ahead of Hillsborough High School. So that was 8 boats across. We've talked about it multiple times. It's the only place in America where you're going to get 8 boats across. The next race is on the race course. It is the second semifinal of the girls' junior quad. In lane 0, in this shot, would be furthest to the left side of the screen. Lane 0 is Cape Coral. Lane 1 is Academy of the Holy Names. Lane 2 is Rocks. Lane 3, Sarasota Crew. Lane 4, St. Thomas Aquinas High School out of Fort Lauderdale. Lane 5, Oars. Lane 6, Sebastian River. And in lane 7 is Treasure Coast. As we get the overhead shot, we're seeing that your early leader is Sarasota Crew in that white boat right in the center of the screen. And then look at this race for second place. They're stroke for stroke in adjacent lanes are St. Thomas Aquinas High School and Oars A. And again, the progression is top 4. So if I'm looking at who is in 4th place right now, I don't know who it is between Rocks in that green boat on the left side and the boat all the way on the right side, Treasure Coast. And then you can see that only a deck behind those 2 is the boat from Sebastian River. So we really have some great racing going on. Even bottom left of the screen, just behind the event graphic, you have a stroke-for-stroke race in adjacent lanes between Cape Coral and Academy of the Holy Names. So there is a lot of action in this race early.
Yeah, there certainly is in this absolutely beautiful overhead shot. So it's really easy to see that Sarasota crew is using the white painted croaker blades with the white shafts. That really makes it easy for us to pick them up. And we are seeing things starting to settle out very nicely, whereas people have finished on the first 500 meters and are about 750 in. So it is Sarasota crew out on the field. In second place, it's really up and down, but right now it appears that it is Oars in second place, St. Thomas Aquinas in third, and then Rocks in the final qualifying position. We'll see whether or not Sebastian River or somebody else can move into Rocks and take their final qualifying position. Again, this is one of our semifinals. Top 4 places go to the final.
Yeah, Rocks and Treasure Coast are still deadlocked. They're still bow for bow for fourth place. Top 4 is what you need to be to move into the A final to row for a trophy and medals in this boat class, the girls' junior quad. Right now, Sarasota crew has a commanding 2.5 boat length of open water lead. Oars took a bit of an advantage about 400 meters ago on St. Thomas Aquinas. They were pretty well deadlocked. So Oars, you can see, has about a half to 3/4 of a length on St. Thomas Aquinas. Watching that St. Thomas Aquinas boat and the blades, they're rowing at a very manageable stroke rating. So they probably feel fairly good about their pacing, sitting in third place and not having to take as many strokes as they thought they maybe might have had to take, because then they have open water back to that fourth place battle.
Yeah, and Rocks has really solidified their fourth place position. They have open water over the rest of the field. Their nearest competitor, again, as David indicated, is our crew right along Regatta Island, and that is Treasure Coast in that blue boat. Fantastic video by our drone pilot.
Yeah, so Rocks really has taken about a length on Treasure Coast. Going to make it very difficult on Treasure Coast. But Treasure Coast has the crowd coming down because they'll be right next to the beach. It's Sarasota crew in the pink hats. They're in the red buoys. They're in the last 250 meters of our 1,500-meter race course in semifinal 2 of the girls' junior quad. Top 4 are going to move through. Currently, the top 4 are pretty well in hand, with the exception of whether Treasure Coast can make it interesting on Rocks again. But it's Sarasota crew, it's Oars, it's St. Thomas Aquinas, and then Rocks trying to hold off Treasure Coast.
Treasure Coast is really going there, really jacked it up. I don't know if Rocks looked all the way over to their left, but here comes Treasure Coast. Treasure Coast is going to try to fight their way in. Here they come. They're down to the last 30 strokes. It's Treasure Coast pounding it, trying to come into that third place. Will they be able to overtake Rocks over in the middle? It's going to be really interesting. Will Rocks be able to hold them off? Will Treasure Coast find that other gear? Will they be able to shift up? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We got some great racing here at Nathan Benderson Park.
Sarasota crew across the line with an easily, they would say, at Henley win over Oars. Oars is going to finish just ahead of St. Thomas Aquinas by about a seat of open water.
And looks like Rocks held on in order to solidify their fourth place position, and their ticket is punched into the final. Correction, in the semifinal.
Academy of the Holy Names finishing half a length ahead of Treasure Coast. And Treasure Coast about a half a length ahead of Cape Coral, who finishes in front of Sebastian River. Next race is on the race course. It is the boys junior quad first semifinal. And I'll set the field for you furthest from this camera shot. So furthest to the left in lane 0 would be the Ransom Everglades School. In lane 1 would be Plant High School. Lane 2, Miami Rowing Club. Lane 3, Vero Beach Rowing. Lane 4, Oars. Lane 5, the Bowles School. Lane 6 is Sarasota Crew B. And lane 7 is Treasure Coast. And I love these 8-boat races, Joe. We're going to have 8-boat races pretty much all day today. including finals. It's just so much more exciting to have 8 boats rather than 6, and you only see it here at Nathan Benderson Park. That's a good shot right there of Vero Beach and oars side by side as they come down the race course, and I'm looking down the race course. They're almost at 500 meters.
Yeah, wow, Vero Beach put the pedal to the metal and really went out on the field and has open water back to oars, who is solidly in second place, and then third and fourth is really up in the air. Third place position, it looks like it's going to be the Bowl School, but then fourth place, anybody. They're all overlapped. So we have some really tight racing for third and fourth, so it's going to be exciting. But making a big statement early is Vero Beach. And when I saw that level shot from our start camera, they were just really relaxed and really looking very, very competent. So they're walking away with this heat.
Top 4 are going to move through. Your leader, Vero Beach, approaching the halfway point now. Excuse me. And oars, you can see about a boat and a half of open water behind Vero Beach, but more than a boat length of open water back to the Bowl School sitting in third place. Bowl School has been a solid third place. We'll see if they start to get challenged, Joe, by the rest of these boats, particularly the side-by-side that's going on right now for fourth place, which are the boats from Miami Rowing Club and Plant High School on the left side of the screen that are literally stroke for stroke. I'm even watching the boats drop into the water at the same time, each stroke. So those two boats, this is one of those moments where the memory is going to remember that you're stroke for stroke with another boat in a semifinal at the state championships. Those two boats, which one is going to try to make a move to put themselves solidly in a fourth place position? The other boat that we should mention was on the outside, was also sort of pretty close to and in the mix with those two. I think was Sarasota Crew B.
Right. So as we look for the shot, we got this great picture from Carlos, our photographer at the finish line, looking back on these crews, and we can see really how we get quite a distance. Now it looks like those two crews that David was alluding to, and that is Plant High School and Miami Rowing Club, they're really fighting each other. The Sarasota Crew boat has dropped off the pace. So we got ourselves a battle coming down here between Plant High School and Miami Rowing Club. Plant High School and Miami Rowing Club, you can look over there and you'll see Plant High School's yellow oars and then the blue oars of MRC, Miami Rowing Club. They are stroke for stroke, and we've got ourselves a battle to figure out who's going to qualify. But in the meantime, the class act of this particular heat remains Vero Beach, and they're just kind of cruising, and then coming up on them is oars as they kind of relax and let oars come back into them. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, and here comes Sarasota Crew on the inside. It looks like they're going to go for a third place.
Yeah, it's still Vero Beach. It is still oars. It is still the Bowl School.
Bowl School.
At 500 meters to go, Plant High School took a move, and they finally took about a 3-seat lead on that boat from Miami Rowing Club. Miami Rowing Club trying to push back. I don't know if they're going to have enough water about 12 strokes from the line, but those two boats are still connected for that coveted fourth place position. So it will come down to it. There will be connection between the two. Who has the best last 7 strokes as Vero Beach comes across the line, winning the first semifinal of the boys junior quad ahead of oars. And even being tracked down now is the Bowl School, but they will hang on to third place, which will put them into the grand final. And Plant High School just pulled away there in the last 10 strokes, and they will take fourth place by a length over Miami Rowing Club and put themselves in the grand final as well. Coming across the line now is Sarasota Crew B ahead of Ransom Everglades School and Treasure Coast.
Wow, it's great racing here. Start off here. Championship Sunday at Nathan Benderson Park for the state championships of Florida through the Florida Scholastic Rowing Association. Beautiful flat water. clear skies, just a little wisp of clouds as the sun starts peeking up over the east. Just another ho-hum day in paradise at the best rowing course in the United States, Dathan Benderson Park. Okay, we've had a start in our next race, the semifinal 2. I'll set up the teams. Up furthest away from us is Team Tampa, Oars, North Orlando, Berlin Jesuit, Sarasota Crew, Gainesville, Tampa Prep, and Halifax. It looks like our early leaders are going to be Berlin Jesuit and Sarasota Crew. We'll see whether or not that stays good. Looks like lane 1 is having some steering issues. But this looks pretty tight there, David. What do you think?
It does. With this shot especially. It does. With this shot especially, it's difficult to really see who might even be in the lead. Maybe it's that gold boat from Belen Jesuit. But as we get back overhead or at least side by side, we'll be able to figure out exactly what's happening. The progression is the same. This is the second semifinal of the boys junior quad. You got to be top 4. Got to do whatever you can to be top 4 to get yourself into that final. And we do have a bit of an arrowhead here, which is to be expected from the time trial. Belen Jesuit is in the lead in that gold boat. Second place maybe is Sarasota Crew next to them. One lane closer to the camera. But right with Sarasota Crew is North Orlando. Probably only a deck separating those two. And then in 4th place is Gainesville in the other gold boat. Those are your 4 that do appear to have open water on the rest of the field. So we'll see if anybody else that is trailing that pack can get into that pack. This would be a time in the race where you do not want, if you're one of those 4 that is not in an overlap with the top 4, you got to start thinking about trying to get into an overlap position.
Yeah, it looks like the leaders are doing a much better job of steering and going straight down the buoy line. Every time you have to maneuver, it slows you down. And as David indicated, it looks like our 4 leaders have really cemented their positions by having at least, looks like about a length and a half of open water between North Orlando back to Oars for the fourth position, and also trailing the field is Tampa Prep A and B and Halifax.
So we always know that Belen Jesuit, because they typically row higher stroke ratings very well. They have very quick starts, very quick finishes. We know that they have the ability to change the cadence in this race, particularly in this finish part of the race as we approach the last 350. But is Sarasota Crew going to try to challenge Belen Jesuit? Are we going to see Belen Jesuit really use the stroke rating to try to hold off Sarasota Crew? Sarasota Crew, pretty well known for having nice last 500 meters. Yesterday we saw some of their crews pass others in those last 500 meters. So it does look like, to my eye, Joe, Sarasota Crew is trying to challenge Belen Jesuit. Belen Jesuit did take up the stroke rating a little bit. But right now it's Belen Jesuit in the gold boat on the right side of the screen, leading Sarasota Crew in the white boat on the left side of the screen. And then in 3rd place, it looks like it is Gainesville. And it looks to be North Orlando still in a qualifying position as well.
I agree completely. So we're going to have a little bit of an interesting race. It looks like there goes Berlin. There goes Berlin. They're starting to pop it up, and Crew is going with them. Now, Berlin is a little bit more rounded back, and the Sarasota Crew gentlemen are a little bit taller. So we'll see whether or not that helps them with the power transmission, but they're maintaining that same location where there's just a scotchy a bit of open water from Berlin back to Sarasota Crew, but these are really two really fine boats. North Orlando just caught a crab, and it looks like their bowman has got stuck, and on the outside it's going to be Oars that's going to sneak in for fourth.
Oh boy, that is very unfortunate for North Orlando. That bowman still can't get his oar out of the water.
He's not happy.
Super unfortunate. They came across the line on momentum of the boat only, but they are going to unofficially miss out on the grand final because of that bobble in the last 5 strokes.
Yeah. You know, the times where you can catch a crab are if you don't have your blade completely clicked into the oar lock, and the blade will not go deep. But the time where it's really susceptible to catching a crab is at the release. If you turn your oar handle too much, the top edge will catch, and it'll just throw the oar out of his body. And I'm pretty sure that was what happened. All right, so here we go. We've got the girls' junior double semifinal number 1. Again, top 4. I'll set up the field for you. And the top of the course, or away from us, over to the west, is Mel High, North Orlando, Treasure Coast, North Palm, Miami Row House, Sora, Gainesville, and North Palm B. So as we look out, right now it's 0, lanes 3, 4, 2, and 5 are our leaders. And that really goes along the line with the seating. So Treasure Coast and North Palm are out there. North Orlando and Miami Row House are contending, as are Sora. Sora with the white boat with the green hats, so they're right in the mix too. So it's going to be a very interesting race. Our early leader is lane 3, which is North Palm A.
You see our arrowhead pattern here, almost perfect. The only boat that's throwing it off at all is that North Palm B boat over there in lane 7, who is actually ahead of a couple of the other boats. But it is North Palm Beach A in lane 3 now with open water on the field. Second place is Miami International Row House, the boat just to the right on the screen of your leader. Then to the boat on the left, just to the left, 1 lane over, is Treasure Coast sitting in 3rd place. And then we do have connection for 4th place again. Hopefully we can maintain this connection for as long as possible to keep this thing really exciting for that last qualifying position. But right now, sitting in 4th place, it looks like South Orlando, but just slightly ahead, maybe 3/4 of a boat length ahead of the boat from North Orlando. So those are your top 5. And then a nice little race shaping up, just a little match race on the outside. Maybe that will pace these 2 boats into the pack more. It's Gainesville and North Palm Beach B that you can see are only separated by about a deck. And quite frankly, they're only separated by the width of about a quarter of a lane, because North Palm Beach is right on the lane marker. They're separating the 2 lanes.
Yeah, and as North Palm Beach, which was rowing right along the buoy line, had to maneuver, put a little pressure more on their on their port side oars, that will slow them down because you aren't pulling evenly pressure with both oars. So when you have to maneuver, it slows you down. And Gainesville has taken advantage of that, where they have now moved out from being behind to being open water. So they've moved 2.5 lengths in about 20 strokes, aided by a good hard pressure, maybe a power 10, or the North Palm B boat having some steering issues, and that slowed them down. So right now you can see the North Palm Beach A boat being stroked by Miss Ekstrom, and they are really very, very calm and just maintain their position. They're able to look back, and when you're ahead and you can look back on your competition, it really psychologically makes it very easy. The crew from Treasure Coast, which has those yellow and blue blades, they are solidly in a good position, as is Okay, now we get a good view. We can see the North Palm A boat. Uh, they've got about 250 meters to go. To the left of them is the crew from Sora. Correction, Sora's back a little bit. Sora's solidly in third place. Yeah, they're really done a good job in the last 250 meters. Dropping back somewhat is Miami Row House and Treasure Coast. So it's going to be interesting for that third and fourth place. But Sora put on a big move.
Yeah, Sora really had a great middle of the race, coming up a place or two and sitting now in a solid third place position in the bright green hats. Continues to be North Palm Beach and Miami International Row House as your top two boats. Does look like North Palm Beach is going to come across the line with a couple boat lengths of open water ahead of Miami International Row House. And then you still have Sora. They're starting to get tracked down a little bit to my eye. Joe, is Sora. There's a big push being put on by Treasure Coast, but both of those boats do have open water on the fifth place boat, which is from North Orlando. So those should be our qualifiers, a couple strokes from the line for third and fourth place to come across. And they were very evenly matched, was Sora and Treasure Coast, particularly as Treasure Coast made a nice move in the last 250 to close the gap. So unofficially, your top four: North Palm Beach, Miami International Row House, Sora, and the boat from Treasure Coast.
Okay, we now shift to our next race, which is the semifinal number 2 of the girls' junior double. Participating are Miami Rowing Club, Vero Beach, Sarasota Crew, Vero Beach B, University School, the Academy of the Holy Names, Hillsborough, and Miami Row House.
Look at this one, Joe. There are 4 boats for 3 spots behind your early leader, which is Vero Beach in lane 3. They're the white boat that is pushed out about a length from the other 4 there that are separated by maybe a half a length all the way across. It's Vero Beach A. It looks like University School, Academy of the Holy Names, and Hillsborough High School that are all fighting for a position in the grand final. But this one much more bunched up. Even your leader, the boat from Vero Beach, the B boat in lane 3, is only about a length out on the field. Not much open water, if any at all, which does differ from most of the races we've seen so far this morning.
Exactly. And what's interesting is the Vero Beach A and the Vero Beach B crews. Vero Beach B crew is in the lead, but then the Vero Beach A crew, 2 lanes over, is really fighting for that last position. So they're a very good chance for Vero Beach to have both of their crews get in if they maintain the same location or relative positions. So as David said, Vero Beach B continues to press their advantage. Then we have the University School in the blue boat. They are solidly in second place, and then it's really solidly questioned between the Academy of Holy Names and Vero Beach A. And then on the outside, it's Hillsborough High School trying to get into the play. So as David said, we're having some exciting rowing coming up here, and it's going to be really good for the last 500 meters as they come down here towards Regatta Island.
I love that drone shot because the boats are coming at us in that drone shot. It almost makes me anxious because they're just charging at us. It continues to be Vero Beach B in the lead. You can see they do have some open water now. I was talking about they really didn't have much before. They have about maybe half to 3/4 of a length of open water. Second place is that boat next to them on the left, and that is the University School. But you can see University School has only got maybe a deck on Academy of the Holy Name sitting in third place. And getting into the mix here for a possible fourth place is Sarasota Crew. They've come up and they have almost latched onto and caught Vero Beach A. But currently sitting in fourth place is the boat from Hillsborough High School. And they've got about a length on the other two that I was talking about, Sarasota Crew and Vero Beach A, as Sarasota Crew actually gets past Vero Beach A, Joe. So Sarasota Crew showing something in the last half of this race they really didn't show in the first half of the race. But are they going to have enough water to track down Hillsborough High School? That's kind of what's up for debate at this point. The other race sort of within the race that's going on is that blue boat from University School and the boat next to it from Academy of the Holy Names. Who's going to finish second? Who's going to finish third?
Watch Hillsborough High School. They're on the outside. They're really powered. They've moved a couple lengths in the last 20, 30 strokes. They are the fastest boat on the water. Will they be able to move into third place? But they have overtaken Sarasota Crew, and on the outside, Vero Beach B. It's Vero Beach B is ahead, but, they just caught a crab. The stroke person got her oar stuck in the water. And here comes Sarasota Crew. We've got a great race between Hillsborough High School and Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew is a little bit cleaner. Here we go. It's right down the finish line. Oh, boy. And it looks like Sarasota Crew had some cleaner strokes, and they were able to move out, even though it was a monster move by Hillsborough High School. But it looks like they would just barely miss out by about 3 feet over to the fourth qualifying position to the crew from Sarasota Crew.
Incredibly mature race from Sarasota Crew. Their first half, quite frankly, was pretty slow, Joe. They're sitting in sixth place. Second half got them into a qualifying position. So that was extremely well rowed in the second half by Sarasota Crew to put themselves in a qualifying position as the other boats finish up. And then we go back down to almost 500 meters with the next event. It's a boys junior double, the first semifinal, same progression, same amount of boats, 8 boats across, 4 places will move through to the grand final. Furthest from the camera in lane 0 is United Sculling. In lane 1 is Boone High School. In lane 2 is Vero Beach. In lane 3 is Sebastian River. Lane 4 is North Palm Beach. Lane 5, Halifax. Lane 6, University School. And in lane 7 is the Ransom Everglades School. Looks like your early leader is lane 3, Sebastian River High School. But you can see that they have not broken the overlap on second place, which is that boat just to their adjacent to them to the left, and that's North Palm Beach.
This is really excellent. A wonderful shot from our drone pilot. But you can see, as David said, the blue boat of Sebastian River just ahead of the blue boat of North Palm, but the ones that were sneaky was over there in lane 0, and that is United Sculling. They weren't supposed to be that fast. They obviously didn't get the memo, but they are hanging in there in a good qualifying position for third place with the crew from Halifax right beside them. So this is going to be exciting racing. This is not a horizon shot like we had the other ones. These are boats which are really, really competitive, and all it takes is when you get tired or you lose your technique or you aren't strong enough to hold on to your technique in the last 250, and we've seen some heartbreaks where people lose their technique and their blade work goes bad and they catch a crab, and boy, things can happen really fast. So, oh, wow, what a great shot. We continue to have overlap of our first 2 crews, that's Sebastian River and North Palm. And then we are now seeing that we have 4 boats in competition for 2 places going forward. And that would be Boone High School, Vero Beach. And then over on the other side is Boone High School, Vero Beach, and then University School and Halifax. This is going to be really exciting. That everything is in question right here as they come into the last 500 meters of this, the semifinal number 1 of the boys junior double.
Got to get top 4 to go for trophies and a medal and the crown of state champion in the state of Florida. Right now, it continues to be not a super comfortable lead, but a length advantage for Sebastian River over North Palm Beach. Those two have been out on the field for a while now, and we've seen really 3rd, 4th, 5th, sometimes even 6th place change hands a bunch of times. Right now, it looks like if the race were to end, the 2 boats that would move on along with Sebastian River and North Palm Beach would be the boats from Boone High School and University School. But still with connection on University School in the adjacent lane is Halifax. So what does Halifax have in the last 250? We're into the red buoys. This is where it all counts. This is where all the training comes in. You've got to be top 4. It's a semifinal at the state championships to get yourself into that A final where anything can happen. But right now, it's Sebastian River trying to go coast to coast or start to finish in this race. And they are still leading North Palm Beach. And then everything else is still up for grabs.
You got that right. So it looks like University is going to hold on if they can over Halifax, who's trying to make a big move. And then over is Boone High School, see if they can hold on. Here comes Halifax. They're trying to overtake University. Wow.
A lot of horns in quick succession here. To my eye, unofficially, it looked like Boone High School 3rd, University School 4th, just ahead of Halifax. And then even the trailing 3 boats were all connected at the finish line. Great race in semifinal 1 of the boys junior double. And here we go. We have a start of semifinal 2. Let me set the field. Furthest from the camera in that gold boat is United Sculling. Belen Jesuit. Lane 1 is Pinecrest. Lane 2 is Lyman High School. Lane 3 is Miami Rowing Club. Lane 4, Sarasota Crew. Lane 5, South Orlando. Lane 6, Oars. And in Lane 7 is Sebastian River High School's B entry. The only boat with any sort of advantage right now continues to be this hot lane that we've had this morning. Lane 3, Miami Rowing Club.
Now, it's interesting you said hot lane because in some other venues, there are actually lanes that are faster than others. However, here at Nathan Benderson Park, in order to qualify to host the 2017 World Championships, all the lanes had to be equal depth going across. So, in other words, the depth of the water over there in lane 0 is the same depth all the way across from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What happens if you're rowing in deeper water? You can go faster than if you're rowing in shallow water. There's a pressure wave that comes off the bow of the boat that reflects down, and particularly in larger boats, quads and 8s, that can come back up and actually create drag. But because this is a World Championship certified course, every single boat in every single lane has this equal opportunity.
So it's Miami Rowing Club out in front. They've got about a length advantage right now. Looks like second place to my eyes, the boat just adjacent to them. White boat on the left of them in this shot, which is Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew just a slight advantage on the boat from Oars on the left side. And Oars just a slight advantage on the boat from Pinecrest on the right side, that white boat in between the blue and yellow on the right side. So it's still a very competitive race here. There's still a lot of places up for grabs, particularly places 2 through about 6. And so hopefully as they come through the halfway point, we will have a really good second half. We'll start to see some moves. We'll start to see it even tighten up as they get closer to our finish line. But Miami Rowing Club is trying to go start to finish to win this semifinal 2 of the boys junior double and put themselves in a most favored lane for the final later on today. And they have now opened up water on second place, which is a boat from Sarasota Crew.
Yeah, it looks like pretty much things are stable, but again, a lot of things can happen. I'm seeing some difficult blade work from the crew up there in Pinecrest. They're getting a little bit tired. Their oars are making a lot of splashing water coming out, which is not very good. What you want to do is have the oars come out of the water nice and clean and not splash. If you're splashing, that normally indicates that the blade is not covered or that you're just what's called feathering coming out of the water. But it's really close. Pinecrest is right up even with oars, and let's see if they can maintain that position or if some of the other crews can move in. Here we go. Last 250 meters, they look over to the left and right, and they can see those red buoys. They see the 500-meter platform right there, and they know that they've got about 75 strokes to go.
So it looks like Sarasota Crew may have made it a little bit closer with Miami, but those two out in front of the field pretty well. And then we'll see what happens in these last 300 meters or so for the remaining boats to try to get into a top 4 position. We've got some adjacent boats that are really fighting with one another. You've got Oars and South Orlando, 2 Orlando crews that are in adjacent lanes. And then you've got on the top side of the race course, Pinecrest is still in the mix. It did sort of look to me like Pinecrest was sputtering a little bit in the middle of the race, Joe, but they have sort of come back, and they're looking better as I see them jack up the stroke rating. But look at this. Sora is really putting on a push to make it much, much closer with Oars, and it's the Sora, Oars, and on the outside Pinecrest race that's going to decide the places here as Sarasota Crew tries to maybe even pick off Miami at the finish line.
It looks like Sora is going to take Oars, and on the outside, I don't know that Pinecrest sees it. They may be left out because of the big sprint that takes place. There goes Pinecrest. They're over 40 strokes a minute, but Sora just walked through Oars, and I don't know if it's going to be Oars or Pinecrest. It looks like it's Oars just by half a deck. Wow.
Yeah, that was a great finish. I think you're right. To my eye, you were correct there, Joe, that Sora and Oars finished just ahead of Pinecrest, but that is unofficial, so check the results. Top 4 are going to be in that grand final. That was semifinal 2 of the boys junior double. We're going to change events, but we're staying with semifinals. The next semifinal is going to be the first of the girls freshman quad, and a great shot of the start line. You can see that there is a tailwind. Well, what does that mean? It means that the boats are going to go a little bit faster down the race course because they're also aided by the wind and water. It also means if you're sitting in a boat and you're actually rowing, the boat's a little bit less stable, particularly when the oars are out of the water, simply because the water is moving behind you. Let me set the field for you. Furthest from the camera, in lane 0 is Academy of the Holy Names. In lane 1 is Oars B. Lane 2 is Gainesville.
I'm sorry, David, I need to interrupt. Out there in that upper lane is Scar. They are in lane 00. They have lane number 8. But then Academy of Holy Names will be in lane number 0. So 00 is Scar, and then the Academy of Holy Names, because this is a 9-boat race.
Okay, well, Academy of the Holy Names is not in lane 0. So we have lane 00, and then we have Oars B in lane 1, Gainesville in lane 2, Sarasota Crew in lane 3, First Coast in lane 4. In lane 5 is Miami Beach Rowing Club B. In lane 6 is Sebastian River, and in lane 7 is Treasure Coast B.
Yeah, here comes that the Academy of the Holy Names boat coming into that open lane. They'll be between the top crew, which is SCAR, S-C-A-R, and then we'll have our normal lineup. So this is a really rare thing. One of the only places in the United States and even in the world where you'll see crews racing 9 boats across. Our highest seed crews are Sarasota Crew and First Coast, and those are in lanes 3 and 4. And again, this is one of those alphanumeric lane numbers, which is really great. It's like they do at the head of the Charles. You have alphanumeric numbers. But this is the I event. And if you can see, we have I-7 closest to us. The crew from Treasure Coast looks like they had a damage to their hull and had to be repaired. And that's why you can see that gray stripe on their foredeck. 9 boats across. Wow. Oh, they're actually using a coaching or a judge referee launch as a starting dock.
Yeah, this is very unusual. I mean, it really needs to be talked about. 9 boats across doesn't exist anywhere else in this country. And as Joe said, really very few places in the world can support 9 lanes across. If you actually look at the race course, probably we could technically have about 11 lanes if we really wanted to here at Nathan Benderson Park. But 9 boats across is as exciting as it could possibly be. I kind of wish I was at the start to watch those 9 boats go off at the same time, Joe. But here they come. This is the girls' freshman quad first semifinal. And remember, these are freshman athletes. So this is not necessarily their first year of rowing, but they are all freshmen in high school. So we're talking, roughly 15 years of age. Early leader is the boat in lane 3. The hot lane here is Sarasota Crew. But it's still just so bunched up. And you're going to see, I would suspect, Joe, just simply because they're freshman rowers, they don't have quite as much experience. We are going to see some boats kind of moving left and right in their lanes a little bit. It's not, these boats do not have coxswains to steer them. So the rowers have to do all of the work in terms of making sure that the boat's going straight, as well as all of the physical work to make it go fast, as you're seeing in the boat on the left side there of the center, having to get their course back. We're going to see a lot of that as they come down, but this is a good competitive race so far. Again, top 4 are going to move through.
It's amazing. Imagine your 15-year-old or 14-year-old son or daughter. You give them the keys to your Z06 Corvette and ask them to go out on a race course and drive really fast but not hit any curbs or anything. That's basically what's happening right now. These wonderful athletes are able to look back and see those buoys and be able to maneuver as necessary or stay even with their power. A lot of these boats have a rudder that is probably either with the bow person or the person in stroke, and they are moving their foot left and right in order to keep the boat straight. But if you go really heavy with the rudder, you can have some really bad stuff happen. Well, here we go. It looks like Sarasota Crew has really established themselves very nicely. Open water about half a length back to First Coast. And then the next crew over is probably in third is Miami Beach. But then, wow, who is going to be fourth? I really don't know. And there's such an overlap with only one crew off the pace, and that would be Oars B. So it's everything's in doubt.
5 boats overlapped for that final position. And again, the races within the race can often pace boats to be a little faster and start to catch up with boats that are possibly in front of the pack as well. We see that all the time out here, especially in races where we've got 8 or 9 boats across. But at Sarasota Crew, you can see they've got more than a length of open water on second place First Coast. First Coast with a couple lengths of open water back to third place Miami Beach Rowing Club B. And it's still, every time I look at it, it's these 5 boats are all still connected. I mean, I guess The leader of them right now is Sebastian River in the blue boat on the left side of the screen. They're trying to sort of make a move and get themselves solidly in a position as they approach the last 500 meters of this race. But this is a good, very competitive one. 9 boats across, as we talked about, for 4 places in the grand final of the girls' freshman quad.
Yeah, definitely. So we're seeing that the crew from Gainesville is having some steering issues, and they keep on going back and forth. And Miami Beach is really fighting hard to stay away from them. But it's going to be really right down to it. I don't know. It's between Scar, Gainesville, Miami Beach, Sebastian River, and Treasure Coast. I just don't know who's going to prevail. It's coming down into the last 500 meters right about now. So 70 strokes. Now, who's been doing the hard work on the erg? Who has got the mental toughness, or as they talk about at the Henley, who can stand the pain putting their hand in the fire? Will they be able to be tough? Will they be able to hang on? I don't know. There comes that crew from Gar and going over towards Miami Beach. On the outside, it looks like Scar is doing a very nice job. It's really in doubt who's going to be fourth. Anybody can see it. So if you're down here, it's time to cheer on your crew. Get the cheering going on, because every little bit helps. We don't know, just don't know who's going to be fourth.
Here they come. We'll find out shortly, in less than a minute, as they get to the finish line. Continues to be Sarasota Crew and First Coast. They appear to probably finish 1-2 here. But look at these races, especially in these adjacent lanes.
Yeah, it looks like Sebastian River and Treasure Coast are battling for that fourth place right along the beach. It is Treasure Coast and Sebastian River, and they're starting to overlap each other in the lanes. Oh, wow, here we go. It's excitement. Unbelievable. It's Sebastian River in the blue boat, Treasure Coast in the white one. And then over a little bit further, there's a big move.
Oarsby.
Yep, there they go.
Is now in fourth place.
Oh, wow.
Oarsby with just a tremendous move there that they put on. Basically, when the signs started, they were essentially dead level with Gainesville. And it's going to be Oarsby unofficially taking the 4th spot and putting themselves in that A final due to a tremendous last 25 strokes of this 1,500-meter race, just ahead of Gainesville. And then you've got Sebastian River, Treasure Coast B, Scar, and Academy of the Holy Names finishing up. So that was semifinal 1 of the girls' freshman quad. That was 9 boats across. We now have an 8-boat across semifinal 2 of the girls' freshman quad, which is on the race course. Starting right to left, as if maybe we're reading Hebrew. In lane 0 is Team Tampa. Again, right to left. In lane 1 is United Sculling. Lane 2 is Oars. Lane 3 is Miami Beach. And yet again, lane 3 appears to be in the lead there, Miami Beach, just slightly. Lane 4, Treasure Coast. Lane 5, Plant High School. Lane 6, South Orlando. And in lane 7, furthest on the left side of the screen, is Sarasota Crew B.
Wow, what great racing. We've had a 9-boat race. We've had a wonderful racing by these freshman ladies, just or freshman girls, absolutely fantastic racing. And again, going back to it, you're in one of the fastest crews or fastest boats there are, and you've got to maintain that position looking back and stay right in those center line, and everybody's got to have equal power. And on top of that, really putting the pedal to the metal but maintain your composure. This is just fantastic by these young ladies, our young athletes here at beautiful Nathan Benderson Park.
So it's Miami Beach. You can see them right in the center of the screen or just slightly right of center. And they have extended their lead just a little bit. It's about 3/4 of a length ahead of Plant High School, who's on the left. You can see the gold blades, gold jerseys. And then Plant High School has about 3/4 of a length on that blue boat in between Miami and Plant, which is Treasure Coast. The other blue boat is the one on the right of Miami Beach, and they are sitting in 4th place. That is oars. So those are your top 4. The only boat that has connection with 4th place oars is the boat from Team Tampa, all the way on the right side of the screen. And Team Tampa looks like they're moving nicely. They're at least not losing ground here, to my eye, to oars. So we'll see if Team Tampa can do something here in the last 500 meters.
Team Tampa and now is about 3 beats above oars. And they're rowing very clean. One thing about the oars blades is they are really very, very onto with deep blades and getting very, very good connection. And that's really helping them stay in that 4th qualifying position. Team Tampa is rowing very nicely as well. See whether or not they can overtake them. But it looks like Team Tampa did have a nice move, but then oars waited till they're through and answered. So they're maintaining, I think, a little bit more than a deck, David.
Yeah, at this point it's about a length now. You're right that I think Team Tampa was moving as I was talking, and then the boat that started moving back was oars when you came back on. So you're seeing still some steering issues here a little bit. These are girls freshman rowers, as we talked about. So even the boat that's sitting in 3rd place, that blue boat of Treasure Coast, is kind of hugging their starboard side of the lane. Then they kind of go to the other side of the lane. We're trying to find straight courses here, but more importantly, we're just trying to get to the finish line without impeding anyone else and finish top 4. So it still is pretty well in hand as they get into the red buoys. Certainly it's Miami Beach. Certainly it's Plant High School. And certainly it is Treasure Coast in the top 3 positions. And then it looks like unless Team Tampa can really find something in the last 30 or so strokes, it's going to be oars as well. Team Tampa is trying to go. You can see them on the outside. They're showing some speed. Blades are coming down to the water, so they've taken up the stroke rating. But do they have enough real estate to track down oars? It's going to be closer than I thought. Here comes Team Tampa trying to take 4th place away from oars in those last 25 strokes, as I talked about, as Miami comes across the line.
They got him.
Miami comes across the line. Then it's Plant High School, half a length ahead of Treasure Coast. And it does come right down to the line, but it looks like by 3 feet, Team Tampa did finish ahead of oars for that 4th place qualifying position.
Oh, wow, that was really gutsy. I watched the bow person of Team Tampa look over and see oars, and the bow of oars look over and said Team Tampa. Team Tampa just found another couple beats. They were rowing, probably fairly close to 40 strokes a minute. A freshman 4. Girls 4 at 40 strokes a minute. That was really, really gutsy. They put the pedal to the metal, and it really paid tremendous dividends. A great, great sprint by Team Tampa.
That is not easy to do. It's really not easy to pass someone almost ever in a rowing race, but to have something up your sleeve like that you can rely on to get yourself into a grand final at the state championships, that's pretty special. That was a special finish by Team Tampa. Let me set the field for you because you can see all of the boats sitting ready now. They're about to go. Furthest from the camera, Lane 0, Sarasota Crew B. This is the boys freshman quad first semifinal. Lane 1, Gainesville. Lane 2, Miami Beach. Lane 3, Sarasota Crew. Lane 4, Belen Jesuit B. Lane 5, Treasure Coast. Lane 6, Plant High School. Lane 7, Halifax. And we're going to have them charge at the drone. Here they come.
That's one of the most incredible shots of rowing when you have that start camera and you look across and see all those athletes. It's just all that muscle, all that boat, all that increase in speed is just spectacular.
Okay, looks like your early leader is again lane 3. This time it's Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew with about a half a length on the boat just adjacent to their right on the screen, which is Miami Beach. Miami Beach with maybe a deck advantage on third place is possibly Belen Jesuit B, but look, it's very competitive early on in this race. Super competitive. Again, top 4 are going to move through to the A final. It's a semifinal of the boys freshman quad. And I'm watching the courses. Everybody going pretty straight for freshman rowers in a quad. I talked about it yesterday. If you're used to learning how to scull in a single, and then all of a sudden you get into a quad, it can be almost frightening how different it is in terms of pace and how your mistakes can be amplified very quickly because of that speed. But you're watching Sarasota Crew. They have now extended their lead to a full length on the boat from from Belen Jesuit.
Unfortunately, the Miami Beach Crew had caught a crab, and they really lost a lot of momentum. They have been overtaken by Treasure Coast, and then on the outside of them, Gainesville has passed them as well. So it's really in doubt right now who's going to be the qualifying position for fourth, as we've seen in previous races, with Sarasota Crew up over Belen, and then back we've got Treasure Coast in third, and then Gainesville in fourth, and Miami Beach trying to get back into it with Gainesville and and Halifax. So it's really going to be quite a race for that fourth place. Unfortunately, the crew from Miami Beach had some steering issues, and once you get into that, your excitement goes up, your adrenaline goes up, and your heart rate and everything gets stressed out, and that could have both positive and negative impact. I think for them is mostly negative because they lost their composure, and it really makes it hard in order to get your heart rate back where you can hold on as we are going forward. So it looks like they're starting to drop back a little bit off the pace, and that's Miami Beach going back a little bit. Gainesville is solidly in third place, and then Treasure Coast and Gainesville are neck and neck for that third and fourth positions.
Yeah, it looks like Treasure Coast is about a half length ahead of Gainesville, if I had to guess, based upon the picture. Now, up front, it's getting much closer as Belen Jesuit B is starting to squeeze into Sarasota Crew. It was a full-length advantage for Sarasota Crew, and it is only about a half a length advantage now. As they're into the red buoys are the leaders, Sarasota Crew and Belen Jesuit B. So Belen obviously putting on one of these high-rating finishes, trying to track down Sarasota Crew, see if they can close the gap and send a message in this boys' freshman quad semifinal 1. But that is a B boat from Belen Jesuit, so presumably they could maybe get 2 boats into the grand final, as this B boat does look like it is going to qualify. As you said, Joe, Treasure Coast and Gainesville pretty solidly ahead of then Miami Beach, and on the outside Halifax. So these places probably not going to change in terms of who's going to move through. Does look like Gainesville is pushing through Treasure Coast just a little bit. Gainesville is going to take third place ahead of a fourth place Treasure Coast. So unofficially, it's going to be Sarasota Crew, Belen Jesuit B, Gainesville, Treasure Coast moving through to the A final. They will do it ahead of Miami Beach, Halifax, Plant High School, and Sarasota Crew B, who will find themselves in the Petite or B final later on today.
So we'll go ahead and set you up for the last of our boys freshman quad semifinals. Participating in this race is Hoylesboro, the Bowl School, Oars, Belen Jesuit, Vero Beach, University, Sebastian, and Miami Rowing Club. And here is our overhead view, and as we've seen in the past, lane 3 is right up there. That's Belen, and right beside them, stroke for stroke, is Vero Beach.
really in doubt up front, which we haven't seen a whole lot of. Typically by about 250, we've had a pretty clear leader in most of these races. Right now, you've got maybe 2 feet separating your top 2 boats, which are the boats from Belen Jesuit and Vero Beach in those adjacent lanes. The Belen Jesuit boat, obviously the gold boat. They do make it very easy on us, Joe, because their blades are always gold, and really, I think all of their boats are gold as well. Maybe maybe another foot there now for Vero Beach, but that's just how close it is. And each time one team sort of makes a move, it just gets dead even again. Now Belen Jesuit is making a move. Maybe they have inched 6 inches into the lead. Third place is the blue boat on the left side of the screen, which is University School in lane 5. University School with about a half a length then on oars in lane 2. So this one is setting up, at least the top 4 right now are the 4 fastest qualifiers from the time trial yesterday. But you've got this race on the outside between, on the left side of the screen, between Sebastian River and Miami Rowing Club. And that is a race that could, again, pace those boats into a qualifying position. That's kind of exactly what's happening, is that those 2 boats on the outside right now, Sebastian River and Miami Rowing Club, are really starting to track down oars in lane 2. It may also be that oars is just losing a bit of speed, but it's currently Belen Jesuit in the lead now, and by about a deck ahead of Vero Beach. So those 2 just keep trading places up front. We have seen very little of that, quite frankly. But now this race has given us a bunch of lead changes. And maybe the first one all morning, and really one of the first ones of almost the entire regatta. Typically somebody's taken the lead and just kind of hung on to it. But we've got a good battle going on that they're going to remember up front between Belen Jesuit and Vero Beach. As you can see, it's still University School in third place. And hanging on to it continues to be oars. But again, I'm telling you, close to the beach, as they start to pick up the crowd, this match race on the outside could get a little spicy for that oars boat.
One of the things I'm noticing, this is again because of a wonderful shot we have from the drone shot. The crew from Vero Beach, their blades when they go in the water are really deep, and I don't know that may be slowing them down. Not who knows, but the crew from Belen doesn't have their blades quite as far down, so we'll see. So these are 2 lead crews. You can see the crew from Belen right there in yellow, and they are just staying right there about a little bit of open water back. And then, again, our third place crew is the University School, and then here comes the Battle Royale for fourth with oars. And currently there, we'll see whether or not Sebastian River and Miami can move into oars, but it looks like they're in a good position.
So it's going to be Belen Jesuit and Vero Beach. Belen Jesuit, as we saw, their B boat getting in the last semifinal. They're also going to put their A boat into the grand final. So we're going to see 2 boats from Belen Jesuit going for medals as they finish with about a length of open water on Vero Beach. Third place continues to be University School. They've kind of had that position all the way down, and they're going to maintain it at the finish line, put themselves into the grand final. And oars is going to hold off those 2 boats that I kept talking about closest to the beach, and they are going to move through in 4th place, just ahead of the Bull School, and then Sebastian River, Miami Rowing Club, and Hillsborough High School.
Some really nice racing, particularly with our 2 lead crews. It was interesting seeing Vero Beach and Belen duel all the way down the race course, only to have Belen take a little bit of a push at the end in order to open up. So our next race is the first semifinal of the girls freshman double. We have Palm River, Team Tampa, Boone, Sarasota crew, Bowl School, Capital City, Miami Rowing, and Manatee County. We can see we see everybody's on the stake boats except for Palm River, who's just backing in right now in the yellow boat.
Again, freshman rowers. Thankfully, we've got good flat water. Don't have too much of a crosswind there that's forcing these crews to make lots of point adjustments, meaning trying to get their boats nice and centered in the lanes. So it's good. It's really great, particularly for the freshman events where the rowers are just a little bit less experienced, to have nice flat water like this.
Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of wind from the southeast, and you can see the rower in lane 5 and lane 4. The bow person is rowing with their port oar in order to keep their bow pointed right down the course. One of the things you don't want to do, which I've been guilty of, is not having your boat pointed perfectly. It sounds like they have called them forward to the start and still have lane 2 paddling around trying to get pointed correctly.
So we have 4 more semifinals, 2 events, the freshman girls double and the freshman boys double. We'll finish up our semifinals, and then we're going to be going straight into finals where we will be giving out trophies and medals for the winners. But we've got 8 boats across, 4 places in the grand final up for grabs in the girls' freshman double. Here they come.
Well, it looks like lane 3 continues to be a great lane with Sarasota crew moving out a little bit of a lead over the Bowl School and Boone on either side. But this is really, really close. We have everybody still competitive as they're still in their starting sequence, which is normally 5 strokes of different lengths and then a high 20. And they will really try to get their boats up to full speed. And then the most important strokes after that is when they settle and they go from, let's say, up around the 36 or 38, whatever these crews are at, and then down to a base rating of maybe in the 30s or so. And what they try to do in those first couple strokes is maintain that boat speed by swinging over their body a little bit more, staying long or lengthening out. So right now it looks like our early leader is in lane 4, which is the Bowl School. And Sarasota crew on their port side or right-hand side is solidly in second. And then over there, another lane is the blue boat in the Boone High School. They are in third, and then everything else is in doubt.
So your leaders, Bowls. Second place is Sarasota crew. I have both at 34 strokes a minute. So that appears to be the pace that they're going to try to hold until they get into the finish part of the race. And then we'll probably see them take up that stroke rating a bit. But Bowl School is starting to sort of inch away from Sarasota crew. But you can see Sarasota crew has open water on the tremendous race we have going on. 3 boats for only 2 spots in the grand final. You see these 3 blue boats that are all separated by maybe about 6 feet as they come into the first, finishing the first 500 meters, and they come into this middle section of the race course. It does look like maybe now dropping off just slightly is the boat from Boone High School, who was right there in the mix. Maybe they're dropping off just slightly as Capital City and Miami Rowing Club start moving out.
Yeah, the crew from Boone High School looks like they may be a little bit smaller or shorter in height than the other crews because their oars are a much shorter arc in the water compared to the crews from Miami and Capital City on the outside. So it looks like they're going to have to really fight with a little bit higher stroke rating to make up for their short stroke compared to the longer crews from Capital City and Miami.
Capital City's going to have to watch their race course there. They're getting precariously close to that adjacent lane in that Miami Rowing Club boat. Didn't hinder them, but got very close.
Yeah, they're really starting to slow down because every time you have to maneuver, again, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. And if you start maneuvering around in your lane, and that adds extra distance, can really slow you down. Right now on the outside, it looks like Team Tampa is starting to make a move on Boone High School and possibly getting ready to be competitive for fourth place. Our current leader continues to be Sarasota Crew, the Bowles School, and Sarasota Crew is in second. And then it's really up in the air as far as who's going to be the third and fourth qualifying crew as Team Tampa has made a move, has moved through Boone High School.
Yeah, Team Tampa, we saw them earlier have a big move in the quad race, and they're starting to really get themselves into the picture here for a qualifying position, Joe. As you saw, Sarasota Crew got a bit closer to the Bowles School, but then the Bowles School pulled away from Sarasota Crew again up front. But you can see the tremendous gap, 50 meters or so of open water between those top two and the rest of the field. Continues to be Capital City. We talked about they're not doing themselves a ton of favors with their course, but they've got enough power and speed in the boat that it hasn't mattered. They're sitting in third place. Team Tampa really may be the fastest boat on the water right now, Joe, as Team Tampa starts to close in on Capital City for third.
Yeah, I think Team Tampa has actually passed them, particularly with Capital City's steering issues. They keep on veering off to one side, and Tampa seems to be holding their course a little better. So here we go. We'll see whether or not Sarasota Crew can grind their way through the Bowles School and see Team Tampa out there, see if they can overtake Capital City for third place. This is really good racing here in this semifinal one of the girls' freshman double.
Sarasota Crew trying to send a message because they are going to try to win this thing ahead of the Bowles School, who has been winning it all the way. Sarasota Crew may have now finally pulled ahead with 5 strokes to the line. It will be very close up front between these two that have been battling. It had been the Bowles School holding on to the lead for really about 1,000 meters, but Sarasota Crew is going to end up winning it by a deck ahead of, of the Bowles School. A lot of spectators and teammates down here for both the Bowles School and Sarasota Crew rooting them on at the finish line.
Okay,
it's going to be Team Tampa.
Team Tampa is rowing very, very efficiently. Their oars are staying very close to the water, and because of that, they're connecting really quickly and has really moved through University School. Wonderful job by Team Tampa.
So unofficially, it's going to be Team Tampa and Capital City in the other qualifying positions. They will finish then ahead of Orsby, Ransom Everglades School, Miami Rowing Club, and Manatee County. Boone High School, Palm River, Miami, and Manatee County. And that was semifinal 1 of the girls' freshman double. Semifinal 2 is already on the race course, about 300 meters in. As you see this beautiful shot as the drone is coming in to these racers coming down. Again, hot lane 3 out in front, early Vero Beach. Let me set the whole field. I'm going to do it again right to left so that I'm in numerical order. Far right, lane 0 is Ransom Everglades School. Lane 1 is Orsby. Lane 2 is Miami Beach. Lane 3 is Vero Beach. Lane 4 is North Palm Beach. Lane 5 is Miami Beach Rowing Club B. Lane 6 is Oars. And then lane 7 is United Sculling. Your top 3 are pretty well settled at the moment as they come through 500 meters. It's Vero Beach, North Palm Beach, and Miami Rowing Club B in those top 3 positions. It looks like maybe on the far outside on the far left, United Sculling is sitting in 4th place, just ahead of the boat from Miami Rowing Club A in lane 2.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Oars B crew in lane 1 had a catastrophe of some kind, a boat-stopping crab, and had to regather themselves and have fallen off the back of the pack. So it looks like, again, as David indicated, our three crews in first are in lanes 3, 4, and 5, which is Vero Beach, North Palm, and Miami Beach. And then in question is the next one. It looks like Miami Beach. Correction. It looks like oars in lane.
That's Miami Beach A.
Yeah,
so
Miami Beach A is in the last qualifying position, and they're going to be going up hard against Ransom Everglades to see whether or not they'll be able to maintain that fourth qualifying position.
Yeah, it's Miami Beach A, and it's United Sculling on the far left side that have been connected. Right. Miami Beach took the lead there on United Sculling. United Sculling had a lead the last time I was commenting on the racing. So it's going back and forth for that fourth place position. They just keep trading positions. Far left is United Sculling, and on the right side, probably sitting just slightly behind United Sculling now, who's maybe taking it back, is the Miami Beach A crew. So there's two Miami Beach crews trying to qualify out of this semifinal of the girls' freshman double. Right now, just opening up on the field is Vero Beach. They've got about 2 boat lengths of open water on the field, and it's really a great, very close race for second and third between North Palm Beach and Miami Beach Rowing Club B in the blue and white boats on sort of the left center of the screen.
Yeah, as you indicated, David, the race for fourth is between Miami Beach A and United Sculling.
And that one just continues to be a back and forth race, Joe. I mean, it's really one boat takes a move, maybe they take a couple of feet on the other one, and then the other one takes it back. Sometimes they're just dead even. As they get into the island, the last 350 or so meters, who's it going to be? One of those two boats is going to have to decide. It looks like United Sculling has decided that they want to take a move. They have taken almost a length now on Miami Beach, has United Sculling. So Miami Beach is going to have to answer. Can they answer again? They've done it a bunch of times already in this race, but they're starting to lose ground. It's a big time finish being put on by United Sculling.
And there's also a big move up front. For second place, it looks like Miami Beach is now overtaking North Palm for second place. Now, the issue is way over there is Miami Beach A, and I don't even know if they can look over far enough to see what's happening with United and know that the United has moved on them. Yeah, kind of get within yourself and try to go as hard as you can. Maybe not have the situational awareness of what's going on in different places. But this crew from United Sculling is just putting the pedal to the metal. They're really sending the boat and staying very long. Nice rowing by them. So Miami Beach has now overtaken North Palm for second place. Vero Beach secured their position for first. And here along the beach, it's United Sculling. United Sculling continues to move, and they have got about 5-meter lead over Miami Beach A.
So unofficially, it's going to be Vero Beach, Miami Beach B, North Palm Beach, and United Sculling, who finishes about 3/4 of a length ahead of Miami Beach A. So that was a great race for fourth place. That was the girls' freshman doubles semifinal 2. We have one more event, 2 semifinals, to set our last final, which is the boys' freshman double. And then we're going to move straight into medals and trophies, both petite finals and grand finals for each of our events, which will go for the rest of Championship Sunday. So it's a boys' freshman double. Let me set the field for you. Right to left on the screen, far right, lane 0 is Scar. In lane 1 is Miami Beach. Lane 2 is Oars B. Lane 3 is Miami Rowing Club A. In lane 4 is Sora. Lane 5 is Manatee County. Lane 6 is Sarasota Crew B. And in Lane 7 is Miami Rowing Club B. Again, Lane 3 is out in front. That's Miami Rowing Club A. Yes.
Wow.
Wow, you can see just how far out they are. In fact, I was calling it off of the second place boat, thinking that was Miami Rowing Club. That's actually Sora, but look at the lead, Joe, as they get past 500 meters and approach halfway.
That each of those buoys is 10 meters, so you figure that's about 50 meters. They are just laying down quite a piece. And what's nice about it is that it's clean. The oars are going into the water clean, and you're not seeing a lot of splashing. They are really just good gracious. They've got this done. Now the question is, who's going to be second, third, and fourth? And as David indicated, we have in the past, we have 4 crews overlapped for those last 3 places.
35 strokes a minute is Miami Rowing Club's pace. And you can see they've got about 60 open meters back to second place. Sora. And then a tremendous race going on. 3 boats for 2 spots. It looks like in the mix there for those spots in the grand final are Manatee County Oars B and Miami Beach Rowing Club A. So we've got another one of these races that is certainly not decided in terms of who's going to move through, as we have a lot of competition for places really 2 through 5 or 2 through 6 right now. Because even second place, Sora is not in a commanding second place. They've got maybe about a length on this 3-boat overlap behind them that's trying to catch them. Looks like maybe now moving into third place, I'm going to give it to Manatee County just slightly, just to the left of Sora. But let's not forget about the fact that there is a boat leading this race right now by about 70 or 80 open meters, and that is Miami Rowing Club.
Wow. Yeah, that's quite a commanding row by these gentlemen. And if you watch them from the beach, you'll be able to see that their backs stop perfectly together at the finish. And their oars go into the water and out of the water perfectly together. That synchronicity of rowing perfectly together and stopping their body weight at the right time in the bow at the end of the stroke when their oars are coming to their body. When you stop your bodies perfectly like that, you're going to create a lot of momentum, and that will send the boat, and that may be part of how they're being so efficient. All right, so now we've got ourselves a battle royale. Second place is really solid with Sora, and then Manatee County is really making a big move on the outside. It is Miami Beach. So it's between Miami Beach and Manatee is, whoa, there they go. Manatee is really going after it. They're really reaching out there, and they continue to stay strong and long. See whether or not that's going to allow them to overtake the crew from Miami Beach.
So it's Miami across the line. They will win this boys freshman double. Semifinal 1 ahead of Sora. Then at the top of the race course, Miami Beach will get in, as will Manatee County, ahead of Oars B and ahead of Sarasota Crew B, who will finish then ahead of Miami Rowing Club B and SCAR. Quite the race. Really very competitive for those 4 positions in the A final. The other 4 boats mentioned will go to the B or Petite final. That was the penultimate semifinal of our championship Sunday. We have one more. It's the same event. It's the boys freshman double. You can see them all in the stake boats getting ready to go. Let me set the field. Furthest from the camera in the red boat, that's Vero Beach Rowing B entry. 1 lane closer to the camera is Oars A in lane 1. Lane 2 is Pinecrest. Lane 3, Sarasota Crew. Lane 4, Belen Jesuit. Lane 5 is Sebastian River High School. Lane 6, Treasure Coast. And in lane 7, closest to the camera, is Miami Beach Rowing Club B. who are the last 4 that are going to qualify at this regatta for a grand final in this boys freshman double semifinal. Everybody is sitting ready, so I assume we will go momentarily. 8 boats across, 4 places in the A final up for grabs.
Yeah, you can see that the wind is definitely coming in off of their port side off the starboard side. So they have to use their right oars in order to get straight, and we have a start. These are freshmen, and they are really rowing quite nicely. And it looks like our early leaders, based upon that, is lane 2, 3, and 5.
Here they come into the picture, charging at the drone. And as it pans back, we will see just how competitive this semifinal is early on. They've passed 250, about 300, 350 meters in to the 1,500-meter race course here at Nathan Benderson Park. These are all freshmen. Let's remember that. This is, for most of them, excuse me, the first time they have raced at a state championship for a possible state championship. The blue boat there on sort of the left center of the screen is the boat from Sebastian River. They do have the lead. Looks like Sarasota Crew starting to push into Sebastian River. They're sitting in second place as Sarasota Crew. And then look at that, 4 or 5 boats connected for places 3 through 6 behind them, Joe, or 3 through 7. So still extremely competitive at 500 meters.
Definitely. And it looks like Sarasota Crew is carrying just a little bit more speed and has started to move through Sebastian River into first place. But really, really, stroke for stroke. A little bit different technique. You see the Sebastian River boat, they're just very, very smooth and very measured, whereas the crew from Sarasota Crew is a little bit punchier, a little bit more front end. That means at the beginning of the rowing stroke, when your blade first goes into the water, they are really pushing a lot more effort there. So right now it appears that punchy stroke is doing better, and they have moved out to about a half a length over Sebastian River. And then third place is possibly Pinecrest, which is over there in lane 2 in the black boat, and the crew, which is right in between Sarasota Crew and Sebastian River, Berlin, is right even with Pinecrest for the second and third place. On the outside of on the right side of Pinecrest is Oars B, and they are still overlapped. They have down about a 4-foot deficit behind Pinecrest.
So Sarasota Crew, since the last time I spoke, took the lead. So they're leading Sebastian River now. Belen Jesuit sitting in third place to my eye. The platform on the left side is 500 meters to go. So there's 500 meters left. They've rowed the 2/3 of this race course, have these boys freshman doubles. Sarasota Crew now with about a length advantage on the boat from Sebastian River. Sebastian River with about a length on Belen Jesuit, pulling into fourth place pretty commandingly now and kind of pulling away from the other two that have been challenging it for most of the race is Pinecrest. So Pinecrest sitting in fourth place. Can either the boat from Oars or the boat from Treasure Coast get back into a possible qualifying position? It's going to take something special from one of the two to try to track down Pinecrest, who's about a length ahead at a minimum of both of them at the moment. So it's Sarasota Crew, it's Sebastian River, it's Belen Jesuit, it is Pinecrest as they hit the island and they get into the last 300 meters.
What's going to be interesting to see is whether or not Belen is going to overtake Sebastian River in this last 30 strokes. They've moved up their rating, and we'll see whether or not their punchy stroke allows them to overtake Sebastian River. Sebastian River's in the blue boat with the bright hats. Belen is in the white boat. So here we go. We got ourselves a nice little battle for second place, and it looks like Belen is a little bit quicker. Sebastian River is longer. And Belen has moved through them.
We're going to have 3 boats connected at the finish line for places 1 through 3. We haven't had that yet today, although I bet you we're going to see it in some of the finals. It's Sarasota Crew, who's going to win it by about a half a length over Belen Jesuit, who will finish second about 3/4 of a length ahead of Sebastian River. And then it's going to be Pinecrest finishing in the last qualifying position. They will do that ahead of Oars and the boat from Miami Beach, who ended in a photo finish there, as well as Treasure Coast and Vero Beach B. So that's going to conclude our semifinals here at Championship Sunday of the 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships. So now all of our finals are set, and that's what we're going to have from here on out. We're going to have finals. So we will start, and you can see them in the blocks already, with the B final of the girls varsity quad. So these are the fastest of the girls boats this event is, and we're going to have the B final or petite final, and then the grand final is going to kick off our finals. So let me set the field for you. Looks like we've got 6 boats across in this one. In lane 1, furthest from the camera, is Vero Beach. Lane 2, Sarasota Scullers. Lane 3 is Sarasota Crew B. Lane 4, Team Tampa. Lane 5, Treasure Coast Rowing Club. And in lane 6 is Team Tampa B. So 2 Team Tampa boats in this one. You've got 8 teammates that are going to row against each other. These are the girls varsity quads, and here they go.
And these are for places 9 through 15 in the state of Florida. We have an 8-boat final. And it looks like we've got a really excellent start by Team Tampa A. We'll get a better view once we're have an overhead from the drone. It's probably changing his battery. Clean start from all of our crews. This is in view is Team Tampa B, Treasure Coast, and Team Tampa A. Nice starting sequence by the Treasure Coast. And these are our right-hand crews, the ones closest to the Regatta Island. We have yet to see our other crews, which are Vero Beach, Sarasota Scullers, and Sarasota Crew, but we'll get them shortly.
Yeah, so on the right side of the screen, that's Team Tampa B. Center of the screen there was Treasure Coast. And you can see all 6 boats in that shot. It looks like maybe to my eye, Team Tampa A is in the lead. Hard to say exactly. But again, it's 6 boats across, as Joe said, for places 9 through 15 in the state of Florida in this girls varsity quad boat class for 2023. And we expect really most of these finals, even the B final, should be very competitive. There obviously are prior rounds of racing that then get these boats into these finals. So they match up pretty well from a timing perspective.
What I think is very illustrative, if you look carefully on our monitor or our Jumbotron, you can see the wakes of these boats. And you can see some of these boats have a very, very straight wake, whereas others are kind of zigzagging back and forth. Those boats that are maintaining a very, very straight wake are obviously going to go a little bit shorter distance and be more efficient. And that's what we're seeing certainly with Team Tampa A. They have got a little bit of a lead over Sarasota Crew and are steering very, very straight, which is very, very helpful. And we now have our drone shot, our shot from overhead from our finish line camera, but we can still see the Team Tampa B in the black unis and the white boat with the white oars still has a lead and is steering very, very nicely. And on their right-hand side or on their port side is the crew from Sarasota Crew in white with the pink hats. So very, very good racing from our two lead crews. And right now it's very, very close for third place between Sarasota Scullers over there in lane 1 in the purple boat. We'll see how that plays out as we start getting a little bit better view as we come down. So it looks like Team Tampa right there in the lead.
Treasure Coast is right there with them.
Treasure Coast is right there with them, and then Sarasota Crew is back. Yeah.
So those are your top three. Those are the boats you see in the picture. Obviously, you can see the gap back is fairly considerable after these top three.
Wow.
So Treasure Coast sitting a deck behind Team Tampa. What are they going to do about it, and when are they going to do it? Because they have 400 meters left to try to win a race here at the 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships. Winning a race is winning a race, Joe. It may be a B final or petite final, but winning a race is something you're going to remember for the rest of your life. It doesn't make any difference if it's a petite final or the grand final. You want to go out there and win the race. Right now, it continues to just be a deck for Team Tampa over Treasure Coast, but Treasure Coast looks like they're starting to take it up just a little bit. Maybe I can get some stroke ratings we can compare. It's getting a little bit closer. Treasure Coast kind of squeezing in, maybe taking a couple of inches every stroke. Here they come into the red buoys.
Yeah, they are just stroke for stroke, and it looks like Team Tampa A has held them off and maybe started to push them back a little bit. What do you think?
Yeah, 36 strokes a minute for Team Tampa. 36 strokes a minute for Treasure Coast. But you're right. I think Treasure Coast squeezed into Team Tampa. Team Tampa didn't like it. Either that or they already had a planned move, and that planned move got them a pretty good advantage here, about 3/4 of a length, that it looks like they're going to hold in the last 6 strokes to the line. So it looks like it is going to be Team Tampa winning a race here at the 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships, winning the petite final of the girls varsity quad, a length at the finish line ahead of Treasure Coast. Treasure Coast is going to finish a couple boat lengths of open water ahead of Sarasota Crew, who catches a crab there in the last couple of strokes, but they will certainly still finish third. Then it's going to be the purple boat there of Sarasota Scullers, who will finish ahead of Vero Beach, and then Team Tampa B. So that was the petite final of the girls varsity quad. The next race is the A final of the girls varsity quad. It's 8 boats across. It's the fastest girls boats that we have out here. They are all sitting ready, so let me go through the field very quickly as they're about to go. Furthest from the camera, lane 0 is First Coast. In lane 1 is Sebastian River. Lane 2, Plant High School. Lane 3, Sarasota Crew. Lane 4, First Coast B. Lane 5, Miami Beach. Lane 6, Gainesville. And in lane 7, closest to the camera in that shot, is St. Thomas Aquinas High School. Who's going to take the lead early, and are they going to be able to maintain the lead for 1,500 meters? That's what we're going to find out. You see a good picture there of both Miami Beach and Gainesville in the picture currently as they charge away from the stake boats. And then coming into the picture there is St. Thomas Aquinas in the gold jerseys on the far right side. This one is going to be fast and furious, Joe, and I think it's going to be a real battle for the medals as we see them moving away from that start line camera.
Wow, it's really seen some very nice sculling. What I'm looking for is I'm watching to see where they're carrying any tension as they're coming up on the recovery.
So in the picture, right side, it's Gainesville, and it is Miami Beach Rowing Club. As soon as we can get some sort of overhead or side shot, we'll let you know who's actually winning this very important race for the team trophy, this girls varsity quad. But they're 500 meters in. You see a picture there of Plant High School and Sebastian River. And in that gold boat with the pink hats, that's Sarasota Crew. Just to their right is First Coast. So we're kind of panning through the field here, but we don't really know what's going on in terms of who is out in front, unfortunately. But as soon as we have that kind of information, we'll be able to give it to you. It does look like, to me, as I look down the race course, I can tell you Sarasota Crew is out. Are they winning? Yes, it does appear that they are winning now that we've got the drone back into play, and they've got open water on the field, does Sarasota Crew. Second place looks like the boat a couple lanes over from Sarasota Crew, Miami Beach Rowing Club. Miami Beach with about a half a length on the blue boat on the right side of the screen, which is Sebastian River. Sebastian River with about a half a length on Plant High School. Medals very much still in question behind Sarasota Crew at the moment, who coming through the halfway point does have a commanding lead, 20 or so open meters on the rest of the field. Look at this race going on for the bronze medal, Joe, in the adjacent lanes. The blue boat, the gold boat, Sebastian River, Plant High School.
That's a stroke for stroke. That can be just so exciting because they are right beside each other. They can look over and see each other, and they can feed each other energy. So that's just super fun when you're side by side like somebody like that, and then you've got to maintain your composure and stay in your lane. And it looks like right now that the crew from Plant has made a move and is starting to move away a little bit from Sebastian River, but solidly in second place is Miami.
Yeah, MRC definitely in second place with open water, back to third place right now, Plant High School. Plant High School, as you said, moved away a little bit. They've got a little, maybe 3/4 of a length now on Sebastian River. So what does Sebastian River have to throw back at Plant High School in the last 400 meters? As I talk about that, I'm also seeing First Coast B get into the mix just a little bit. They're starting to maybe even get very close to even with Sebastian River. Does First Coast B have some sort of special finish here where they're going to be able to track down Plant High School for the bronze medal? This is the A final, the varsity girls quad. This is 4 medals and a trophy. Right now it's Sarasota Crew's to lose, as they are 25 open meters ahead of second place Miami Beach.
The efficiency of the Sarasota Crew women's or girls quad is just beautiful to watch. If you look at them, watch the distance between their heads, how all the distance between their heads is exactly the same, how all the bodies stop exactly together. And the other part of it was really great is they take their time to place the blade in the water. The blade is covered by the water, and then they press. And that really gives them a tremendously long stroke, and they're incredibly efficient. A beautiful row from Sarasota Crew.
Sarasota Crew is going to win our first gold medal of the day. They're doing it in the girls varsity quad as they cross the line about 3 boat lengths of open water ahead of second place. Silver medal is going to be Miami Beach Rowing Club. And Miami Beach is going to finish about 4 or 5 boat lengths ahead of Plant High School, who's going to take the bronze medal unofficially. And they will do it with a little bit of open water ahead of First Coast B, who did track down and pass Sebastian River, who will finish 5th in the state of Florida. Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I have others. All right, we're now getting ready for our next race, which will be the petite final or B final of the boys varsity 4. This is an 8-boat race. This will be for places 9 through 16 in the state of Florida. I'll set you up. In lane 0 is Berkeley Prep, Sora, Pinecrest. In the middle is favorite Manatee County, Plant High School. Beside them, Mel High, Tampa, and the Bowl School. So as we've seen in the past, lane 3 is seated well, and that is Manatee County rather, and Manatee County has the lead.
So it's Manatee County in the lead. You can see it looks like the top deck's there. So the part of the boat that's visible is both blue and black, maybe. It's a nice paint job on that boat because it's different. But they are certainly out in front. They've got a little bit of open water, does Manatee County, in this petite final of the boys varsity quad. This event, these are the fastest boys boats that you will see all day long. And at this regatta are these next 2 races. This one, the petite final, and then the A or grand final. So it continues to be Manatee County. Second place continues to be Plant High School. Plant High School about a half a length ahead of Melbourne High School. Sitting in third place. Melbourne High School about a length ahead of Tampa Prep. Tampa Prep maybe half a length ahead of Pinecrest. So you can see this chevron or arrowhead pattern that we have in this amazing drone shot from above here at Nathan Benderson Park. You see that platform on the left, that's 500 meters. So these boats are approaching now the halfway point in this race. And it's a 1,500 meter race here at the 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships on our otherwise 2,000 meter race course here at Nathan Benderson Park. Continue to pull away just a couple of inches every stroke is your leader, Manatee County.
Just some absolutely beautiful rowing, and it's interesting to watch the relative speed of some of our crews. And one of the things to look for as you're looking on the Jumbotron, or later on when you might be watching this on YouTube, is see the puddles or wash that is created by the oars in the water. And I'll give you an idea. See how Manatee's oars come a little bit up the shaft, which means that they're placing their blades at a really good depth so that they're ensured that they get full purchase or connection with the water. When you're rowing, you're actually not pulling the boat by. You're actually placing the blade in the water, and the oars, the end of the oars, anchor in the water. And as you push, you are actually moving the boat past the oars. The oars only slip in the water about maybe 12 inches at the very most. So what you want to do is you want to make sure that you're doing like the Manatee boat is doing, placing the blades in the water, getting a good connection, and then pushing the boat past the fulcrum, which is where the blades are anchored in the water. Again, these blades only slip maybe about a foot. So again, they grab the water, you hold on to the water, and you push the boat by you. A lot of people think that this is a rowing stroke is pulling, where in fact 75% or so of the power comes from pushing with the legs. You'll watch our athletes straighten out their arms and then hold them. And when they do that, that gives them the ability to hang on the oar. And we're seeing some hanging on the oar coming up really nicely. Here comes Plant High School. They're going to try to come through Manatee. There goes Plant. And Manatee, see if they can hang on. It's going to be close. Manatee has about a length. Will Plant be able to walk through? They have a history of really going for it. Let's see if it can happen in this, our varsity 4 petite final.
Yeah, what I was looking at is the strike rate, and Manatee County is lower than Plant High School, and it looks like they're going to continue to maintain a lower pace, and they are still going to win the B final, the petite final of the boys varsity quad by 3/4 of a length ahead of Plant High School. So those two boats respectively will finish 9th and 10th in the state of Florida in the boys varsity quad. And then it's going to be Melbourne High School with a great second half of the race. Melbourne High School is going to finish 3rd. Good race going on here right in front of us between Tampa Prep and the Bulls School B. It's going to come right down to the line. It might be who's in the water. Looks like Tampa Prep's just going to edge out Bulls School B by about 2 feet. And then it's going to be South Orlando finishing ahead of Pinecrest and Berkeley Prep. That was the petite final of the boys varsity quad. The next race on the race course will be the grand final of the boys varsity quad.
This is where hardware gets awarded.
Yep, and it will be the likely, unless the conditions change dramatically, the fastest race of our entire day. As you can see, the boats, they have not pulled into the stake docks yet. So we do have a few minutes. I like that shot because it was from the drone, because it was showing you everything at the start line. Typically when we have the shot from the side, you're not seeing the official who's actually calling the starts, the platform, but you can see it there. It's right in the middle. It's a big platform that is in between the stake docks and the boats, and that's a great shot of what it looks like. It's a platform that's on a dock, and that is where the start gets called. And as we've said before, there's a flag that is involved, and it's actually the dropping of the flag that is the official start of the race, regardless of what comes out of the official's mouth.
And the judge referee with the megaphone right there, she is telling the crews what she wants them to do as they make their approach, and summon them to the start line, giving them an idea of how much time it is before the start goes. And she really has control of that whole area, and she's watching the clock. She's watching the crews, make sure everybody is getting ready to go. And when you're bowing that boat, like I have several times in racing, there's a crew from Miami Rowing Club. That person is in charge of watching his boat go in between those two stake boats, and they're going to get between. He'll go between lane 3, and lane 4, and then stop his boat, and then back down. And we just saw another crew go in there. There's one of our stake boat holders. They all have those walkie-talkie system with the speakers and the microphones. And over there to the left, if we could pan over to the left from the drone, we can see where the aligner is on the wave attenuator. And the aligner person right there is watching, looking down there, and making sure that every single one of the bows on the boats are even, so nobody has an advantage at the start. And she has a white flag, she or he has a white flag, and when she feels that everybody is aligned, she will raise that white flag, which will then take the control of all those boats and transfer it from her position over there where the aligner is back over to the start platform where the starter will take place. So once they get them all even, white flag will go up, which will signal the starter and the starting platform that we're getting ready to go. We can see the last two boats in lane 1 and lane 2 backing in. There's some interesting numbers. They're supposed to be lane. Oh, that's right. They did not change the bow numbers. They still have the same bow numbers from before. But anyway, here's a great shot where you can see all 8 crews getting ready to go. And the crew from Sarasota crew is just kind of tapping his oar. He's looking behind over his shoulder, and he wants to make sure that it's pointed. Wonderful shot there from our finish line camera. Now you can see some of the oars are kind of not parallel, or waiting for the judge, the starter, to call them forward, and all of a sudden you're going to see all crews have their oars probably at half or 3/4 slide. That's the length of the rowing stroke for the first one. And when they all go forward, it tells you we're just about ready to start. Being out there on the water, this can be an incredibly tense time. You want to make sure the most important stroke is the first stroke. You want to make sure that your oar is in the water clean. One of the worst things you can do is put your oar but not have it completely covered, and that's called washing out, and that can turn the boat sideways and really put you in a bad position. So the first stroke is really, really important. You want to make sure that you place your blade completely in the water, and that you are very clean when you do the first strokes. Normally do a starting sequence of like a 3/4 stroke followed by a half, and then you lengthen and lengthen, which means the oars stroke length gets a little bit longer. You don't want to go really hard for the first stroke because you won't be able to move the boat. There's so much inertia. But then as you keep on going in the higher strokes that follow, your high 20 or whatever, you're continuing to concentrate and making the boat go faster and faster. So it looks like they're starting to get ready. Okay, we're getting ready. The oars are ready. And we watch the young man from Berkeley Prep just kind of touching it. Stake boat holders are just holding those boats. A beautiful shot. And we're off. There's a lengthened stroke, a lengthened stroke, and a lengthened stroke. Now they're at full strength, full length, and they're trying to get the boat up to speed as fast as they can. And then we see the crew from Berkeley Prep in the gold boat, in the white boat, trying to move on out. Okay, it looks like our early leader is in lane 2, which would be Vero Beach. And the middle,
Joe,
middle of the pack.
I was looking at the boats as they were in the stake docks, and it looks to me like we've got some different lanes for some of these crews that might make it fairly challenging for us as they come down. But you see a gold boat that's out in front. I do believe that boat with the all-white blades, including the shafts, is Sarasota crew. But that other boat next to them is not another Sarasota crew boat. So I think they're really trying to make it difficult. But look at how competitive this is up front. 4 boats separated by like a quarter of a boat length. Right now in this boys varsity quad, these things charging down the race course, going extremely fast. The only boats that you'll ever see faster are 8s, and they're not even all that much faster than these quads are. So if I had to guess, I do believe that maybe is a Belen Jesuit boat that's out in front. It's a gold boat with gold blades. That boat just to the right of the one that's clearly in front does look like Sarasota crew. And the boat to the right of them does look like Miami Rowing Club. That's not what it says on our sheet here, but I believe those are your medalists at the moment. And as they come through 500 meters, they are so close to one another. Sarasota crew sitting in 3rd place is probably only about 4 feet behind the other 2 boats. So this is incredibly competitive, a great race so far. Hopefully it remains this way all the way down the race course, with all these athletes going for a trophy and medals here at the 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships from Nathan Benderson Park. If you're watching at home on YouTube, my name is David Wyan. I'm joined by Joe Dobson. We are in the finish line tower at Nathan Benderson Park calling these races for you. And this is the quote-unquote premier event. I would maybe argue otherwise, but it's the boys varsity quad grand final. And up front, nobody is really deciding to take a decisive move between these three boats that I believe are Belen Jesuit, Sarasota Crew, and Miami Rowing Club, left to right as Sarasota Crew squeezes in. This is stroke for stroke, three boats, 500 meters left. This one could come right down to a photo finish potentially. Who's going to make a move? Who's going to go? None of them have tried anything yet in these medal positions up front. Wow, what a race. Who's going to go? When are they going to do it? Are they going to do it with rating? Are they going to do it with power first? Nobody yet has really wound it up. Miami may be trying to start taking the stroke rating up. Everybody is still there. This would be a photo finish if it ended right now. They are 300 meters from the finish line in the boys varsity quad. And who's going to have the most speed in the last 250? They're in the red buoys. They know that they've got to go now if they want to win a state championship. It's Belen Jesuit. It is Miami. It is Sarasota Crew. I believe in that order, but they are not separated by much, maybe about 2 seats total amongst these boats. Here they come. Can Belen hang on? Miami is really going. Sarasota Crew trying to put on a charge, but definitely sitting in third place. It is Belen Jesuit. They have the lead. They are really winding it up. They're using the stroke rating, and I think they're going to win a state championship in the boys varsity quad. It's going to be Belen Jesuit finishing ahead of Miami Rowing Club and Sarasota Crew in that order for the medals here at the state championship. So Belen, Miami, Sarasota Crew, 1, 2, 3. Then it's Miami Beach. And then it's, I believe, a photo finish between Vero Beach and the Bowl School. Then ahead of, I think, Team Tampa and Sarasota Crew B. So they really did a number trying to throw me off, but I think we figured it out as they came down. But what a race. 3 connected boats there at the finish line for the medals. Belen Jesuit edging out Miami Rowing Club and Sarasota Crew in the boys varsity quad grand final.
All right, it looks like this is race U, which is our petite final of the girls double. Our leader appears to be in lane 3, which is St. Thomas Aquinas. Back a little bit is Berkeley Prep. Our second place boat is in lane 1, which is Team Tampa. Trailing the field is a Palm River on the outside. Gainesville is tied for third place along with Berkeley Prep.
So it is St. Thomas Aquinas out of Fort Lauderdale out in front. You can see the orange boat, that's Team Tampa on the right side, sitting in second place. This is the petite final of the girls' varsity double. A great race going on for third place, Joe.
Exactly. Palm River is also playing in there as well. We're seeing Team Tampa in second place. Our leader is St. Thomas Aquinas. A great race for third place between Berkeley Prep, Gainesville, and I think probably Mel High. Correct my last. It appears to be Palm River. Looks like Mel High is off the pace back a little bit. And this is the petite final, race U of the girls varsity double here at beautiful Nathan Benderson Park. And St. Thomas Aquinas continues to press their advantage in that beautiful blue boat.
Looks like Berkeley Prep is the boat that has moved into third place, away from the other two that were basically the same speed as them about 200 meters ago. We had 3 boats across. It's not a huge third place advantage for that boat from Berkeley Prep, but it does exist. Excuse me. Then it's Gainesville, then it's Melbourne High School appear to be the boats in that order at the moment. As they come down the race course, actually, it is not Melbourne High School. It is Palm River Training Center. Melbourne High School did not show up. We have a vacant lane there that one of the safety launches is using. But it continues to be St. Thomas Aquinas leading this thing. They now have open water. As they get into the last 300 meters, they're going to start seeing the red buoys soon. In this petite final of the girls' varsity double at the 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships from Nathan Benderson Park. Fairly spaced out field. Excuse me. I guess maybe they just weren't in the picture. So I apologize. Melbourne High School is in the race, and they're actually ahead of Palm River Training Center. So it's again a spaced out field. St. Thomas Aquinas trying to go start to finish and win the B final. Second place continues to be the boat from Team Tampa, their A entry.
All of the information for these different lanes is available on Regatta Central. So if you want to have updated information, please go to Regatta Central, find the Florida Scholastic Sculling Championships, and we're going to watch a very, very nice row from St. Thomas Aquinas as these young ladies power through into ninth place in the state of Florida, followed by Team Tampa. Berkeley Prep's going to come in for third. Fourth is going to be Mel High. And getting back into the swing of things is Gainesville. Our next race on the water is race V, which is the girls' varsity double final, and they are already off. And it looks like our early leader may be hard to determine.
In the picture there is Miami Beach.
Oh, wow, this is good.
It does look like Miami Beach actually is the leader as well.
Yeah, lane 5, Miami Beach has the lead, followed by a whole passel of everybody all connected. Lane 7.
Yeah, maybe far left, Edgewater. Edgewater is right there for a medal along with the boat from Ransom Everglades School. But look at this. Everybody is within, as we say, striking distance of medals, with the exception of maybe just the boats from Miami Beach, the B boat, as well as the boat from Academy of the Holy Names. They're going to have to find a good middle half to get back into the mix. But everybody is there still for medals up front. And, in fact, right now, putting on a big push, it looks like Ransom Everglades School maybe trying to take the lead away from Miami Beach. But this is a great race, as we expect in these A finals, these grand finals. This is the girls' varsity double grand final. And up front, it is now dead level between Ransom Everglades School and Miami Beach.
With Sarasota Crew knocking on the door. Now, Sarasota Crew normally maintains a nice steady state. They probably have a speed coach, and they have identified a pace they want to do. And they have the history of just being patient, and then the last 500 or so trying to grind their way through the other crews. But our fastest crew on the water right now remains Ransom Everglades, that has made their way past Miami Beach, and Sarasota Crew is inching their way towards second place, trying to overtake Ransom Everglades. Then on the outside, we have
Ransom Everglades School now has open water on the field, trying to win a state championship in the girls' varsity double. They're past halfway. They're approaching that platform, which will be 500 meters to go. Then they're going to pick up the island. It's currently Ransom Everglades School in the lead. It's Sarasota Crew, who has now taken over second place, silver medal position. They have gotten past the boat from Miami Beach, who was leading early. Miami Beach is still sitting in a third place bronze medal position. They're the boat that's trying to track down Miami Beach right now is the Bowles School. And just adjacent to the Bowles School, right side of the screen in the blue boat, is University School. Those are your top 5. 3 medals are up for grabs here in the girls' varsity double grand final. And it is Ransom Everglades School now opening up water on the field, more than a length of open water. So they've got a good commanding lead as they come into the last 300 meters. They're going to try to play defense. They're going to try to make sure they minimize mistakes and keep their speed. And then they're going to win a state championship, they hope, here in the girls' varsity double.
Yeah, Sarasota Crew is about one and a half beats higher than Ransom Everglades. They're trying to pull in, but Ransom Everglades really is staying very long. They're taking a really tremendous reach where they're moving their hands really far apart. Hanging on for third place is going to be very interesting. We've got Miami Beach trying to hang on for third place, whereas the Bowles School is trying.
All right, it's going to be Ransom Everglades School winning a state championship in the girls' varsity double. Silver medal, Sarasota Crew. Bronze medal, Miami Beach. And then it's the Bowles School finishing in 4th place, just ahead of University School. Then coming across the line in front of us, lane 7, Edgewater High School will finish ahead of, this is going to be almost a photo finish, maybe Academy of the Holy Names, just slightly ahead of Miami Beach Rowing Club B in the grand final of the girls varsity double. What a race by Ransom Everglades. They've just had a second half that was unmatchable by any of the other crews, and they're going to take home a trophy in the girls varsity double. Is Ransom Everglades School. They're going to take it back to Coconut Grove with them. Here we go. We've got, again, 8 boats across. This is the petite final of the boys varsity double.
Yeah, this is race number Whiskey or W. Top lane is Melbourne, followed by Boone, Tampa Prep, First Coast, Treasure Coast, Ransom Everglades, United Sculling, and then Team Tampa. All right.
Oh,
now,
look at this race early, Joe. This is a very competitive race as they get through sort of their high strokes and getting the boat up to speed, and they start to settle into a quote-unquote race cadence or whatever they're going to try to hold. Looking at this boat that is leading right now, this boat from Tampa Prep, we saw it yesterday. The stroke man drags the blades. That is not helping boat speed, but they're still winning currently. This petite final of the boys varsity double is Tampa Prep just slightly, maybe by about a foot or so over Treasure Coast at the moment.
Yeah, I'm seeing that Treasure Coast is going to be a little bit more efficient, but with a lot less drag. Now, the dragging of the oar will just really take the power out of you because you use so much energy to push your oar forward on recovery. But in the meantime, it is First Coast and Ransom Everglades in a threatening position trying to move in. So here comes right in the middle between Tampa Prep and Treasure Coast. Here comes First Coast. First Coast is starting to make a move, and they are really the fastest boat on the water. And these 3 crews are line abreast. They can look over and see each other. They can feel each other's presence. They can watch each other's puddle. And this is where the rubber meets the road, where these 3 crews are going to battle their way down to see who gets to be the first boat across for our petite final, which is for places 9 through 16 in the state of Florida. Now, what's happening is that impact of the dragging of the oars is really starting to wear on Tampa Prep, and they're starting to move back a little bit. But in the meantime, right now, it is First Coast and Treasure Coast locked in a battle royale.
What a race up front for the top 4 positions. Because even still right there is the boat from Ransom Everglades. They've got a shot if they can find a great second half. So it's halfway done is this petite final of the boys varsity double. And just kind of trading places up front are the boats from First Coast and Treasure Coast. And they have gotten ahead of that boat from Tampa Prep. And they just are going back and forth, as I said, as you see a bird in between the drone and the boats as they come down and they approach the last 500 meters.
Yeah, they're right at 750, David. You can really see a beautiful shot. And if you're looking down on the water from there on Regatta Beach, you can get an idea of the beautiful wakes that you can see coming off the sterns of these boats. And the chevron is alive and well, a great arrow point. So right now they're locked into a battle where First Coast and Treasure Coast, and it looks like to me that
First Coast definitely has the advantage. You can see it's about a half a length.
Right.
First Coast ahead of Treasure Coast. And then you can see now there is open water back. There wasn't open water, but there is now back to 3rd place, which continues to be Tampa Prep. And falling off the pace just a little bit is Ransom Everglades. They had a good first half. They're still sitting in 4th place, don't get me wrong, but they are dropping back just a little bit from these 3 boats up front. So making that big move there was First Coast. It got them half a length, but they're just sitting on this half a length right now ahead of Treasure Coast. I can tell you, being in boat races, that's not a terribly comfortable position to be in with only a half a length, but at least they are in the lead and they know that they can counter any moves that they see happening from that boat behind them.
Yeah, I can see that the First Coast crew, particularly their stroke man, really is reaching out. What the tendency that you have as you get tired as you're rowing along, particularly in a race like this, is to what's called shorten up. In other words, you don't feel your thighs come up against your chest. Your hands don't go as far apart as they used to. That stroke man in that First Coast crew is really doing a great job continuing to get his hands separated enough so the handles are actually wider than the boat, and that width and that length in the water allows them a longer impetus, and they continue to walk away almost to open water.
So here it is, First Coast and Treasure Coast, the two coasts, same coast, and they're going to finish up here. And will they be connected at the finish line? They were the whole race, but then First Coast just got a half a length lead, and they are going to actually finish with a couple of feet of open water and win the petite final of the boys varsity double ahead of Treasure Coast. And then they will finish ahead of Tampa Prep. Tampa Prep will finish then ahead of Ransom Everglades School, who will finish ahead of Boone High School. And then we've got United Sculling finishing ahead of both Melbourne High School and Team Tampa, who looks like they may have an equipment issue. I think they're just rowing with only one rower down the race course just a little bit adjacent to the island. So,
well, this next race, race X-ray, let me set it up. In lane 0 is Halifax. Then next down is University School, Miami Rowing Club, Miami Beach Rowing Club, another Miami Rowing Club boat. So we have 3 crews from Miami in lanes 2, 3, and 4. 5 is oars, and then we have 2 crews on the outside from Sarasota crew. So it's going to be a very, very interesting race. This is for the final of the boys double, and we can see that they are lined up, getting ready to go. Hi, Joe.
all right, we're on the race course with the A final, the grand final, the boys varsity double for a trophy and medals and the crown of state champion in the state of Florida. And your early leader appears to be the boat in lane 3.
Miami Beach. This is an extremely competitive race. Normally, by this time, we will see some of the slower crews drop off, but we're seeing that our whole field appears to be connected. That means if you look at them, there's no open water if you look at the whole field. So extremely competitive race. Our early leader is still Miami Beach in lane 3. And then over 2 lanes is
looks like Sarasota crew in lane 6 is sitting in second place.
Exactly.
And rowing really nicely, very, very straight, and the blade work looks great in the Sarasota crew boat. But they are definitely sitting in second place. Third place is, I think, the boat adjacent to them.
Oars. Yeah.
Which you're right, is oars.
Wow. The only crew that appears to be kind of dropping off a little bit is in lane 1, the University School. You see, if you're watching on the Jumbotron, they're in the blue boat dropping off a little bit. But if you see the rest of the boats, they're really connected. The other crew that seems to be dropping off would be the Sarasota B crew over there in lane 7, which is closest to the beach.
So continues to be Miami Beach Rowing Club, lane 3, trying to win a state championship in the boys varsity double. It's Sarasota Crew still hanging on to second place in lane 6. They're going to get a little bit more of a boost from the crowd simply because they'll be closer to the crowd, closer to the beach coming down. Sarasota Crew maybe 3/4 of a length advantage on continued third place, which is Oars in lane 5. And then it's really close for 4th, 5th, 6th place. And will it get even closer for even maybe the bronze or the silver medals? As I say that, Sarasota Crew is starting to close the gap a little bit on Miami Beach. There are 2 lanes in between the two, so does Miami Beach know what's going on? They don't have so much of a lead that they don't have to really look to their left to see where Sarasota Crew stands. So it is Miami Beach. They're hanging on. They're coming into the last 500 meters. Again, to try to win a state championship in the boys varsity double. Sarasota Crew continued second place, Oars continued third place, maybe a full length ahead of Miami Rowing Club sitting in 4th.
So the question really becomes, will Sarasota Crew live up to their history of being able to grind into the last 500 meters and find some speed and overtake our leader, Miami Beach Rowing Club? On the port side of a Sarasota Crew is Oars, and they are solidly in third place. So here we go. Will Sarasota Crew be able to grind their way back into and overcome Miami Beach? Will Miami Beach be able to look over their left shoulder and see Crew coming and be able to respond? So here we go in the last
the crew that's really
meters.
moving is Miami Rowing Club, trying to get into the mix. They're sitting in 4th place, but they're really moving to the point where they are pushing Oars into Sarasota Crew. So this is getting even closer as they get closer to us. They're in the last 200 meters. It's still Miami Beach. They're going to win a state championship in the boys varsity double. They will go start to finish if they can hang on. Sarasota Crew pushing it. They are closest to the beach. They're still sitting in second place. But as I said, the boats right behind them are getting pushes. Oars is getting pushed very hard by Miami Rowing Club, and it's making Oars go a little bit faster. Are they going to be able to track down Sarasota Crew? I think they're probably just going to run out of water, but it's going to be close. It's going to be Miami Beach for a state championship in the boys varsity double. They will finish a full length ahead of Sarasota Crew, who will finish with the silver medal, half a length ahead of Oars for the bronze, who will finish half a length ahead of Miami Rowing Club, who will finish in 4th place. Then ahead of, it looks like the University School, another Miami Rowing Club, the B entry, another Sarasota Crew, their B entry, and then the boat from Halifax.
Okay.
MVP Summer Camp Pal. We had fun this year at summer camp.
We just wrapped up our 12th week of summer camp last night, so we are, that is the most camps we've ever offered in one summer, and it went really well. I couldn't have asked for it to gone better. Our staff gets all the credit. They were out there on the front lines every day and extremely flexible given everything we had to manage this summer, so we're elated. It went this well. We're hoping to continue momentum, and we've got MVP mini camps coming up. We've got them in October, November, and December. We still have freshwater fishing. We'll have one-day paddle adventure camps. We're going to have a one-day archery and fishing camp, and then we'll have some 3- and 4-day camps. So similar but different structure.
The fun continues this winter and fall with MVP mini camps. To learn more, go to mvpcamp.com. See you here!
To make us a stronger team and make lifelong friends, and to have fun at the park. Help us to be safe and confident on the water. To help us stay strong and fit.
To help us stay healthy.
Camps in the park.
Okay, just a reminder to everybody here in the venue, even though it is only 82 degrees and we do have light winds, we do have a beautiful clear sky, and it's very easy to become dehydrated as well as get some sunburn here in Florida. So let's make sure that everybody has some sunscreen and that you continue to drink, particularly the athletes. It's very, very important you stay hydrated. I know when I was racing at Masters Nationals, I think I went through about a half gallon of Gatorade in 3 hours. But you really should stay hydrated, and your performance will be much, much better if you do that. And also everybody else here in the venue. And for those people that have dogs, make sure that you get plenty of water for them as well. So here we are in beautiful Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida. Just another ho-hum day in paradise, where every meal's a banquet and every day's a holiday. So let's continue to enjoy our little break before we get going for the girls' varsity single petite final, which is coming up shortly. One of the things we have to recognize in every single regatta is the importance of the people that run the regatta. We have our judge referees that are here to utilize the rules of rowing to make sure that the rowing is both safe and fair. And we have our local organizing committee that spends all the time getting the regatta together and operating it. And then the unsung heroes, which I want to sing about right now, are our volunteers. These are the people that may be here in Sarasota or from the parent organization, Florida Scholastic Rowing Association, that are going down and occupying those incredibly important positions, like the stake boat holders. We see the lane 4 and 5 stake boat holders sitting down there waiting for the boats to come in. Without these stake boat holders, without the people driving the launches, without the judge referees to make sure things are safe, our finish line people, start line people, all those wonderful people that are in the tent where the food is for the volunteers, all these people working together make what we do here at Nathan Benderson Park so very, very special. And to give your sons and daughters the best possible rowing experience, which is available in the United States. While we're still enjoying our break, it's now time for you to go over and check out our vendor village. We have several vendors that can provide food and drink. We have our wonderful vendor from Nathan Benderson Park, so you can pick up your NBP gear. U.S. Rowing certified attire, our event T-shirt vendor, other opportunities to see good equipment. I see Live to Row down there, who has some ergs, and Easy Dock. There's nothing better than a good dock that you can walk down and not fall all over the place that you could use in order to launch and recover your boats. So please take the time to check out Vendor Village. Please take the time to make sure that you're able to police up your area and use our receptacles. We've got a dedicated crew of people that operate and maintain the park, and we really appreciate your help in helping them get their job done. So again, let's enjoy this wonderful, beautiful day here at Nathan Benderson Park, the home of world-class rowing. And as we see our wonderful stake boat holders going down there, going to the start, and they're such an integral part of our ability to run the regatta. And if you ever want a chance to really get a chance to see racing and just the glory, all the different colors, the speed, the power, the excitement of a race, volunteer to be a stake boat holder, and you won't be sorry. We give you these. We provide you these mats that you can lay on. It's nice and soft. It's like a big, thick yoga mat, and your position down there is just so very, very important. And you get to see up close the sport that you just can't see any other way. So please, for those of you that have been stake boat holders, thank you very much. For those of you that are out there that are stake boat holders, thank you. And for those who will be stake boat holders, again, thanks ahead. Remember, there are three different kinds or four different kinds of scullers in the world. Those that have flipped their boats, those that are going to flip their boats, and liars. But that may or may not be applicable here. But now we have a great shot from our friend, the drone pilot, who's maneuvering around, give us an idea of what it looks like when you're down there below the start line, waiting for the starting official people there in that platform to call you to come up all together to get into your lanes. I had a particularly memorable situation. I was racing at the World Rowing Masters Regatta this last year in Le Born, France, and my partner and I were here, the same relative position, waiting to go into our lane for our race. And it had just been after Queen Elizabeth had died. And we're sitting there, and all of a sudden everything stopped. It became very, very quiet. And over the loudspeaker system, they played God Save the Queen. And then they had two tornado jets from NATO fly over the race course. Norm and I sat in our boat, both being military veterans. We rendered a hand salute. And it's just one of these moments that, you know, you just can't forget about. And it's an excitement of these crews that are waiting for this start of the girls' varsity single. They're feeling the excitement. They're looking around. They know what they're going to do. But again, it's time where you just kind of relish the situation. Because how many times do you get to come to a world-class rowing facility like Nathan Benderson Park and compete on a day like today? It's a special moment, and I know they're going to enjoy it just like Norm and I did when we were competing in France. So another ho-hum day in paradise here in beautiful Sarasota, Florida, and we can see just the wonderful facilities that we have, and just the beauty of the sport just takes your breath away. They're waving to the drone. All right. So very shortly, whenever they're ready, one of those three officials that is sitting up on what used to be the Miss Regatta, which used to be a pontoon boat, but we now have a updated version with that nice platform. She'll grab her megaphone and start talking to the rowers and tell them to stay in their lane. And then what's going to happen is the rowers will see what lane they have. They'll go in between their lane and the one next to them, and then get past the stake boat, and then very, very carefully back down. So it looks like they've called them to start moving in. And again, they're probably getting pretty tense because they're moving in all together and they don't want to bump into each other. But just a beautiful day. We're sitting here around 82 degrees. It's not terribly humid. Light wind, maybe from the south, maybe about 2-3 miles an hour. Just incredibly flat water. And some great audio-visual support from our production team here. So what you're seeing right now is they probably have both heats. There they go. They probably have 3 heats of boats all lined up behind the starting block, and they're going to stay together in their heat and then be called up together. And the first one will be the petite final, which is race number Y. And I'll give you a rundown on who they are. In lane 0 is Team Tampa, followed by United Sculling, Treasure Coast, Newsom, Holy Names, Hillsborough, Berkeley, and closest to the beach to us will be Ransom Everglades. You can see every boat is on the starting block with the exception of lane 0, the blue boat from Team Tampa. And you can see the crew over on our left-hand side, which is Ransom Everglades. She'll be using her oar in order to keep on steering around. A beautiful shot of the beauty of this sport. All these different colored boats. All of our athletes sporting their team's unis. Perfectly aligned. probably not even 2 inches difference between all those bow balls. The bow balls are those white things on the end of the boats to the right of the lane numbers. And these bow balls are very important. They're made out of rubber or plastic, and they're really round and soft in order to prevent major injury if boats crash into each other. Or what's happened in the past is a boat has hit another rower on the water. So the judge referees are not going to allow the boats to go without bow balls. And it looks like our crews are coming ready to start. And we're getting ready to go.
All right, 8 boats across again. This entire afternoon, we're going to have a race every 5 minutes. So it's going to come at you hot and heavy. If you're tuning in on YouTube at home, my name is David Wyant. I am joined by Joe Dobson, and we are bringing you Championship Sunday from the 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships. And here we go. This is the first race after our short break. It's the petite final of the girls varsity single.
A beautiful shot of our rep from Berkeley Prep, Miss Shannon.
So it's for places 9 through 16 in the state of Florida in the girls varsity single is the race that you are watching. Early leader, lane 3, Gold Boat, Newsom High School's Miss Sanchez. But what a field early on here. Everybody really very well connected behind Miss Sanchez. So she's decided she wants to take an advantage, maybe one that she can hold all the way down the race course by playing defense. And that's a great shot of her right there. As they start to settle out, you can see that sign, 1,000 meters. That would be 500 meters into this 1,500-meter race. The scholastic distance that all of these boats are plowing at this regatta. And right now it is Sanchez now with open water. And look at this race behind.
Everybody is still in the mix. It's wonderful. They're all connected, which means that if you look sideways, you won't see any open water between all the all 7 of the trailing boats. I'm sorry. We're using all 8 lanes here in Nathan Benderson Park. And you can see the buoys of the Albano buoy system, yellow buoys, spaced exactly 10 meters apart, all connected and perfectly straight. If you have a chance, go down and look down the course. It's ridiculous how straight the course is. It just provides a great opportunity for fast racing. And what we're seeing is you watch the wakes coming off. You can see the wake, which is in the middle of the puddles, and see how straight our athletes are keeping these boats, which means they're being very efficient.
And starting to work her way into a solid second place is Miss McLaughlin of Academy of the Holy Names in the blue boat, just to the left of the gold boat, which is your leader, Miss Sanchez from Newsom High School. And then maybe it's the boat just adjacent to Miss McLaughlin, Miss Taylor of Hillsborough High School, just to the left on the screen, that is sitting in third place. Again, this is for places 9 through 16 in the state of Florida in the girls varsity single boat class. And Miss Sanchez of Newsom High School is going to try to go start to finish and win a race here at the 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships. Doing a nice job of really just a nice controlled pace. It seems very consistent. McLaughlin trying to see what she can do to find maybe a little bit more speed and challenge. And it may be happening just a little bit. There was a little bit of more open water about 100 meters ago. But again, Miss Sanchez can see everything that Miss McLaughlin does. So it's pretty easy in that situation to realize, oh, well, she's closing the gap a little bit. I'm going to put a little bit more pressure, a little bit more speed into the boat.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying watching Miss Newsom, the Miss Sanchez from Newsom, place her blades in the water. she almost is relaxing the blades in the water, which means she's not creating a lot of tension with her shoulders, which allows her to really drop the blades in the water without tension and then load up her legs. And watch when she pushes with her legs how her arms stay straight. And she's actually using her body weight to hang off the oar. And when she does this body weight hang off her oar and uses her legs, it makes it extremely efficient, because the legs being the strongest muscle group in the body, and just that connection with the nice, loose, low shoulders, and feeling the pressure in her lat muscles in her back is making her very, very efficient. And it's allowing her to maintain her position. However, I think that Miss McLaughlin from Holy Names may have another idea. So when we get a chance, we're going to go ahead and pan out and see if McLaughlin has decided to make a race out of this.
I think it is a race. I think Sanchez is still out in front, but those are your two leaders, and you can see a considerable gap back to continued third place, which is Taylor of Hillsborough High School. And then we've got a lot of connection amongst boats behind Taylor of Hillsborough, particularly on the top of the race course. It looks like almost some connection between United Sculling's Daniels and Treasure Coast Bonet. And you can see up front, Joe, that it has gotten much closer. McLaughlin is closing the gap, or has, over the past 300 or so meters, to about a half a length advantage only for Sanchez. At one point, Sanchez did have open water. They are into the red buoys. This is it. Last race of the regatta for these girls. This is a girls varsity single petite final. And Miss Sanchez of Newsom High School is trying to go start to finish.
Yeah, what happened was Newsom was kind of sneaking up there with her, the Newsom crew. Miss Sanchez was kind of sneaking up there with her rating. She was about 3 beats over Sanchez. Correction, McLaughlin was sneaking up with her rating, trying to come into Sanchez. But Sanchez saw that, and also she had the cue of getting to the red buoys, and she jacked up her rating as well. So maintaining that same position, whereas McLaughlin had closed to about a half a length, but then Sanchez says, okay, enough of this, and it's now back to opened up into barely an open water wind.
Those girls very pleased with their rows, finishing 9th and 10th in the state of Florida. Finishing 11th is going to be Taylor of Hillsborough High School, and she will finish ahead of Shannon of Berkeley Prep. And then Bonet of Treasure Coast, who will finish ahead of Daniels of United Sculling, Schillis of Team Tampa, and Toomer of the Ransom Everglades School. So that was the Petite or B final of the girls varsity single. Hopefully we can get up as quickly as possible to the A final, which is already on the race course, already past 500 meters, the A final of the girls varsity single.
And I'll give you the lineup right now. Starting over in lane 0 is Gulliver Prep's Miss Alfie. Lane 1 has Miss Dansbury from Oars. Lane 2 has Miss Toro from Miami Beach. Lane 3 has Wambeer from Newsom. Lane 4 has Nordheim from North Palm. Lane 5 has Miller from Miami Rowing Club. Lane 6 has Hicks from Jacksonville Episcopal. And finish out the field in lane 7 is Miss Golitz Kayer from Manatee County Youth Rowing.
As you can see on the drone, your leader as they come through the halfway point is Miss Toro from Miami Beach in lane 2. And she's got about a 3/4 length lead on Miss Nordheim of North Palm Beach, who's sitting in the silver medal position. This is for medals and a trophy, a state championship in the state of Florida in the girls varsity single. This is, in my mind, a pretty inspiring event because it's just you out there, and everything that you do is going to affect that boat. And the single is already very difficult to keep straight. It's very difficult to keep level. It's quite frankly just difficult to row. And so I always love watching the singles races. The other thing that's very exciting about singles is that the speeds can change pretty drastically. meaning that the gaps relative to one another on the race course can also change dramatically at any point, really over even a couple of strokes, as it gets a little bit closer up front for the gold medal, as the boat from North Palm Beach, Miss Nordheim, is closing the gap here on Miss Toro from Miami Beach.
Now, the question becomes, what was the race plan? What did the coach and the athlete decide? Where are you going to make a move? They know all the different landmarks on the course. They know the end of the island is 350 meters. They know that when the buoys change from yellow to red, that's 250 meters to go. So it's going to get really interesting really quick.
Not only is there a great battle up front, that's these two boats, as they come into the last 300 meters, separated by maybe a foot, is Miss Toro going to be able to hang on? She's had the lead the whole way. Big time push by Miss Nordheim has her breaking even, maybe even pushing ahead now as I speak. It could come right down to a photo finish for the gold medal, the trophy in the girls varsity single, and the state championship up for grabs. Also, third place very much in doubt at the moment, as it looks like Jacksonville Episcopal's Hicks is right there, along with, it looks like, the boat in lane one, Dansby of Oars.
Okay, so here we go. We're down to the last 25 strokes of the girls' varsity single state championship. Our leader right now is Miami Beach's Toro. She is staying long and tall, coming up to the catch. Pushing her really hard is North Palm Beach's Nordheim. On the outside of there is Oars' Miss Danby. She's trying to force her way in, and here comes lane 7, Jacksonville Episcopal. It looks like it's going to be Jacksonville Episcopal by about 1.5 feet for third place, unofficially, but a monster move made by Miss Dansby from Oars. A great race in our girls' varsity state championship here at the Florida Scholastic Rowing Association.
Unofficial single scull state champion, Miss Toro of Miami Beach Rowing Club, who finishes just ahead of Miss Nordheim from North Palm Beach, who will take the silver medal unofficially. And to my eye, I think you were right, Joe, maybe a 2-foot advantage at the finish line. Bronze medal unofficially to Miss Hicks of Jacksonville Episcopal.
Well, our next race will be the petite final for the boys varsity single. And on Regatta Central, we have gone from 8 boats down to 6. So we're going to be – no, wait, that's wrong. Okay.
It's a boys varsity single petite final. Right to left here, let me set it up for you. Vivino of Tampa Catholic. It's Say of Berkeley Prep. Then it's Donnersmark of Sarasota Crew, Hernandez of Halifax, Toomey of Tampa Catholic, Amador of Team Tampa, Noland of Rocks, and Backy Snowden of Melbourne High School. And it does look like the boat in lane 4 is the one in the lead at the moment. That's Toomey of Tampa Catholic. Toomey of Tampa Catholic has about a length advantage on Hernandez of Halifax. And you can see those two have pushed out from the rest of the field very considerably as they come through 500 meters of our 1,500-meter race course. So this one relatively spaced out, at least at the moment, even up front. We saw a connection at the finish line in the girls' varsity single A final that just finished. Right now we've got a full boat length of open water for your leader, Tampa Catholic's Toomey. And I want to get a stroke rating on him because it looks like he's quite low.
He's around 23.
28 strokes a minute for Toomey of Tampa Catholic.
That's really amazing. He's 28 strokes a minute, but he still has a little pause at the release where he holds his hands against his body to let the boat run out. Man, he is incredibly efficient.
really putting himself in a position to play defense and to just minimize mistakes. And rowing at 28 strokes a minute, you know that he's got more in the tank if he needs to use it. This is the petite final of the boys varsity single. And it's Toomey of Tampa Catholic leading right now ahead of Hernandez of Halifax. Also on the screen there, on the right side, you can see the boat adjacent to Hernandez of Halifax, which is Donnersmark of Sarasota Crew, and Say of Berkeley Prep. So those are the boats that are in the picture as these boys approach 500 meters left in this B final. And it's still the same pace for Toomey. So he is really maintaining this pace. And as Joe said, letting the power sort of do the trick through the water, trying not to disturb the boat, trying to make sure that the blade work is nice, and just keep that boat speed simply by pushing the legs down, not by using the wheels, so to speak.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that you don't, on the recovery, you don't actually move down the boat. If you do it correctly, you actually pull the boat underneath you, and you actually pretty much keep the same posture. And watching our leader right here, you can watch the boat actually move faster as his legs pull the boat underneath him, which is a way of getting the acceleration going a little bit earlier in the stroke.
About 200 meters left for Toomey of Tampa Catholic to win the petite final of the boys varsity single. But anything can happen in a single, so he's got to maintain his composure in these last 150 meters to the line in order to finish ninth in the state of Florida in the boys varsity single. Probably there was some disappointment yesterday that he didn't make the A final, but he did what he needed to do coming out here and winning at least 7 strokes from winning the B final of this event. Still sitting in second place is Hernandez of Halifax. Behind Hernandez of Halifax, it looks like Donnersmark of Sarasota Crew, as well as then Team Tampa's Amador. Behind Team Tampa's Amador is some permutation here. It's hard to tell who is in front of Nolan from Rocks or the boat from, it looks like, Tampa Catholic up at the top of the race course, Vivino. And as these boys finish up, I'm looking down the race course. We're already 500 meters into the championship race. The grand final of the boys varsity single is on the race course again. A state championship up for grabs, medals and a trophy, and the crown of the fastest single sculler at the high school level in the state of Florida on the line as they come through 500 meters. About 600 meters into the race.
Unfortunately, we've had a gentleman capsize. Looks like a Sora boat.
I think it's actually the Tampa Catholic Vivino.
Okay, with the yellow hat.
He just threw on the same hat just to throw us off, Joe.
Well, he succeeded. So our judge referees will go ahead and help him. He looks like he's trying to grab his oar and go over, but we'll go ahead and shift our point of view to the race coming down. And we can see it is, wow, we got ourselves a barn burner right here. It looks like Berlin Jesuit and Sora are locked into a battle royale where Manatee County and Pinecrest are in the mix as well. So Berlin Jesuit and Sora side by side thundering down here. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, quite the race as these single scullers set themselves up to come into the last 500 meters of this championship race. It's the grand final of the boys varsity single at the 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships. And it does appear that your leader is, I believe, Hagen of Sora. But that's not. But that may just be because we're thrown off by the fact that the Belen Jesuit rower is rowing in a blue boat instead of a gold boat. No,
How dare he?
I think it might be. Well, okay, there we go. Now we have the full complement, and we can figure out what we're talking about here. So it looks like the boat in lane 3 is Hagen of Sora, and Hagen of Sora is leading ahead of the boat in lane 4, which is Belen Jesuit's Manticon. But look at that race going on for the bronze medal, Joe, on the right side of the screen.
Manatee and Pinecrest, Jones and Lesser just battling it out. Now they've gone over 1,000 meters and they've got 250 meters to go, and the gentleman from Sora is just really sitting up tall. Now he's probably coached by the Davison family. Terry is the coach. His son Ben won the head of the Charles and has represented the U.S. in the Olympics. And this is really showing to be a very, very nice race where these rowers are really going after it. High rating, and what's really nice is they're staying long. They're not really shortening up. Fantastic speed by the rower from Sora.
40 strokes a minute for Sora.
Goodness gracious.
And it does look like he's going to hang on, is Mr. Hagen, and win a state championship in the men's varsity single. The boys varsity single
walking away.
Going to be won by Hagen of Sora. The silver medal is going to go to Manticon of Belen Jesuit. The bronze medal to Lesser of Manatee County. And then fourth place in the state of Florida is going to be Jones of Pinecrest. And then behind Jones of Pinecrest, it's Pacusa of Rocks, finishing in fifth place, just ahead of Schaefer of Sarasota Crew. Then it's Brown of Vero Beach, finishing ahead of Guillen from Miami Rowing Club. So that was the boys varsity single grand final, unofficially won by Hagen of Sora.
What a mess.
All right, so the next race is the girls' lightweight quad grand final. We saw all of these boats row yesterday in a race for lanes. Again, we don't really know necessarily whether everybody showed what they had yesterday, so we could see, for instance, one of the boats on the outside find a lot of speed today that they just didn't show yesterday, being that it was a race for lanes, but it was somewhat of an exhibition yesterday. So we do have everybody in the starting blocks, it appears. And I'll go through, starting with the top, the pink hats. In lane 1 is Sarasota Crew B. In lane 2 is the Bowl School. Lane 3 is Miami Rowing Club. Lane 4, Sarasota Crew's A entry. Lane 5, Miami Beach. And in lane 6, closest to us in all of that gold and black, is Plant High School. So it's 6 boats across. This is the grand final. This is for a trophy and medals in this girls' lightweight quad boat class. We'll probably see some pretty high stroke ratings. And we should have a very quick race down the race course as they are off. And we'll see who wants the lead early, or if anybody can get the lead early. We've seen so many competitive races to the 500-meter point at a minimum so far this morning where it's been really in doubt in terms of who's even in the lead. We've got a hot start on the far left side by Plant High School. So I think they've decided to get a fast start, see if they can get a lead, and see what they can do with that lead. So that's your early leader. Also going with them is Sarasota Crew in lane 4. Probably sitting in second place, or maybe now even with Plant High School. But look at these 5 boats that have moved out from the rest of the field and just how close they are, Joe, as they get about 200 meters in.
Yeah, exactly. It appears that the crew from lane 1, Sarasota crew, had some steering issues, but fortunately they were able to avoid the bowl school in lane 2, but their having to steer has really slowed them down and put them off the pack. So it's very, very interesting that we've got lanes 1 through 6, and this is a very, very competitive race where lane 3 is Miami Rowing Club in the blue boat, and beside them is Sarasota Crew A in the white boat. So that's our 2-boat race. And then for third place, it's going to be very interesting where our leader right now appears to be the Bowl School over Miami Beach and Plant on the outside or left-hand side of your picture.
So it was interesting that Plant High School went out. They definitely had the early lead in the first 20 strokes. That must have been their plan, but they just weren't able to stick it. They weren't that lead did not stick at all, as you have 4 boats kind of getting past them now. And up front, look how close this race is between Sarasota Crew and Miami Rowing Club. It is maybe a couple of feet for Sarasota Crew over Miami Rowing Club as I speak. And then there's about a half a length or maybe a full length of open water back to current third place, which is the Bowl School. This is for medals and a trophy. This is a grand final. This is a girls' lightweight quad. Is Sarasota Crew going to be able to hang on? Are they going to keep getting pressed by Miami Rowing Club? Who's going to take a big move here? This is close enough that a big move could be devastating if executed properly. So is there a move that one of these boats has up their sleeve even before the last 300 or so meters when we know they're going to put everything out there that they have? Right now, Sarasota Crew maybe has moved away a seat or 2 from Miami Rowing Club, giving themselves a little bit more of a cushion. But this one is still very close. And also it's getting extremely close now for the bronze medal between the Bowl School and Miami Beach, as Beach has closed the gap on the Bowl School for that bronze medal.
And one of the things you'll see of our lead 2 crews, which is Sarasota Crew and Miami Rowing, is you're going to see some beautiful rowing. The blades are perfectly in and out of the water together. That coming out of the water together really sends the boat. If you're really clean coming out of the water and you really can send your body weight, really swing your body, your core into the bow, and then hold it there and let the boat run, it can really be efficient. And we're really seeing that with the crew from Sarasota Crew. Their timing of their blades are going in and out of the water, and they are squeezing out every inch of travel that the boat is capable, and is really paying tremendous dividends. This is a very, very well-schooled crew. They are really rowing very well together, and because of that, they're taking advantage of every single bit. If you are just off just a little tiny bit, or you have just one of your rowers that may be swinging a little bit different than the others, that dissimilar motion can really slow down a boat. But Sarasota Crew has got it really dialed in, and it's really paying dividends for this girls' lightweight final.
So it's Sarasota Crew. They're trying to hold off Miami Rowing Club. If anything, they have actually moved away in the last 300 meters as Sarasota Crew to try to win another state championship, this time in the girls' lightweight quad. And to my eye, it looked like Miami Beach has gotten ahead of the Bowl School just slightly for the bronze medal. So is Miami Beach going to be able to hang on and get the bronze medal? They are starting to kind of move away, it looks like to me, from the Bowl School, who's sitting in 4th place, Plant High School in 5th place. And there must be an equipment problem in the other Sarasota Crew boat. It, unfortunately, is just rowing in a lane 00 sort of off the pace. You can see Sarasota Crew, they are 6 strokes from the line to win a state championship, and they're going to do it with open water, it appears, ahead of Miami Rowing Club. And they will. About a half a length of open water, Sarasota Crew with the win in the state championship in the girls' lightweight quad ahead of Miami Rowing Club. Miami Rowing Club, you can see considerable gap, 40 or so open meters back to their rivals Miami Beach, who will take home the bronze medal to the Shane Water Sports Center. And they will finish about a full length of open water ahead of the boat from the Bowl School, who was in 3rd place for much of that race, who will finish ahead of 5th place Plant and the aforementioned Sarasota Crew B will finish in 6th. So that was the girls lightweight quad grand final. The next race will be the boys lightweight quad grand final, and it's 8 boats across. Let me set the field for you as we have the beautiful picture at our start line of these 8 quads. In lane 0, furthest from the picture, the camera, Plant High School. Lane 1, Sarasota Crew. Lane 2, Hillsborough High School. Lane 3, Miami Rowing Club. Lane 4, Belen Jesuit. Lane 5, Miami Beach Rowing Club. Lane 6, First Coast. And in lane 7 is Boone High School. And you know what? That is not accurate. So let's have Joe set it up.
All right. So I'm going off of Regatta Central, and we appreciate Mike from our Regatta Organizing Committee who's sent me up with this iPad. At the top we have First Coast, and then the second crew down is Belen, who knows them with their yellow oars. 3 is Boone High School, Miami Rowing Club in the middle, Miami Beach beside them, Sarasota Crew, Hillsborough, and at the bottom is Plant High School. And we can see the Hillsborough Crew right there, Sarasota Crew with the S's, Miami Beach, and Miami. So it looks like they have got a good start. They're probably in their first 25 strokes right now. And our early leader is lane 3, which is the Miami Rowing Club. On either side of them is Boone and Miami Beach. But everybody's still connected. The only people kind of falling off the pace would be lane 5, which is Sarasota Crew. So lane 3, looking from right to left, 0, 1, 2, 3. Lane 3 is Miami Rowing Club, and they have almost broken the field. They have open water on the field right now. God, what a gorgeous shot from our drone pilot. So we can look right down the course and see the wonderful wakes of our boats and even the puddles in and out of the water. Miami Rowing Club continues to press their advantage. They're almost to a length of open water at 500 meters in, 1,000 meters to go.
Yeah, Miami Rowing Club, they are setting a pace. It's going to be hard for anybody to try to figure out how to match. This early in the race, already have a length of open water, even more than a length of open water. It does look like second place is Miami Beach, which is obviously a rivalry that has existed for a long time now. The 2 big clubs in Miami, the 2 big rowing clubs being MRC and Miami Beach. Those are your top 2. Really hard to tell who's sitting in third place, bronze medal position. It might be the boat all the way over in lane 6 from Hillsborough High School in the blue boat with the red jerseys. It's either them or the boat in lane 1, Belen Jesuit. So those are the top 4 at least. And again, this is a medal race. This is the grand final of the boys lightweight quad. But right now, you're watching a clinical, very dominant row as they come into the last 500 meters from Miami Rowing Club.
Yeah, the question becomes one, will anybody move into Miami Beach, who's currently in second? The crew that was over there, Boone High School, is almost into the same lane as Belen. That's going to slow them down as they maneuver. So will Belen be able to move into Miami Beach? Remains to be seen. We're coming up to the 500 meters. These guys' legs are burning. They're hurting. They really have got to dig in and find that intestinal fortitude and make a move if they are going to make a move. And it looks like our big race is going to be, as you were saying earlier, David, between Hillsborough High School in that blue boat with the red unis and Belen second from the right on the top. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. powering it down. They're hurting. They're maybe reaching a point where their vision is starting to close down. They have to find that toughness, that intestinal fortitude, and here they come for our Florida State Championship. In the lead and rowing beautifully, it is Miami Rowing Club. In solid second place. Behind them is Miami Beach, and then it's really up in the air. We don't know. Is it going to be Hillsborough or is it going to be Berlin? I hear the Boone drums.
So it's MRC. You can see they've got about 20 open meters, rowing extremely proficiently, and they're going to win a state championship in the boys' lightweight quad. And really the boat that moved extremely fast in the last 500 meters was Belen Jesuit. They have gotten past Hillsborough High School, and they really started to challenge Miami Beach. But Miami Beach is going to hang on for a silver medal, half a length ahead of Belen Jesuit. Belen Jesuit finishing a full length ahead of Hillsborough High School. And then it's a photo finish, 3 boats there, Sarasota Crew, Plant High School, and it looks like First Coast, who will then finish ahead of Boone High School. So they finished fast and furious. That was the grand final of the boys' lightweight quad. Unofficial congratulations to Miami Rowing Club for winning the state championship. And the next race that we have is already on the race course, and it appears to be a 4-boat race. It is the petite final of the girls' lightweight double, and you can see all 4 boats there from right to left. It's Plant High School B in the gold boat far right. Then 1 lane to the left of them is Sarasota Crew B. Then 1 lane to the left is Treasure Coast, and then Melbourne High School. So you can see all 4 boats in the drone shot. Only about 3 total boat lengths separating the 4 boats at this point in the race. They're not quite to 500 meters in the 1,500-meter race course that they are rowing here at the 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships. Your leader, you can tell by about a deck, maybe about a half a length, is Treasure Coast ahead of Plant High School B. You see Treasure Coast losing their course just a little bit. They're also not quite in sync with the blades, but losing course, kind of going over into the other lane. The one thing that you won't see necessarily on the picture just because it's too small is typically if there is a situation like that where one boat is going into another lane and the official is worried about it hindering potentially the boat that is behind or trailing in that situation, you will see the official hold up a flag and indicate to that boat that is off course that it needs to get back on course. It will point the flag in the direction that it needs to go in the lane.
Yeah, the other thing that's remarkable about our leading crew from Treasure Coast is the person in stroke is able to get a much wider catch angle. You can see her hands really going far apart, whereas her bow person is not quite as flexible or tall, and the oars almost hit, which is a little bit inefficient, but it's the best they can do, and they're hanging on very well and still maintain their lead over Plant High School. So Treasure Coast was having some steering issues. They've resolved it very nicely, and they still maintain, looks about 3/4 of a length lead over Plant High School. Our other 2 crews, Sarasota Crew and Mel High, are trailing back fairly even, but our leader continues to be the crew from Treasure Coast. Again, starting to have some issues with steering. Hopefully will not get their oar stuck on one of the buoys. And just showing a lot of power. They're making it work.
So they're past halfway. They're approaching the 500-meter to-go platform and sign. It's Treasure Coast. About a length advantage on Plant High School B. And then you can see the gap back, but Joe is right that it is extremely close for third and fourth place between Sarasota Crew and Melbourne High School. They kind of have just been trading places and pacing each other. So who's going to make a move in that situation to try to get ahead of the other one by the time they get to our finish line here at Nathan Benderson Park? Remains to be seen. Does look like Sarasota Crew maybe just pushed a little, but it's still Treasure Coast. They still have about a length, maybe a little bit of open water advantage on Plant High School.
Yep. It looks like Treasure Coast is using all of the available water in their lane. And an unconventional rowing setup, different stroke lengths, but they're making it happen and hanging on. Plant High School is going to have to move and move fast if they're going to take them, but probably a little bit too much water as our finish line camera or our finish line drone is sitting over the finish line. Can't see him. Probably up. Oh, there he is. And he just elevated up. And he's flying down to get ready for the next race.
So this is a petite final, B final, the girls lightweight double. And Treasure Coast is trying to go start to finish. We've seen a lot of start to finish wins in races. And it does look like they're going to probably be able to hang on to it here because they do have this solid open water advantage on Plant High School. And it was really quite close between Melbourne High School and Sarasota Crew, but it looks like Melbourne High School has motored away from Sarasota Crew. Sitting in third place is Mel High. Sarasota Crew sitting in fourth place. This is for places 9 through 12 in the state of Florida in the girls' lightweight double. This is a petite final, and it's going to be won by Treasure Coast. Treasure Coast winning it by a little bit more than a length of open water ahead of Plant High School. Plant High School will finish ahead of Melbourne High School and Sarasota Crew. And as we go back up for our grand final, our trophy race in the girls' lightweight double.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and set it up for you. Over in lane 0 is Pinecrest. It'll be the right-hand side once we get an overhead shot. North Orlando is next to them. North Palm. In the favored lanes is the Academy of the Holy Names and Sora, followed by Sarasota Crew, Ransom Everglades, and closest to the beach will be Plant High School's A Crew. And it looks like our early leader may be Sora or Sarasota Crew.
Yeah, a little hard to tell. We had the drone down here at the finish line, so it's got to get back up for us to be able to see exactly what is happening. But it looks to me like lanes 3, 4, and 5 are sitting in medal positions, Joe.
I agree. Yep, 3, 4, and 5 are definitely in medal position. It's hard to tell. It looks like maybe to me that lane 3, which is the Academy of the Holy Names, has a little bit of a lead over Sora, and Sarasota Crew is back about a half to 3/4 of a length. Yeah, so our leader is definitely now the Academy of the Holy Names as we use our finish line camera. Thank you, Carlos. And then we can see Sora is solidly in second place, not that far off. And then here comes Sarasota Crew right off the stern of Sora with the pink hats.
Yeah, the other boat that appears to be in the mix here is North Orlando. They are, I think, sitting in fourth place. It's either North Orlando or Ransom Everglades School. Those two boats very close to one another, but are they going to be able to try to close the gap and get into a medal position? They're sitting in fourth and fifth place, but right now it's definitely Academy of the Holy Names out in front. And with open water coming into the last 300 meters of this race, trying to win a state championship in the girls' lightweight double. Second place is very clearly South Orlando Sora, and third place is still Sarasota Crew.
Exactly. So the question becomes, will Sarasota Crew perform as they have in the past and just start grinding their way back in to try to get into a silver medal position? Or will Sora be able to hold them off? But our leader, really strong, is the Academy of the Holy Names. Yeah, Sora is really starting to stride. You can see them really sitting up really tall at the catch when they place their blades in the water, and that's keeping their body weight high in the boat and not really letting that stern drop down.
So it's Academy of the Holy Names, about 10 strokes from the line to win a state championship in the girls' lightweight double. And they've got open water, so they can play defense. They can just squeeze it through and get to that finish line and take a trophy back to the Academy of the Holy Names in Tampa. And they're going to do it unofficially, and they're going to finish with almost a full length of open water ahead of silver medal Sora, bronze medal Sarasota Crew. And then it looks like North Orlando is sitting in fourth place, just ahead of North Palm Beach. North Palm Beach just slightly ahead of Ransom Everglades School. And then Plant High School, closest to us here at the finish line tower. It looks like they're going to finish ahead of Pinecrest, who had just a bobble there. They just got back up to speed after being at a dead stop. So that was it. Girls lightweight double grand final. And unofficially, congratulations to Academy of the Holy Names.
Wonderful racing here at Nathan Benderson Park. Our next race, which is the petite final of the boys lightweight double, is on the water. And according to my iPad here that Mike provided me, we're having a change of what was printed. On the top of the course, it will be Plant High School, followed by Miami Beach. In the middle is Hillsborough High School. And then we have Sarasota Crew B, Sora B, and then closest to the beach will be the second Sarasota Crew A. Yep, and that looks right because I'm seeing the yellow boat from Plant on the right-hand side. Miami Beach is in second place. Our lead crew right now is Hillsborough High School, and close to the Miami Beach crew is the Sarasota Crew B. Back off a little bit is Sora, and then trailing on the outside is Sarasota Crew A. So they've gone about a little bit over 1,000 meters, and it is definitely a contested event. Very, very close with Hillsborough, about a length or half a length over the competitors on either side, which is Miami Beach, which is on their port side, and Sarasota Crew B on their starboard side. So we got ourselves a boat race, everybody. Just barely off the pace a little bit is Sora, and they're about open water off the pace, but we'll see. So here we go. Will Sarasota Crew be able to maintain their composure, maintain their technique, and walk through Hillsborough High School? Or will Hillsborough be able to hold on? Will Miami Beach, which is on the port side of Hillsborough, be able to start moving?
Looks like Sarasota Crew has taken the lead now from Hillsborough as they approach 500 meters to go or come through the sign. 500 meters left. It's a new leader, Sarasota Crew. They're ahead of Hillsborough High School. Miami Beach trying to press Hillsborough High School as well. This is the petite final of the boys' lightweight double. So winning this puts you at 9th place in the state of Florida. And Hillsborough is very game. They're trying to push back on Sarasota Crew, but it's Sarasota Crew, you can see, with about a deck on Hillsborough. But Hillsborough going means that they are pushing away from Miami Beach. Miami Beach still sitting in third place, about a half a length ahead of Sora B. And then you can see the other two boats that are very, very close to one another in the far lanes. So they've got 4 lanes in between them. It's Sarasota Crew on the left side of the screen at the very top, and Plant High School on the right side of the screen at the very top, as Hillsboro brings it back to even, Joe.
Hillsboro's bringing back to even. Hillsboro is overstroking Sarasota Crew by about 2 beats, and but they are what's called a little shorter in the water. They are not reaching out as wide as Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew is maintaining their position by rowing really long, but the question becomes one of what they will have as they are in the red buoys, and there they go. We got ourselves a boat race between Hillsboro and Sarasota Crew.
Yeah, it was 35 strokes a minute for Hillsboro there. It was Sarasota Crew at 32. So you were exactly right. It was just a few beat difference. And as Sarasota Crew ratchets it up just a little bit with their pacing, they're starting to move away now from Hillsboro at the finish line. 5 strokes from the line for Sarasota Crew to win the petite final of the boys' lightweight double. And they will do it with a bit of open water ahead of Hillsboro High School. Hillsboro High School will finish ahead of Miami Beach. Miami Beach will finish ahead of South Orlando B. And then it's going to be Sarasota Crew finishing ahead of Plant High School. That was a petite final of the boys' lightweight double. The A final or grand final, 8 boats across, is already on the race course. So this is for medals and a trophy. The crown of state champion in the boys' lightweight double boat class.
It looks like our leader now is Berlin in lane 3.
Yeah, let's set the field right to left real quick. It's Rocks in lane 0. It's Sora in lane 1. It's Miami Rowing Club in lane 2. Belen Jesuit in lane 3, who is your leader. It's Miami Beach, in lane 4. Pinecrest in lane 5. University School in lane 6. And Sarasota Scullers in lane 7.
Excellent. Well, it looks like our seating really worked well with Berlin, the point of the arrow, and closely followed just a little bit of open water back to Miami Rowing Club. And then we have Miami Beach and Pinecrest stroke for stroke for 3rd place.
So all of the top 4 boats right now come from South Florida. Pinecrest is down there too. And it is right now Belen Jesuit. They continue to now move away from Miami Beach. You can see the advantage is about almost 2 boat lengths of open water for Belen as they start to motor away from the field, coming through the halfway point and approaching the last 500 meters. This is the boys' lightweight double grand final, and it's Belen Jesuit ahead of Miami Rowing Club. Miami Rowing Club continues to stay ahead and sit in a silver medal position. The 2 boats that are side by side there that are moving very fast relative to one another are, it looks like, Miami Beach and Pinecrest.
Yeah,
and Pinecrest actually has a slight advantage for the bronze medal.
Yeah, well, it looks like Pinecrest might be the fastest crew on the water because they are really moving up and possibly getting ready to pass Miami. So it looks like the 2 crews over there, Miami Beach and Pinecrest, when they're battling each other, provide that impetus in order to move into Miami Rowing Club, whereas Belen Jesuit just continues to just sweep their way, scull their way away from the crowd. So right now it is almost dead even between those 3 boats, but I would give the fastest crew on the water, Pinecrest, being stroked by Mr. Taubman.
Last 350 of this race. It's Belen Jesuit with the Gold Blades white boat. They are considerably in front of the field. They're going to try to hang on and win the gold medal in the boys' lightweight double. But behind them, look at this race. 3 boats. Only 2 medals are available. Behind Belen Jesuit, who's it going to be? Who's going to have a special finish? Right now it's Pinecrest, just slightly ahead, it looks to me, of Miami Rowing Club, and Miami Rowing Club ahead of Miami Beach. But all 3 boats still connected. as they get into the last 25, 30 strokes, anything can happen.
Yeah, Pinecrest is really going after it with a tremendous amount of pressure, but they're getting a little bit crazy with their blade work. We'll see whether or not they can maintain their composure at a really high rate. There they go, a little tipsy, water being tipped. On the outside, it is Miami. We'll see whether or not they can do it. Here comes the beach. It's Miami, Miami Beach, Pinecrest, Miami, Miami Beach, Pinecrest. It's going to be good. Light up, there it is. That's what happened. Is Pinecrest got a little crazy with their blade work and caught a crab. And right now, it is Miami Beach that's going to move in there for second place with a good sprint.
Oh,
and
boy.
I don't know who was third. I truly don't. It was tragic what happened to Pinecrest. They caught one blade, but they really recovered fast.
So Miami Beach, their last 20 strokes got them a silver medal. They were out of medal position. They were in fourth place, and they took the fastest last 20 strokes on the race course and got themselves a silver medal. Between Pinecrest and MRC, I cannot tell you, it was definitely a photo finish. I was looking right at the finish line sign, and I couldn't tell you who finished in the bronze medal position. And you know what? That's what we hope for every single time we watch a race out here, is for us to not be able to figure out the result at the finish line. So that was the boys' lightweight double grand final. The girls' lightweight single grand final is on the race course. And again, it is 8 boats across. This is for a state championship in the girls' lightweight single. And set the field right to left for you. In lane 0 is Miss Port of Academy of the Holy Names. In lane 1 is Ransom Everglades Miss Tawari. In lane 2 is Miss Snaith of Sora. Lane 3 is Wodovich of Palm River. Lane 4 is Stevens of Sarasota Crew. Lane 5 is Deal of Melbourne High School. Lane 6 is Wartell of Jacksonville Episcopal. And in lane 7, closest to the beach coming down, is Miss Raymond Moore of Hillsborough High School. As you can see, Joe, the early leader being Wodovich from Palm River.
Yeah, definitely. She's done a very nice job of pushing away from the field. So what she needs to do is just maintain her composure, maintain her technique, and continue to get the energy of the other crews trying to push up on her and actually push her ahead. So she is really dominating this final of the girls' lightweight single. From there, gosh, really, the only crews that are out of it right now is the Academy of Holy Names and Sora, but Ransom, Sarasota Crew, Mel High, Jacksonville, and Hillsborough all are in a good place that they can medal. So we'll just see. They're about 750 in, 2 minutes and 20 seconds, 2 minutes and 30 seconds right now. So they are just going past the 500 meter, a little bit beyond 500 meter. So they're probably pulling about a 2:10, 2:15 split. But our leader is just walking away from it, just hanging on the oar and doing a great job. Beautiful rowing from our leader from Palm River Training Center, Miss Wodovich.
Commanding lead for Wodovich of Palm River Training Center. Sitting in second place is Stevens of Sarasota Crew, also with open water back to the rest of the field that then is fairly bunched up as we see a close-up of your leader. And this is domination at this point in the race, Joe, because they're halfway through, and you can see about a 30 open water meter lead for Wodovich from Palm River. So she is in the ultimate driver's position in order to be able to see the entire field behind her, make sure that she minimizes mistakes, that she keeps her pacing, and she stays out in front.
Yeah, what I saw when we had that overhead view of Miss Wodovich, I was watching her puddles and her blades in the water, and she was holding those blades in the water throughout the whole stroke cycle and being able to really pry the boat by her and maintain that leverage on that water throughout the whole time. a lot of times what happens as you're pulling the oar into your body, you may have a tendency to kind of drop it for the last couple inches or so, and the oar starts coming out of the water and you start pushing air instead of really connecting with the water. And she is getting all the water there is, and it is beautiful. Very, very low splashing, low air being generated, tremendous water, tremendous connection, tremendous efficiency by our leader, Miss Wodovich.
You can see Miss Stevens of Sarasota Cruz sitting in silver medal position has moved considerably away from the rest of the field. She's got a couple more boat lengths of open water. Looks like third place is the boat from Ransom Everglades, Miss Tawari, on the right side of the screen. She's decided she wants to sit in that bronze medal position, but also being pressed by lane 5, which is Miss Deal of Melbourne High School. There may be an overlap there. If not, there is only about a length advantage for Tawari for that bronze medal at the moment. As your leader, Wodovich, gets into the last 200 meters of this race to win a state championship in the girls' lightweight single.
Wow, that's a very dominating performance by this young lady. Yep.
Not really taking the stroke rating up. She doesn't need to. She's going to just maintain her pacing, maintain what she's doing, and make sure that she doesn't have any mistakes in the last couple of strokes. About 8 strokes to the line to win a state championship. Behind her, Stevens of Sarasota Crew continues to maintain the bronze medal position. And it does look like from Ransom Everglades, Tawari is still ahead of this green boat that is pressing, which is the boat Miss Deal of Melbourne High School.
Beautiful performance. She crossed the line around 6:20, which is around a 2:06 or 2:07 split, which is really impressive for a lightweight girl rower in order to maintain that throughout the whole piece. Nicely done. Okay, David, our next race will be the boys lightweight single petite final, and they're on the water. And that is event number J or Juliet. It's a 6-boat race where, according to my printout, on the right-hand side is Miami Beach Rowing Club, followed by Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Scholars is in the middle, Mr. Chen. Sora B is on his starboard side, Sarasota Crew B, Mr. Yu, and then Lyman's Mr. Schoenley. Looks like our early leader is from Sarasota Scholars, Mr. Chen, rowing in the dark boat with the white oars, white shafts.
Yeah, and he's really trying to hang on to it. He's only got about a foot advantage. What a race, match race going on between Chen and Morris of Sora, as they are side by side. And, you know, what also happens here is your peripheral vision is sort of telling you, to some extent, you don't have to look over, is telling you sort of what the pacing is like. And you can just know that that person is right there with you. And sometimes you even see these boats start to sync up in terms of their race pace or how many strokes they're taking per minute when this type of thing is happening. As it's just a small back and forth here between Morris and Chen. Maybe Morris now has a foot lead on Chen, but also really trying to push into the mix there is Peeler of Sarasota Crew on the right side.
Exactly. And the thing that I find interesting is that Chen is understroking both of the other crews. And because of that, his efficiency must be really good. And he is now pushed back into the lead, but he's got a problem in that Sarasota crew, Mr. Peeler, is starting to move in as Sora is moving back. Chen is hanging on. We've got ourselves a boat race there, David.
Yeah, I have Chen at 30 strokes a minute. I have Peeler at 32. See if I can get Morris quickly. Morris also at 32. So you were right that it was just a slight understroke here by Chen, which should be helpful to him, you would think, in these last 350 meters. As we get to the beach in this petite final, the boys' lightweight single. And it is Peeler now taking the lead for the first time on the right side of the screen. And he's really doing it with stroke rating now. You can tell the stroke rating came up for Peeler. So he must have decided about 400 meters to go, this is where I'm going to start making a shift, and I'm going to see what it does for me. Right now, what it has done for him is it's given him a half-length lead on Chen. Chen is starting to try to push back. Morris is staying right there with both of these boats. Maybe Morris has lost the overlap possibly with Peeler, but it's very close and definitely has a solid overlap with Chen.
The problem is Peeler now is seeing he's going out of his lane. Now, he can actually stay in that lane if he wants to. That's not his. Nobody really cares. But now he's maneuvering back into his lane, which is going to slow him down and allow Chen in order to get back to him. So now that costs him about a half a length, 3/4 of a length, and a lot of anxiety. And Chen is now picking up his rating, and they're matching it. This was a boat race right now as they come down here to the finish line. Chen from Sarasota Scholars against Peeler from Sarasota Crew. Chen is going straight. We'll see whether or not that helps. And there goes Peeler. Peeler just jumped up his rating. And here comes
Morris, too.
Morris from Sora.
Yeah, this is quite the race. These three boats may end up connected at the finish line unless Peeler continues to move away. It is Peeler trying to win the petite final, the boys' lightweight single. It does. He may actually do it by open water, but here comes Morris. Is he going to track down Chen in the last two strokes?
I don't think so.
Oh, I begged it. Oh, man.
Damn, that was
so close.
Wow.
Really hard to tell
epic
at the
work
finish line.
by these lightweight scholars. Fantastic rating. Fantastic job. Chen reacted to the threats and very, very nicely. Peeler just go in after him. They have a video camera which will give us the results, but fantastic rowing in our petite final of the boys lightweight single. We've got the final big one on the water right now.
Boys lightweight single grand final on the race course and approaching 500 meters already. It's for a trophy and medals. And as soon as we get the drone picture, we will be able to tell you where they stand. As you see.
In the meantime, I'll go ahead and give you the lineup. Out there from Sebastian River is Dobson. In lane 1 is North Palm with Mr. Miller. Plant High School's Mr. Stauffer. And Berlin Jesuit has Mr. D. Cardenas. Sora has Mr. Pedersen. Berlin Jesuit has Mr. Gano. Miami Beach has Dominguez, and rounding out the field in lane 7 close to us is Berkeley Press, Mr. Divine. So it looks like right now, David, I would say that lane 3, which is Berlin Jesuits, De Cardenas, has the lead.
Yeah, we will see exactly, but again, it's 8 boats across, 8 boys with a chance to win the lightweight single in the state of Florida for 2023 here at Nathan Bederson Park. And good flat water for these single scull races, just a little bit of tailwind. It's almost a straight tailwind at this point. It sort of maybe was coming out of the east, at least at the start line. But once they get about halfway through the race course, it becomes pretty much a straight tailwind. So it does look like lane 3 is probably slightly ahead, De Cardenas of Belen Jesuit, so I would agree with you, Joe. But right there, and hard to tell, is Pedersen from South Orlando. Those two boats may even be close to connected for this gold medal in the boys' lightweight single.
Yeah, you're definitely right. And they are, if you want to get a rating, those guys are really going after it. I think they're high in mid-30s, and they're just matching each other. Now they're going through some really rougher water right now, and D. Cardenas is having a little problem. We can hear him see his oars bouncing around. And there we get a good idea from our drone overhead view where they're matching up with each other, one by side by side. D. Cardenas from Berlin and Pedersen from Sora right there. Beautiful picture.
Well, yeah, what we know is that this is a match race now for the gold medal. As they're into the last 500 meters, which one of these two is going to have more in the last 300 or so meters to the finish line? They're going to start getting into the red buoys, and it's stroke for stroke right now. De Cardenas and Pedersen. It's Belen Jesuit and South Orlando. South Orlando, Pedersen maybe finally taking his first lead of the race. And as I speak, it just De Cardenas took up the rating, and he's coming right back. I want to even see if I can get a stroke rating on both of these boys because they are flying here as they saw those red buoys.
38-39 based upon my eyeball computation. All right, here we go. We got ourselves the race of the day and the final of the
it's De Cardenas with a little bobble there, but he's going 38 strokes a minute. I have Pedersen at 36. Pedersen just may not be able to hold that pace.
Look at De Cardenas go. He is really throwing his body into it, really gutsy. He's tired, he's exhausted, but he is just really hammering it, and he has broken it. He has broken away for lead. His guts is really paying big dividends. It's De Cardenas for the win.
So it's De Cardenas of Belen Jesuit who will win the boys' lightweight single. Silver medal to Pedersen of South Orlando. And then all the way at the top of the race course, it looks like Dobson of Sebastian River is going to take the bronze medal in somewhat of an upset just based upon the seeding coming in. We don't see a lot of medals out of lane 0, but Mr. Dobson just did it for Sebastian River as everybody is across the line. That happened so quickly. With that field was very, very well seated, and they all had very similar speeds because that race ended in about 5 or 6 seconds, it felt like. But unofficially, De Cardenas, with just a big finish there that couldn't be matched by Pedersen, is going to win the state championship in the boys' lightweight single.
Oh, girls junior 4, wrong one. Our next race is on the water, and it's the girls junior quad, the petite final. And I'll set you up. On top of the course is Sebastian River, followed by North Palm, Treasure Coast. In lane 3 is Oars. In lane 4 is Holy Names. In lane 5 is the Bowles School. And in lane 6 is Cape Coral. Finishing out is Hillsborough. 8 boats.
Your early leader is lane 5. That's the Bowles School. On the left side of the screen, you can see they have about, I would say, 3/4 of a length on the 2 boats all the way on the right side of your screen in lane 0 and 1, which are Sebastian River and North Palm Beach, respectively. But look at this field and look at how bunched up it is as they came through the 500-meter point. There's about 3 lengths separating. It looks like 7 boats here right now in this very competitive girls junior quad petite final. The semifinals were this morning, so all of these boats racing for the second time today in this girls junior quad event. And it continues to be led by lane 5, the Bowles School. And it looks like they may now have open water. Now, we were talking about the 2 boats on the right side of the race course being in possibly second and third. Now we're seeing more speed from lanes 4 and 3, Academy of the Holy Names and Oars B.
Yep. Yeah, the crews from the Academy of Holy Names and oars. They're rowing very, very cleanly and coming out of the water. And because they're coming out of the water cleanly, they're not dragging their oars, and that's making them very efficient. So it looks like they are starting to move into the bowl school. Meanwhile, on the outside, it is Sebastian River that is making a big move, trying to get back in contact, and it is working. Sebastian River is really making a big move at coming into 500 meters to go. So right now, our leader is still the bowl school, but the Academy of the Holy Names and oars are really doing their very best. Oars having some steering issues which may hurt them. They have to pull harder with their left oars in order to stay in their lane, and that may push them back. But the bowl school is hanging tough. They're hanging tough. They've got about 500 meters to go. We'll see whether or not they can hang tough in this petite final of the girls' junior quad.
Yeah, there was open water. I don't think there's open water anymore, Joe, as Academy of the Holy Names is really starting to track down the bowl school. Bowl school is going to have to show guts. They definitely have won this race pretty considerably for most of it to the 1,000-meter point. Now as they come into the last 400, 350 meters, they're going to be able to hang on. Here comes Academy of the Holy Names. Here comes Oars B.
Exactly. So here we go. And what happened was Treasure Coast is making a good move. They were off a bit, and it was Sebastian River making a big move, but Treasure Coast is moving into a competitive position. But here we go with the white hats. It's the bowl school in first place. On the right-hand side, it's oars. And then with the pink hats, it is Treasure Coast.
Yeah, it's Academy of the Holy Names still hanging on to second place and not quite being able to track down the bowl school. It is Oars now, maybe trying to pull it level with Academy of the Holy Names or even get past them. It's Oars B that is maybe the fastest mover of the three at the moment in their orange hats. It does look like continuing to lead is the bowl school. They're going to try to hang on and win this B final or petite final of the girls' junior quad. But this one is going to finish up very quickly, Joe, as everybody is bunched up. Everybody's in the mix, but Oars continues to push.
Oars really trying to push. They're down by a deck. They may not have the water, but they are, in fact, the fastest boat on the water, and they will be a half length down, and they will win by a deck for second place over the Academy of the Holy Names. Great racing here in this petite final of the girls' junior quad.
The A final is on the race course.
Okay, I'll set you up. On the outside is Rowing Organization of Citrus County, followed by Halifax, Oars, Miami Rowing Club, Sarasota Crew, Vero Beach, St. Thomas Aquinas, and Plant.
This is a girls' junior quad grand final. This is for a trophy and medals and a state championship in the state of Florida at our 2023 FSRA State Sculling Championships here from Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida. If you're watching at home or you're watching out here at Nathan Benderson Park, my name is David Wyan. I'm joined by Joe Dobson, and we are bringing you the action, and we'll continue through the rest of the regatta. Right now you're watching the girls' junior quad.
And our early leaders are Sarasota Crew and Miami. Oh, correction. Get my glasses on here.
No, I think you're right. It's Sarasota Crew. Looks like they have a slight lead over Miami.
No, I'm sorry. Sarasota Crew has a lead over Vero Beach. But it is, Sarasota Crew, Vero Beach, and Miami are our leaders. And they're about 750 in, wouldn't you say, David?
Yeah, halfway here. Sarasota Crew still in the lead. It looks to me like Miami is really giving them a challenge. Looks like Miami is slightly ahead of Vero Beach. Those are your medal positions at the halfway point in this girls' junior quad. Some of it's a little bit of guesswork. We'll get a good picture here, hopefully, very shortly. to show you exactly what's going on, but it is the Pink Hats of Sarasota Crew that you can sort of tell right in the center of the screen are slightly ahead of the rest of the field. But look how bunched up the field is.
Yeah.
Again, the only boat that may be off the pace at all is maybe Lane 7 Plant.
Rocks on the far coast is really doing a very nice job. I don't know if they're close enough, but they are really keeping themselves in it. But it's definitely Sarasota Crew, and then really close between Miami and Vero Beach for second.
There we go. Coming through the 1,000 shows us exactly where they are. It's Sarasota Crew by a length of open water ahead of MRC. MRC just slightly, maybe about a half a length ahead of Vero Beach. And then it was St. Thomas Aquinas right there with Vero Beach in fourth place. So those were your top four as they came through the 500 meter to go, or 1,000 meter point in our race course. But looking over, they're now 350 meters from the finish line. Joe, continues to be the Pink Hats of Sarasota Crew, but it does look like there's about three boats with a chance for the other two medals. Who's it going to be? Who's going to show? We've seen some really heroic finishes so far today. Are we going to see another one here?
Yeah, it's really close between Miami and Vero Beach for second. Miami in the light blue boat with the white unis, and Vero Beach thundering along with their red and black with the white stripe. We've got ourselves a boat race coming down. In the meantime, Sarasota Crew stays out there really long, really reaching out. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Miami and Vero Beach. Miami and Vero Beach. Vero Beach has really maintained their technique, sitting up really tall, going directly to the water. This is going to be a good one.
Looks like Vero Beach with just a great last 500 meters, putting themselves in that silver medal position ahead of Miami Rowing Club. St. Thomas Aquinas in the light blue boat here, really trying, but I think they're going to run out of space. It's Sarasota Crew with the state championship in the girls' junior quad. They will finish with a length of open water ahead of Vero Beach, who will take the silver, a length ahead of Miami Rowing Club. And then it's going to be St. Thomas Aquinas, and look at the rest of the racing here. It's Oars A, who will finish ahead of Halifax, who will finish ahead of Rocks, and you heard it was not even a length separating those three at the finish line ahead of Plant High School. So that was the girls' junior quad grand final.
And our next race is going to be the boys' junior quad petite final.
And it's on the race course. It's looks to me about 350 meters into the 1,500 meter race course here at Nathan Benderson Park for these championships.
And this is race number N, or November. At the top of the course is Team Tampa, followed by Ransom Everglades, Halifax, Miami Rowing Club in the middle, North Orlando, Sarasota Crew B, Tampa Prep, and Treasure Coast. And it looks like it's extremely close with the exception of Tampa Prep and Treasure Coast, but and also Sarasota B. But our leaders look like they are lanes 2, 3, and 4, which would be Halifax, Miami, and North Orlando.
These crews coming through 500 meters, so they're into their second 500. Very competitive up front. Hard to know what's going on exactly, but it is competitive up front. You can tell. It's that when it's hard for us to even figure it out on the video after watching hundreds of races out here, you know it's close.
Yeah, it's definitely lanes 2, 3, and 4. The dark crew is Halifax, and then we have Miami, and then North Orlando. It looks like Miami and North Orlando are starting to move away from Halifax in third place. So we got ourselves a heck of a race between Miami and North Orlando as they're coming into 500 meters to go.
All right, you can see just how close those two boats were that Joe talked about.
Oh, my goodness.
Miami and North Orlando. They were separated by about 2 feet there at 500 meters to go. And then right behind them, separated by nothing, it looked like, was Sarasota Crew and Oars, I believe.
No, I think it was Sarasota Crew in Halifax.
Yep, you're right.
But here we go. We have these two crews at the end of the island. They're matched up perfectly. That is Miami and North Orlando. They're just about the same rating. Wow, they're right on top of each other. And then we've got a great race between Halifax in the dark blue and Sarasota Crew in the white for third place. Miami looks like they just made a run. There they go. Miami is taking off. We'll see when North Orlando can keep up with them. But, oh, look at this. Miami is moving away almost 1 foot per stroke. They are walking away.
Yeah, big time finish by Miami Rowing Club. Let's see if they can hang on to it. North Orlando doesn't seem to have the pacing and the speed to be able to catch what Miami just did. So it does look like Miami's going to win the petite final of the boys junior quad, and they're going to do it by about a length ahead of North Orlando. Those two boats, as you saw, with 500 meters remaining, were separated by 2 feet. So that was a really nice last 500 meters to get a length by Miami.
And the other crew that really made a big move at the 500 was Sarasota Crew. They were dead even with Halifax, but they moved away to almost a length of almost open water over Halifax. So a big move by Sarasota Crew. Okay, our boys junior final is at the start line. Vero Beach is at the top. Oars, Bowl School, Plant High School, Miami Rowing Club, Sarasota Crew B, Ransom Everglades, and Treasure Coast. Now, if you're getting the impression that the racing is happening fast and furious, it definitely is, because we've gone from 7-minute centers down to 5-minute centers to make sure that we finish prior to this weather is supposed to be coming in. And we're seeing some really excellent rowing on the water, that being the Vero Beach crew. Whoa, I'm confused.
Yeah, let me reset the field for you. It looks like lane 0, so farthest to the right is Oars B. Lane 1, the Bowl School. Lane 2, Sarasota Crew. Lane 3, Vero Beach. Lane 4, Belen Jesuit. Lane 5, Oars. Lane 6, Gainesville. Lane 7, Plant High School. We apologize for some of the lane difficulties that we've had today, but we're bringing it to you the best we can here from Nathan Betterson Park. Good shot from behind. You can see Belen Jesuit in that gold boat. And you can see Vero Beach to the left of them on the picture and Oars to the right of them on the picture. As you keep panning over, that is Gainesville on the far right in that gold boat with the light blue jerseys as these boys get through 500 meters in this 1,500-meter championship race in the boys' junior quad.
Yeah, it looks like lane 3, Vero Beach, has asserted themselves on the field. And we have almost a perfect arrow point here where the seating has worked out very well. Vero Beach is ahead in lane 3, and then second behind them is Belen Jesuit in lane 4, and Sarasota Crew over there in lane 2. But Vero Beach is going after really hard.
Yeah, they are, and you can tell just looking at them, even how small they are on this picture, that they are really driving it through the water. There's a lot of power in that quad, Joe. You can just see the boat accelerating when those blades are in the water.
Definitely. The other thing which we're really seeing is all their bodies are swinging together. They're all going to a perfect release point at every single time. The blades are coming out of the water, and all that momentum they have of pushing that boat out from underneath them is really paying big dividends. They're about ready to break from the field. I think they almost have open water over Berlin, which is over there on their starboard side.
All right, so it's Vero Beach, definitely with a commanding lead here in the boys' junior quad. That's really all we know. I'm looking at Belen Jesuit. I'm looking at Sarasota Crew. Those two crews do appear to be in medal contention. And will anybody challenge? It looks like the boat in lane 5 from Oars is trying to challenge. They're trying to get into the mix. If I had to guess, it looks like Belen Jesuit sitting in a silver medal position. And then it's Sarasota Crew slightly ahead of Oars. So it may be spacing out just a little bit more than we're able to tell. But what we do know for sure is that it is quite an open water lead right now for Vero Beach. As we talked about, that there's a lot of power in that boat, and they're really swinging the bodies and moving it away. And here we go.
There's our drone. Thank you, Mr. Drone. Well, that really makes things perfectly clear.
Yeah, and it shows that we were pretty wrong. Oars is sitting in the bronze medal position, or really challenging Belen Jesuit for the silver medal position. Sarasota Crew is sitting in a distant 4th place. So that tells you what the angle does to us when we're watching the finish line camera.
Well, okay, watch it. This is going to be a good one. Stroke for stroke. It's Oars and Berlin. Oars and Berlin as they come down the finish line. Look at Oars go. Oars is really jumping up. Look at them stride. Can they match it? This is going to be great. It's a barn burner. Here we go. And it's Oars starting to move away.
It's Vero Beach with open water. Does Belen have something to push back onto Oars? I think they're going to run out of space because Oars with
Look at that. What monster move by Oars.
Huge power in the last 20 strokes.
Wow. Moved almost 3/4 of a length in the last 20 strokes. A monster move by Orlando Area Rowing Society. Woo!
So, unofficially, your state champion in the boys' junior quad is Vero Beach. Start to finish, they did it. And then it's Oars picking off Belen Jesuit in the last 20 strokes to take the silver medal. Belen Jesuit, the bronze. Then it was Sarasota Crew, Gainesville. And then it looked like, to me, it was maybe Plant High School, then just ahead of the Bowl School and Oars B. So that was the boys' junior quad grand final. The next event.
Our next event is the girls' junior double petite final, Race Papa, and that includes North Palm Beach, Vero Beach, North Orlando, Hillsborough, Gainesville, Row House, and Melbourne. And they are on the water and approaching 500 meters. And it looks like our seating just went out the window because our crew that's in North Palm is supposed to be second slowest in lane 1, hasn't got the memo on that, and they have the lead. So it's North Palm in lane 1 that has the lead over Vero Beach, and then we don't know who's who in the zoo between North Orlando, Hillsborough, Gainesville, Row House, or Mel High for 3rd place.
Yeah, so this one is appears to be a 7-boat race.
Right. I think that's all they had for the petite final. Okay, so North Palm continues. North Palm B, this is Race Papa. It continues to press their advantage from lane 0. And instead of having an arrow, we have a knife blade or a wedge. Our second place boat is definitely Vero Beach. And our third place boat is probably lane 5, which is Gainesville.
Yeah, something in the water, so to speak, in lanes 1 and 2 in this race. Have them shot out like a cannon and ahead of the rest of the field. This is the B final or petite final of the girls junior double. And it is being led by North Palm Beach's B entry. And you can see they have open water ahead of Vero Beach. Good race continuing between Gainesville and Hillsborough High School for 3rd and 4th place. You can tell that Gainesville has maybe only a deck, maybe even less on Hillsborough High School. Behind Hillsborough High School, it appears to be North Orlando sitting in 5th place. Then top of the screen left, you will see Melbourne High School and Miami Row House B.
Well, sometimes what happens, David, is we have a change of wind direction, and then let's say if the wind is coming, which it is not, let's say the wind is coming off of the west coast, they might have a little bit of a protected water until the wind gets over the water and creates bigger waves. But that's not the case right now. We have almost a dead south tailwind, which is really pushing these boats along very nicely. So right now it looks like we're starting to see a move take place by Gainesville and Hillsborough trying to overtake Vero Beach. Vero Beach appears to be fading somewhat.
Yeah, Hillsborough High School, fastest mover of the last 200 meters. They've gotten past Gainesville, and it looks like they're about to get past Vero Beach. So they're about to go from 4th place to 2nd place in about a 200-meter stretch is Hillsborough High School. We'll see if they continue that momentum. But it does continue to be the boat all the way at the top of the race course, North Palm Beach B, that is out in front and remains out in front of this girls' petite final of the junior double, excuse me.
Now, it's going to be very interesting. Will Vero Beach look over and say, oops, we got something here? Will they respond? And it looks like they have. Will Vero Beach hold off the hard-charging Hillsborough High School?
And I think Vero Beach is trying to really counter what Hillsborough High School is doing, as Hillsborough High School really jacks up the rating now. They are definitely going after it, Joe. They're definitely overstroking Vero Beach. Are they going to be able to squeeze it at the end here? Vero Beach.
It's going to be close.
Vero Beach pushing back. Oh, it's going to come right down to a photo.
Oh, yo, that was beautiful. Oh, wow. What a great race by both Hillsborough and Vero Beach. Vero Beach was just kind of cruising along, and then their situational awareness saw, here comes Hillsborough. Hillsborough was just throwing it at it, just going for it like there's no tomorrow, and it just resulted in just a fabulously wonderful race here. We've even seen a great race between lanes 6 and 7, Row House and Melbourne, finish up. Great racing in our final.
Yeah, that was a petite final of the girls' junior double. It was won by North Palm Beach out of lane 1. And on the race course already is the grand final of the girls' junior double. And again, we have 8 boats across vying for medals and a trophy and the crown of state champion in the girls' junior double event.
I'll give you the lineups at the top. It's Sarasota Crew, followed by Sora, Holy Names, North Palm, Vero Beach, Row House, University School, and Treasure Coast.
And you can see your leader is lane 3, North Palm Beach. So we had North Palm Beach win the petite final. Are they also going to win the grand final? That would be quite a feat, quite an interesting outcome for that team if they're able to pull off sort of the double, winning back-to-back races. That doesn't happen out here very often in these types of situations. In fact, I can't recall it happening any time in the last 5 or 6 years of being out here. So it is North Palm Beach out in front. In second place in the silver medal position is the boat from Miami International Row House. And then Row House, you can tell, has about a full length on Vero Beach B, who is in between the two that are holding down first and second place.
Indeed. So it looks like they've gone about 750 meters into halfway down. And our leader, North Palm, Miss Ekstrom, is the stroke. Doing a very, very nice of just maintain that solid position. And it looks like we're starting to see a little bit of motion in the ocean right now as Vero Beach is trying to make their way into Row House.
They're definitely pushing Row House now. Sitting in fourth place is that blue boat on the right side of the screen. That is the boat from University School. But you can see that they've got a couple boat lengths of open water gap that they're going to have to close if they're going to get into the medals in this grand final of the girls' junior double. There still is time as these boats are approaching 500 meters to go. You can see that platform on the right, and your leader, it does have 500 meters to go, North Palm Beach.
Yeah, it looks like Row House saw what was happening. They started matching almost in and out of the water perfectly with Vero, but Vero appears to have just a little bit more. We'll see whether or not that continues as we cross the end of the island, and Vero Beach is starting to move into the Row House.
They are. Row House keeps sort of fending it off, enough at least. So they're still sitting in a silver medal position is Row House. You see them on the right side of the screen. They're fending off every move that Vero Beach is trying to throw at them, but it's not a terribly comfortable advantage of only about a half a length. The comfortable advantage is what's going on in lane 4, North Palm Beach, dominating this field and trying to win a state championship in the girls' junior double.
Yeah, silver position is going to be determined by how strong they are in being able to maintain their technique and be clean going in and out of the water. As they get tired and they're starting to maybe press it and go up in their rating, it's going to be harder to be clean with your blades and not miss water or get your oar stuck in the water or start having maneuvering problems. It's too close to call. Row House is really pushing it, really standing up tall. And here comes Vero Beach. It's Row House, Vero Beach. Row House, Vero Beach coming down. Vero Beach sitting tall. Row House, Vero Beach. Oh, boy. Here we go. Yeah, it looks like it's Row House by about 2 feet right now, David.
Yep, it's Row House still hanging on. I think it's going to end up being about a half a length, so they just kind of maintain that half-length advantage. They're going to win the silver medal in the girls' junior double, just ahead of Vero Beach, who really tried everything that they had up their sleeve to try to take that silver medal away from Miami International Row House. They just came up short, and then a very close finish there between University School and Sora, who will finish then ahead of also a very close finish between Sarasota Crew and Treasure Coast, then ahead of Academy of the Holy Names. So that was the girls' junior double grand final. The next event, as you might imagine, is the boys' junior double, and it will be the B final. It's on the race course already.
And I'm going to go ahead and set up. At the top of the course is Lyman A, followed by United Sculling. In lane 3 is Berlin Jesuit. Lane 2 is Berlin Jesuit. Lane 3 is Halifax. Lane 4 is Pinecrest. Lane 5 is Ransom Evergrades. Lane 6 is Sebastian River High School Crew. And lane 7 is Vero Beach Rowing.
Your early leader in the gold boat, Belen Jesuit, in lane 2 on the sort of left side of the screen, as we see this picture of the boats rowing away from the drone. And this one is a great picture. We have everybody in the mix here. It is early on in the race, but it's not that early. They're past 500 meters, about 650 meters into this race. You can actually see the sign just slightly there on the left side. They're almost at halfway now. is Belen Jesuit. And Belen Jesuit is starting to get tracked down just a little bit by Halifax in the adjacent lane to their right. This thing is only getting tighter as it moves down the race course, which is not something that we see very often. But we had this well-attended boys junior double event, that had semifinals, had a time trial and semifinals. So it does really shape up even our petite final to be extremely competitive. I'm also seeing now all the way over on the left, looks like Lyman High School is even getting into the mix, and they were not quite as close about 100 meters ago. This thing is tightening up, and look at all the connection that's going on here, Joe.
Yeah, definitely. Even Vero Beach, which is along the beach, is really starting to play into. The only crew that's kind of falling off the pace is United Sculling in lane 1. Wow, this is going to be fun. Here we go. Coming down to the last 500 right about now, about 75 more strokes. And our leader is now Halifax. Halifax has rode through Berlin. Okay, so Halifax has now rode through Berlin. They're into the Regatta Island, last 350 meters. Remember, Berlin has a really fast closing. And then on the outside, they didn't get the memo. They're supposed to be slow.
Yeah, Vero Beach. Vero Beach might even be in the lead now, Joe, as they come down the beach. It is so close. And Lyman all the way on the left side is right there. It might be United Sculling. It's hard for me to tell between the two. No, it's Lyman in the blue boat.
Yeah, it's Lyman in the blue boat.
But it is still Halifax. They took the lead from Belen Jesuit. Belen Jesuit had the lead for at least half this race. Then Halifax took it over. And this is going to be a fight all the way to the finish line. Look at this.
You know who my spoiler is? It's Vero Beach on the inside, right here close to the island. These guys are just standing on it. They're going to be undetected. Will they be able to sleep on by? Here comes Vero Beach. Our leader continues to be Halifax. Berlin is drawn back. Vero Beach is going to try to get a silver. And on the outside, here comes Lyman. They didn't get the memo. They're supposed to be slow. And it's Vero Beach. They're almost into Halifax. Vero Beach and Halifax. And it's a race between, on the outside, Lyman and Berlin for third. Wow, what a monster move by Vero Beach. Undetected crime, sneaking along the beach into a second place.
Really good, super competitive petite final of the boys junior double. What a race. That was a fun one to call, as you could tell by Joe's enthusiasm there. When we see races like that, it literally gets our adrenaline going when we're in here watching it finish up right in front of us.
Well, our next race is on the water, which is the final of the boys junior double. We have Orrs, Boone, Sarasota Crew, Sebastian River, Miami, North Palm, Sora, and University. Oh, man, it's another one. It looks like our leaders are going to be in lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. And it looks like 4 and 5 are right beside each other, which is Miami Rowing Club and North Palm. Sarasota Crew and Sebastian River are still in contact. So all these boats are overlapped.
Yeah, and this is for medals. So these 4 boats that are overlapped, one of them is going to be left out of the medals. They're coming through halfway already in this boys junior double grand final. It was, when we started picking up the drone, it was North Palm Beach with the lead. Now it's Miami Rowing Club with a slight lead. But you can see those 2 blue boats very evenly matched up front. And now it's really a big push from Sarasota Crew to get slightly past Sebastian River, the other blue boat that is in the picture. Sarasota Crew really moving in this second half of the second 500 of this race. They're trying to bring it up to even with the leader there, Miami Rowing Club, Joe. This thing is back and forth, is trading places. It's 3/4 of a length separating 4 boats for 3 medals.
Well, I'll tell you what's really brutal is Sarasota crew over there in lane 2. They are trucking their way through this field, but what is really hurting is they are understroking everybody. They are rowing lower but going faster, which is a very, very scary thing. That means they have more to go. But it looks like Miami didn't get the memo because now they have really picked it up. They've halted Sarasota crew's advance. And here we go, last 250 meters, and it's Miami and Sarasota crew. But Miami was alert as far as what went on and has now picked up their rating and see whether or not they can hold on. They are moving away from the field. And Sebastian River is trying to get back into crew. And over there in lane 5, North Palm is starting to fall off the pace. Here we go.
Yeah, North Palm was leading this race at one point. Now they have slipped to 4th place. Does Sarasota crew have enough? Sebastian River may be moving faster than Sarasota crew at the moment. Looks to me like Sebastian River is possibly going to take the silver medal away from Sarasota crew, but maybe those boys in the Sarasota crew boat heard me because they're starting to push back. Wow,
Okay.
this one's going to come right down to it.
There you go. Get ready with that video camera. It is Sebastian River, Sarasota crew, Miami. Sebastian River, Sarasota crew, Miami. Miami has a Scotia on it. Oh, darn, that's wonderful racing. Oh.
Well, we know that the medals are between those 3 boats. If I had to guess, I would say MRC slightly did win a gold medal there. And then it was too close to call between Sarasota crew and Sebastian River for the silver and bronze. They will finish ahead of North Palm Beach, who will finish 4th, just out of the medals. And then it's Boone High School ahead of Sora, Oars, and University School.
That was almost more fun than my heart can take. Our next race will be race Tango, which is the petite final for the girls' junior single, and they are on the water about 250 meters in. We have United Sculling, Sora A, Manatee County Youth Rowing, Jacksonville Episcopal A, Cape Coral, Miami Rowing. I'm sorry, it was Manatee County Youth Rowing, Miami Rowing, and then Hillsborough. So it looks like our early leader is lane 2, which is Manatee County, Mr. Fracchiero, followed by Jacksonville's Wilmot. And these are ladies, so Miss Fracchiero. And this is a petite final. Really some great racing here. And it's really good seating. Our lanes 2 and 3 were picked to be very, very fast, and they're certainly living up to their advanced billing. We're seeing some following wind, which is causing some waves. And as they go further and further down the course, the size of the waves will get bigger. That's called fetch. The greater the distance the air grows over unabated water, the bigger the waves will be. So in about 20 strokes, they're going to start running into the maximum size waves that's caused by the wind following it. These boats are just side by side cruising.
It's lanes 3 and 4, and they're just stroke for stroke. It's Franquero of Manatee County. It's Wilmot of Jacksonville Episcopal. And those are the 2 boats sitting there.
Exactly.
That are out on the rest of the field. You see 3rd place is a boat adjacent to lane 3, which is Gillum of Sora. And you actually can tell, I can tell that she's wearing one of those bright green Sora hats. So it's relatively spaced out, but we do have a match race for a possible win here in the petite final, which is something that is very welcomed. We hope that they stay like this for the rest of the race, and then we get to really see what happens in the last 250 meters.
And you're absolutely right. This is like you would have at Henley in England, where you're racing side by side. albeit without those horrible wooden booms that can ruin your whole day. But it's just going to be interesting. These two rowers are definitely in the power of the field, and they can sit there and hold on to their energy and just kind of pace each other and then try to decide if they're going to go. And if you go too early, you risk running out of steam. If you go too late, they may have left you. So then it becomes a psychological thing. If you're sitting there looking over at your competition and looking at maybe their stern and making sure that you stay in contact, they don't sneak away. But again, if you go too early, you may run out of steam, and we've seen quite a few people do that. So a lot of people go off really fast and try to grab the race in the first 500, and that's called a fly and die. You fly and then you die, or you're going to go as they're going down here beside each other. Now looking over, because they're just kind of cruising, this is allowing the crew, Sora from Gillum from Sora, to start getting back in contact. She was back about a length of open water. So right now, kind of pressing their advantage is Miss Wilmot from Jacksonville. She is about half a length, and Sora is starting to come back in undetected. So last 350 meters, somebody's going to decide, okay, it's time to go. And Sora has decided, okay, I'm not going to wait for you gals. Here we go.
Yeah, Gillum showing some good speed in the last 300 or 400 meters. Really gotten herself back into the mix, Joe. You are correct about that. And we'll see. This could get tighter as it moves down. It is Jacksonville Episcopal's Wilmot out in front. It's Franquero of Manatee County trying to stay ahead of Gillum of Sora. But that looks like it's basically a dead even race at this point. So what's going to happen in the last 200 meters? That's what we have left in this petite final of the girls' junior single here at our 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships from Nathan Benderson Park.
And there goes Wilmot. Wilmot's sitting up really tall. She's placing her blades really cleanly in the water and really pressing away. And it looks like Sora has overtaken Manatee. All right, here we go. We're down to the last 20 strokes.
Hearing horns. We're hearing lots of cheering. This is exactly.
There goes Manatee. They just brought up her rating. Will Sora match it? There goes Manatee. She's about 3-4 strokes over. Will she steal it? And watch out. Hang on, Jacksonville. Manatee just jacked up their rating in order to go. There they go, match together. What a nice move. Oh, when you hear the horns going off together like that, that's telling you we had some great racing in this girls' petite final of the junior single.
Grand finals on the race course. And they are already at past halfway, it looks like, with the leaders of the race.
Competing are Sarasota Crew, Plant High, United Sculling, North Orlando, Holy Names, Lake County, Oars, and Gulliver Prep. All right, so it looks like our early leaders are in lanes 2 and 3, which would be United Sculling and North Orlando.
Three and 4.
Is it 3 and 4?
It's 3 and 4. So it's Hurley
right.
from North Orlando and Mitchell of Academy of the Holy Names.
Good. Yeah, I didn't see that one crew from Sarasota Crew way over there on the right, kind of hiding. Well, we've got ourselves a 2-boat race for these two ladies for the final of the girls' junior single. And that would be Hurley and you said Mitchell from the Academy of the Holy Names.
Yeah, so this is a girls' junior single. It's an age and or grade cutoff to make a junior event. And so it's an effort to try to get juniors or younger in high school to all compete against each other rather than any seniors. So you won't see any seniors in this event, and I don't mean senior as in senior age. I'm talking about senior in high school, the grade, the final year of high school. It does look like your leader is lane 3, which is Mitchell of Academy of the Holy Names. And we get the drone shot coming in here, showing us what we have. And if he pans out a little bit, we'll be able to see the full field and figure out exactly what is going on. But to our eye, it does look pretty obvious that Academy of the Holy Names is out in front. Mitchell, it does look like very obvious. Second place is Hurley from North Orlando.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it looks like lane 3, Hurley from North Orlando, continues to press her advantage over Mitchell of Holy Names.
Yeah, Ben, thanks for correcting me there. It is Hurley out in front from North Orlando, and you can see the open water. This one very spaced out, but this is a championship race. This is the girls' junior single grand final.
Very, very nice rowing. I really like the way that Hurley is going directly to the water. Her blades are very, very close to the water when she places them in, and there's no check in the boat. And check in the boat is when you have the boat stop. When you go ahead and place the blades in the water, she is really sending that boat and getting a lot out of it. So our winner for this is North Orlando's Miss Hurley.
Winning the state championship in the girls' junior single. I should do it ahead of Mitchell of Academy of the Holy Names, who will take a silver medal back to Tampa. And then the bronze medal is going to be in that green boat. United Sculling's Miss Scott winning a bronze medal. Fourth place looks like it's going to be Riley of Sarasota Crew. Fifth place is going to be lane 6, which is Dudek of Oars. Then lane 7 in that beautiful pink boat is Alfie of Gulliver Prep, who will finish ahead of Lake County's Strange and Plant High School's Seiler.
On the water is our next event, about 500 meters in, and that is the boys' junior single petite final. This is race Victor. Participating is Sarasota Crew's Mr. Marble, Tampa Catholic's O'Donnell, Pinecrest Denise, Sarasota Crew's Hunsaker, Sebastian Rivers Long, Rox Zaharia, and Layton from Halifax. And it looks like our early leader is in the middle of the pack, possibly in lane 2, and that would be, lane 3, and that would be Pinecrest Denise.
So this is a B final or petite final of the boys' junior single. The winner will finish 9th in the state of Florida because we will have an 8-boat grand final to follow this one. You're right, Denise of Pinecrest is way out in front of the rest of the field.
Ooh, the crew up in lane 1, Mr. Marble from Sarasota Crew caught a boat-stopping crab. He was in 3rd place, but that pushed them back.
Second place looks like lane 2 at the moment, O'Donnell of Tampa Catholic. O'Donnell of Tampa Catholic trying to hold off lane 4, which is Hunsucker of Sarasota Crew.
Yeah, they're a little bit right amount or a little bit beyond halfway, 750 meters. And our field, as you can see, is fairly compact. We got 2 crews in a solid 2nd and 3rd position, but everybody else is not that far off the pace.
Yeah, other than Stenise from Pinecrest way out in front, really everybody you can see in the rest of the field is separated by maybe 4 boat lengths total of open water behind. So everybody is sort of pretty well paced behind Stenise of Pinecrest, who's trying to win this one in style. Obviously, upset that he's not competing in the grand final. But all you can do is come out here and win this petite final. Maybe lay down a time that's comparable to a medalist time in the grand final that will follow this one.
Yeah, that could really be illustrative, because if you win the petite by a lot, which I had a crew when I was coach at Navy do that, that probably meant that they did not have a good race in the heat going in.
Yeah, or in this case, I believe the semifinal.
Yeah, or semifinal.
But even so, the progression of the event. So it's Denise really dominating right now. And you're seeing him wind it up a little bit. He's at least going to put out full pressure here, whether he goes up to the highest rating he feels comfortable with. It remains to be seen, although he did go up a couple of beats. Pushing hard is that boat from Sarasota Crew, Hunsucker, in lane 4. He's in a solid second place position. He's really maintained the gap. In fact, maybe even closed it a little bit in the last 300 meters on Stenise. But it's going to be Stenise from Pinecrest winning the B final of the boys junior single ahead of Hunsucker from Sarasota Crew. And then it looks like his teammate Marble of Sarasota Crew. You talked about that bobble he had. Well, he got himself back into finishing in third place. Wow. And then it's going to be Rox's Zakaria, who finishes ahead of O'Donnell from Tampa Catholic High School. And then it's going to be lane 7, Leighton of Halifax, who will finish ahead of Sebastian Rivers Long.
All right, so our next one on the water is the final for the boys junior single. And, wow. At the top will be Pinecrest, followed by Sora, Vero Beach, another Sora Crew, Cape Coral, Oars, and Miami Beach.
Looking at the drone shot, as these boys are through 500 meters now, your leader in that bright green boat, lane 3, De La Esprella of Sora. He's leading this 8-boat field, trying to win a gold medal in the boys' junior single. Second place is the boat adjacent to him, one over on the left. That's Cape Coral's Borneman. Borneman trying to hang on, being pushed real hard by Tapia of Oars in lane 5 in that orange boat. Fourth place looks to me like lane 2, which is Vero Beach's Matzi. Those being the top 4, but you can see there's a lot of bunch up behind really your commanding leader at the halfway point now, or almost at the halfway point, De La Esprella of Sora. Esprella, I think, is maybe how it's pronounced. He's got about a 20 open meter lead, and Tapia of Oars has pushed past Borneman from Cape Coral. So we'll see what that does to Borneman, whether he just kind of front-loaded the first half of the race and doesn't have the speed for the second half, or whether he'll be able to get back into the mix. Tapia moving very well. In fact, maybe moving just as well as the boat De La Esprella, who is winning currently.
Yeah.
But it's getting much closer now for the bronze medal as Borneman is falling back just a little bit. Starting to get a challenge now all the way from the outside. It looks like Roger of Palm River is in the mix, as well as the boat in lane 2, Matzi from Vero Beach. All of those boats in the mix for a medal. And, in fact, as well, lane 6, Polateev of Miami Beach. It's still Sora's De La Espriella out in front of the field in that candy green boat, and just continuing to have a lot of open water. He's really rowing very clinically. You can see he just got into the red buoys. You see the buoys change from gold to red. Last 250 meters to win a state championship in the boys junior single. And barring a mistake, he will win given the gap here. But the other medals really still up for grabs. You've got Vero Beach in the picture, Matsi in lane 2. You've got Tapia in the orange boat from Oars in lane 5. And everybody going outside in lane 7. Palm River's Roger is right there. You've also got lane 4 Borneman getting back into the mix from Cape Coral. This one is shaping up here, Joe, at the end. But it does look like Tapia is in a solid silver medal position as De La Espriella wins the boys junior single title at our 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships. It's Tapia of Oars who's going to take the silver medal. And then is it Borneman who's going to come back from not the best middle part of this race to win a bronze medal? It does look like, to my eye, he will do that just ahead of Palm River Training Center's Roger, who will finish ahead of Polateev of Miami Beach. And then the boat, the lane 4 boat, which was Cape Coral, actually. So it looks like we had some sort of out of position. Matsi was the one that finished with the bronze medal. So that was the boys junior single grand final. The next race on the race course, and they just started, is actually a 9-boat race. Joe's going to set it up for you.
Okay, over in lane 00 is the Academy of Holy Names. Treasure Coast is in lane 0. In lane 1 is Sarasota Crew. In lane 2 is SCAR. Lane 3 is Oars. Lane 4 is Gainesville. Lane 5 is United. Lane 6 is Sebastian River. And closest to us in lane 7 is Sora. So it looks like our early leader is, when we get an overhead view from the drone, we'll be able to tell you who our early leader is, which is, looks like lane 1, 2, lane 3, which is Oars. And then followed by lane 2 and lane 4, lane 2 and lane 5, which would be United and Scar. But right now it looks like Oars in lane 3 is our early leader. Nope, I was wrong because we have another boat on the side. So our early leader is Sarasota Crew. So again, we have 9 boats. 9 boats in this race, and our video drone is really giving us good perspective. So our early leader is lane 1, 2, 3, lane 3, which is, again, I was right. It is Oars. Oars is a big lead in this petite final. Now it's interesting because we have so many racers for this girls freshman quad. It really speaks to the positive quality of rowing here in Florida, that we could put 9 freshman quads on the water for a petite final and still have 8 more left in order to race for the grand final. As you can see, it's really getting tight where United, Sebastian River and Sora, Gainesville, United, and Sebastian River are really starting to close up on the right-hand side. Oars continues to press their advantage, and trailing the field in lane 7 is Sora.
Quite a race from Oars. Really dominant, as they are about 850, almost 900 meters into the 1,500-meter race course, and you can see their advantage is like 40 open meters. That's pretty tremendous at this point. But look at this race going on behind them. That's what we're probably going to end up focusing on here, because Oars is just rowing away with this thing at the moment. But look at 6 boats connected behind Oars. What a race going on. And there has been a lot of back and forth amongst these boats. It hasn't been really the same boat that is sort of pushed out from the rest. I mean, everybody is going after it. There's tons of moves being made, probably power 10s, and probably not rate shifts yet as they're approaching 500 meters to go, but you're seeing power moves, getting boats into different positions. As you can see, even right there, as Sarasota Crew moved into and maybe even past SCAR or SCAR. And then on the far right side, looks like, is that Sebastian River? They have been pushing in and finding speed. So everybody is really going. They're putting it out on the water. You know, they don't have a ton of races because they are freshmen. They don't have a ton of races under their belt. So there is a measure of, we're just going to go out and go as fast as we possibly can and put down the best race that we've ever had. And that's why you're seeing so much back and forth and so much competitiveness.
Well, again, being able to really train all these rowers as scullers is tremendous, because you can always take a sculler and put them in a sweep boat, but not necessarily the other way around. Witness the winner of the Head of Charles was a composite women's international sculling team a couple of years ago.
So Oars right in front of us into the last 200 meters, 50 open meters back to the rest of the field. So Oars really dominating this petite final. Again, maybe trying to lay down a time that's competitive with the medalists in the following race, the grand final of this event. But wow, look behind them. I mean, this is going to be hot and heavy. It's going to be difficult for me to even, for us to even call out the finish, because it's going to be beep, 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 Joe. It's going to be just very, very quick. All these boats connected, but we do know that Oars is going to win the petite final of the girls' freshman quad.
Wow, this is really cool.
Does look like Sarasota Crew B in lane 1 is going to hang on to second place. United Sculling, by the way, coming out of complete nowhere. They were sitting in maybe 5th or 6th place with 300 meters left. They're going to take 3rd place, so they passed a couple of boats. It looks like Gainesville and the boat from Sebastian River are going to finish basically in a photo finish at the finish line. And then it looks like SCAR ahead of...
Sora.
What is it? Treasure Coast and Holy Names.
And then Sora bringing up the rear.
What a race. 9 boats across. Only place in America you will see it is Nathan Benderson Park. And that was as exciting as it could have possibly been, other than the fact that Oars utterly dominated that race.
All right, next race on the water is the final 4 medals of the girls' freshman 4. They are still at the starting block. Thank you for our starting line camera for that. Competing are Team Tampa, Miami Beach B, Plant A, Sarasota Crew, Miami Beach A, First Coast, Treasure Coast, and Oars B.
Okay, we're on the race course with the grand final of the girls' freshman quad. And let me set the field for you. Furthest from this camera in lane 0 would be Team Tampa. Now, if you're looking, it's left to right. So Team Tampa, far left. One lane to the right of them is Miami Beach. Then it's Plant High School, Sarasota Crew, Miami Beach, First Coast, Treasure Coast, and Oars B on the far right side in that blue boat. Looks like deciding to take the lead early in this one is Sarasota Crew in lane 3. The lead is not considerable, however, as they come through 250 meters, but it is a lead for Sarasota Crew. And then it looks like behind them, really the medals are completely up for grabs. It's almost not worth talking about medals at this point this early because of how close together these boats are. But look at this picture, 8 boats across. Again, you're not even going to see 8 boats across at any other venue in America, at least not a fair 8 lanes like we have here at Nathan Benderson Park. It's Sarasota Crew out in front, a full length now ahead of the field. It's really too close to call. Next to them to the right on the picture, Miami Beach and First Coast. And then also trying to go with those two just to the left of Sarasota Crew is Plant High School. So this is for medals and a trophy in the girls' freshman quad. This is the grand final. This is always an event that is very well attended. It's also very well supported. We always see huge crowds down here for the freshman events. They are very exciting in a lot of ways, really being the first championship race for most of these athletes, unless they rode in 8th grade and rode up, so to speak. So it is Sarasota Crew continuing to lead, but they only have this length advantage. It does look, to my eye, like second place might be Miami Beach right now. If it is, it's only by about a deck. It looks like over First Coast. So it's the 2 boats to the right in the picture of Sarasota Crew that appear to be also in the medals. Right there, just to the left of Sarasota Crew, the gold blades that you can see as they square them up is Plant High School. And Plant High School is right there. They're within striking distance, certainly, as we're only just through the halfway point of this race. But it's a championship race for the girls' freshman quad in the state of Florida for 2023. Sarasota Crew is going to try to go start to finish. They took that lead early. Are they going to be able to hang on to it all the way down the race course? They've done a good job of it so far, even though their course hasn't been the straightest that I've ever seen. They remain out in front by a length. Continuing to be second place is Miami Beach. Miami Beach only about a deck, not quite half a length over third place First Coast. And then it's Plant High School. They're going to have to start thinking about trying to close the gap, or they're going to be left behind by those 3 that are out in front. So it's Sarasota Crew, maybe a little bit of open water. Hard to tell. I would say a slight amount of open water, sitting in a gold medal position ahead of Miami Beach. And now, is First Coast going to be able to challenge Miami Beach for that silver medal? First Coast needs to start thinking about whether they have the ability to do that as we pick up the beach. About 350 meters left to win a state championship for Sarasota Crew. And they maintain this slight open water advantage on that boat from Miami Beach. And I haven't seen anything from First Coast yet that they are trying to push into or that they are closing the gap on Miami Beach. Miami Beach continue to maintain a solid silver medal position. You can see those white jerseys. That is Sarasota Crew. They are out in front. And they remain in front. Again, not necessarily taking the straightest course down the race course, but they're going faster than everyone else, so it doesn't matter. First Coast, do they have anything here in the last 200 meters? Are they going to be able to challenge? Can First Coast find some speed to challenge Miami Beach? Those two boats are connected, but Miami Beach definitely holding on to the silver medal as they approach us here at the finish line. And it's Sarasota Crew who has had really that same advantage for at least the last 700 meters, trying to win a state championship in the girls' freshman quad. And it does appear that they are going to hang on 4 strokes from the finish line to win. And First Coast tried, but they're just not going to have the space, as they're maybe moving slightly faster at the finish line than Miami Beach. But Miami Beach is going to hang on to the silver medal by a deck over First Coast. First Coast is going to take a bronze medal to the East Coast back with them. Plant High School is going to finish in 4th place. In 5th place is going to be that boat from lane 6, Treasure Coast, who will finish ahead of the other Miami Beach boat, the Miami Beach B boat, who will finish ahead of Team Tampa, and then the Oars B entry in lane 7 finishing up. So that was the girls' freshman quad grand final.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and set us up for the boys' freshman 4 quad petite final. At the top of the course will be Hillsborough. In lane 1 will be Plant High School. Lane 2 will be Sebastian River High School. Lane 3 will be Miami Beach. Lane 4 will be the Bowl School. Lane 5 is Halifax. Lane 6 is Miami Rowing Club. And lane 7 will be Sarasota Crew. Okay. And it looks like Sarasota Crew did not have a bow number 6, so they're racing with a bow number 0. But Miami is having a difficult time in getting on the stake boat, but they're doing the right thing too, has grabbed Bow's oar, which is really a varsity move. You don't expect to see freshmen being able to display this type of boatmanship. That's impressive. All righty, so race Z. And they're off for the freshman petite final. Nice shot of the Miami Crew going over to Halifax now. Next one we'll see will be Bowls. And it looks like the crew really going out after it is the Miami Beach Rowing Club. They already have a significant lead on whoever we could see right here. Yeah, looks like Miami Beach has really jumped out and been very aggressive at the start. And Miami Beach is in lane 3, which will be the 4th crew over. And the finish line camera's view is indicating that that's still consistent. And other than Miami Beach, it's very hard to see who is in second or third. The groups are very close together. It looks like Halifax is making a big move from lane 5.
Yeah, I think these races are so interesting, Joe, the freshman races, because you never really know what you're going to get, particularly at the start line, because a lot of these freshman rowers don't even have a whole lot of starts under their belt. I mean, obviously they're going to, you would presume that they have practiced starts in rowing practice, but the bottom line is you don't really get proficient at them until you've done many of them.
Yeah. Well, I think that given that, I think Miami Beach either caught a flyer or they've been practicing a lot, because they had almost a length on the field. So we're seeing almost the same type of thing where we have the point of the spear or the arrow, where the point is Miami Beach being stroked by Mislavovich. And they are moving out on the field. And that's really too close to call. It looks like our crews on closest to the beach in lanes 6 and 7 are back a little bit, and that would be Miami Rowing Club A and Sarasota Crew B. But everybody else looks very, very even. Maybe we might be able to get a view as they pass the 500 meters. Oh, there we go. That
That'll
confirms
work.
what we see.
That'll work.
And it worked quite nicely. So it looks like lane 3 continues to press their advantage.
Yeah, it's Miami Beach. You can see their open water advantage, about 20 meters. Sitting in possibly second place really are 3 crews. You've got Plant High School on the left side of the screen with the gold blades. And then on the right side of the screen in lanes 5 and 6, you've got Halifax and Miami Rowing Club A that are right there really pacing with Plant High School for second, third, and fourth place. And at this point, with 500 meters to go, hard to tell really who even has the advantage amongst those crews. But then you look, and there's a bunch of other crews within overlap, and a big push in lane 4 right now from the Bowl School has them almost level with the other 3 that I had just called out and mentioned. So there's a lot of really good racing going on here. Again, this is going to be another one of those sort of memorable races when these athletes look back, as we've got some steering issues going on in lanes 4 and 3, just trying to get away from each other a little bit. They were in their lanes, but they got very close to one another.
Yeah, and that in and out has allowed Miami Rowing Club over there in lane 6 to join the fray and really become competitive as we come down here.
Yeah, and even pushing in now is the boat from Miami Beach that was kind of not there, Sebastian River, as Plant High School has been there kind of the whole time, but now Sebastian River is showing some speed that we haven't seen from them. So what we do know
now's the time to show it.
Yeah, is that Miami Beach is well out in front, but this is going to be another one of these just tremendous finishes in front of us here, Joe, with the rest of the boats.
Okay, now I believe the fastest crew on the water right now is in lane 6, Miami Rowing Club. They are just really thundering, and they have passed Halifax. I don't know if they have room, but they are really stepping up. Very, very aggressive, those young men. The crew that is right hanging in there is the Bowl School there in second place. But it's oh, here we go for third. It's going to be close. It looks like Miami Rowing Club coming in the bottom. Isn't that great? You hear that boop, 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 boop? That means we have some serious racing here today at the final for the boys freshman quad. And when you hear those horns beep and beep, that means that you've got to have that video camera locked and loaded and running down there for the photo finish. Our boys freshman for final coming up is right here, which is Orrs, Gainesville, Vero Beach, Sarasota Crew, Belen Jesuit A and B, University School, and Treasure Coast, and they are already halfway down the course.
Yeah, 8 boats across. This is a championship race for the boys' freshman quad. Always a hotly contested trophy here at our Sculling Championships. Lane 3 is out in front. That's Sarasota Crew right now. And they are trying to, I guess, see what they can do and take this thing all the way down from now. They are approaching almost even 500 meters to go with these 5-minute centers. They're coming at us hot and heavy, but it's Sarasota Crew you can see with the lead. And then look at this race going on for the silver medal. Just to the right of Sarasota Crew as the drone pans around, you've got Belen Jesuit and Belen Jesuit. And those 2 team boats are contesting the other 2 medals right now. Could Belen Jesuit get 2 medals in this boys' freshman quad grand final? That would be quite a tremendous outcome for that team. It's a small boys' school in Miami, and they just continue to put out really well coached crews that are constantly winning medals here in the state of Florida and nationally. But it's Sarasota crew right now commanding lead. Which one of the Belen Jesuit boats wants the silver medal, and can anyone track them down? The only boat that I'm seeing enough speed out of potentially is Vero Beach in lane 2, just to the left of Sarasota crew, your leader.
Question is, will Vero Beach spoil the Belen Jesuit 2-3 finish? It remains to be seen. But Sarasota crew has this thing locked and loaded as they've got the last 25 strokes coming up here as they just go into the red buoys. Can you imagine how fast the crew from Belen would be if they rigged an 8 as an octuple? I mean, they would just, smoke everybody.
Yeah, or we'll probably see them in a couple of weeks in the freshman 8.
There you go. Wow.
It's going to be a photo finish, I think, between these two team boats. Maybe it's even the B boat now that is pushed ahead of the A boat from Belen Jesuit. We know is that Sarasota crew is going to win this thing, it looks like, with 3 strokes left. They're going to win the boys freshman quad grand final. But it is Belen Jesuit is going to be a photo finish. How is the coach even going to know who to put in that 8 and how? I mean, I guess you just put these 8 guys in and you figure it out.
Well, all I know is throw me in that briar patch. Make me row with these 8 freshmen who are extremely fast.
That was literally no joke a photo finish. That was the closest finish we've had of any finish this entire weekend. And so you're going to have to check the photo if you're a Belen supporter to figure out which color medal your teammate or son just got in the boys freshman quad. What a finish, with Belen Jesuit taking 2 medals in the boys freshman quad, but Sarasota crew winning the state championship.
Okay, our next race will be the petite final of the girls freshman double, and this is race number B.
I think it's technically B, Joe, if we're
B, thank you, sir.
If
are somebody trying to tell me to be calm? That's not going to happen.
8 boats across. Look at this drone picture that we have of the start line. Really beautiful. As you can see, some of these boats are going to have to get alignment. They're going to have to point themselves down the race course in a little bit safer way.
Yeah, particularly Palm River and that yellow boat. All right, so we have Oars, Miami Rowing Club, Oars B, Oars A, Boone Crew A, Miami Beach A, Palm River Training Center, Ransom Everglades, and Manatee County Youth Rowing. And this is the girls freshman double petite final. Sculling is definitely alive and well here in Florida.
So we have 2 events, 2 boat classes left in our entire regatta. It's the girls freshman double and the boys freshman double, as we're off with the petite final of the girls installment. Nice start there in the gold from
Lane
Palm
3.
River.
Yeah. And there's Miami Beach.
Boone High School.
Oars. Miami. And on the outside, a really fast crew, another Oars crew, really smoking along. All right, so, yeah, it looks like that crew from Oars B over there in lane 0 is really doing very nicely. Obviously, they did get the memo. They're supposed to be slow.
Either that or they've just practiced more starts than everyone else. But they are out in front at 250. And then it's not even worth calling. You know, as you've said in the past, throw a blanket over them. You got 5 boats that are separated by maybe a half a length total.
Oh, that's so exciting. You know, when you're out there rowing and you sense all these other crews with you and you know you're still in it and you're going to really press in order to maintain your position. But in the meantime, that Oars crew over there in lane 0 is starting to leave everybody. I don't think I don't think a lot of people know they're out there. I mean, you could get out there on the periphery and everybody else can think, well, we'll just kind of cruise along and wait to go and not even see that they're out there. You have to look way over your right shoulder in order to see them.
Yeah, that's the thing with 8 boats across or 9 boats across or however many we see in these races in Nathan Mederson Park, is that if somebody is doing something like that from an outside lane, it's sometimes extremely difficult for at least half the field to even see that that is happening, especially with all of the boats in the mix in a race like this. The only thing you ever really know is if you're winning the race and then you can count and see everyone else behind you. Otherwise, sometimes it is very difficult to know where you exactly stand, especially in a race that's this close.
Yeah, it looks like our second place boat is Miami Beach in lane 4, followed by on the outside of them is the yellow boat with yellow oars from Palm River Training Center. But Oars B is just cruising and really doing very nicely about halfway down the course.
They're maintaining it. They had the best start, and they've actually only extended their lead really from that start, probably by at least about a half a length.
Yeah, I really expect there's a good chance that Miami Beach may haul them in somewhat, but we'll see. And then we can see some of the boats having some steering issues. And whenever you've got to steer, it really slows you down because that rudder creates drag, or the unbalance of your rowing stroke, where you're pulling harder on starboard than you are in port. And we're starting to see quite a challenge for this poor crew in lane 2.
The one thing I have noticed, Joe, is that even when a crew has really lost their point, they have been getting it back. And we're seeing lane 2 kind of go in and out of all portions of their lane, but they haven't hindered anyone yet. And they do seem to, even though they'll go off course, get back to course. But we've seen that throughout, especially in these freshman races, which are really the ones where we see a lot more of the steering issues occur, simply because these rowers just aren't as experienced.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're still seeing our friends from Oars B way out there on the course, and Palm River has moved past Miami Beach into second place. But it's still open water, I'd say at least a length, maybe a length and a half, from Oars B over there in lane 0, which is the furthest one from the beach, back to Miami Beach and Palm River.
Palm River is really moving.
Yeah. Well, then the obverse happens. Question is, will my Oars B look over and see Palm River making a move? You can only hide, but not for so long.
And can they even see them? If Palm River gets ahead quickly of them, will they even see them having to look over 5 or 6 lanes to the left? But it is Oars B up there trying to maintain the lead, trying to sort of go start to finish. They had the quickest start. They got a lead, and they're trying to hang on to it. It's Palm River that showed a lot of speed when they got into the last 500 meters. They're definitely at least in second place.
Yeah, I would say right now the Palm River is definitely the fastest boat on the water, and they are really making the move, and it's going to be interesting. They are closing down and reeling in Oars B, and the question is, will Oars B follow the race plan and stay up at a high rating and still maintain that position? So here we go, coming down the finish line. It is Palm River over here in lane 5, and they're trying to overhaul way over there Oars B in lane 0. The question is Oars B staying on the course?
Oars B really long through the water, a lot of power in that boat. Looks like they're going to be able to hang on and win this petite final of the girls' freshman double.
Yeah, and heroic move by Palm River in the last 500 meters. going from down or even to Miami Beach to win by almost 2 lengths of open water over the crew from the beach.
So as this petite final finishes up, we are on the race course with the last girls grand final, which is the girls freshman double grand final.
Yeah, and that includes United Sculling, Team Tampa, Miami Beach, Sarasota Crew, Vero Beach, the Bowl School, North Palm, and Capital City. Well, it looks like our leader is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It looks like it's lane 6, and lane 6 is
The Bowl School.
nope. Lane 6 is North Palm. Yeah. Okay. Let's do a count here. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lane 5 is ahead, and that would be, as you said, the Bowl School, not lane 6, North Palm. North Palm's off the course, off the pace. So our leader, as David adroitly said, is Vero Beach, and then in second place, right beside that, Miami Beach and Sarasota Crew are in a duel, and see whether or not they'll be able to walk their way back into the Bowl School.
Yeah, so the Bowl School with the lead, it looks like Sarasota Crew now has just slightly pulled away from Vero Beach, and they're sitting in second place. So those two boats adjacent to one another and connected, you can see behind that boat, and they're trailing the Bowl School as they come into the last 500 meters. As I said, this is the last girls' grand final of the day. It's a girls' freshman double. And it does look to me like Sarasota Crew may be the fastest mover of the 3 current medalists right now.
Right.
But are they going to be able to have enough space to track down the Bowl School, who had really quite a lead and continues to maintain quite a lead as they get into adjacent to the beach and they start to hear the crowd, and you never know what might happen. Obviously, you've got to minimize mistakes, but at the same time, go as fast as you possibly can. The Bowl School is going to be hard to track down, but Sarasota Crew does continue to move away from Vero Beach. Those are your medalists at the moment. It's going to be hard for anybody to track down any of those 3 because there is a considerable amount of open water back to 4th place, which looks like the boat all the way in lane 7, Manatee County.
Indeed. So we're seeing some migration of different lanes. The crew that's right in the middle of our picture at the bottom has moved over 2 lanes, but it doesn't matter. You can go anywhere you want. I personally once started a single race in lane 7, and I think I finished in lane 1, but I was so slow it didn't bother anybody. Yep, everybody seems to be kind of migrating over there to the left, but right now, here we go. We got a race between the Bowl School and Sarasota Crew, and the Bowl School seems to be hanging on. They're really sitting up tall, and very, very nice rowing by these ladies. Really hanging out there on the oars and really doing a very nice job.
And only 32 strokes a minute, Joe.
Well, they're a long 32. They're really getting into the water.
Because Sarasota Crew's at 37. So the Bowl School is going to hang on, understroking Sarasota Crew by 5 beats, and they're going to win the girls' freshman double at the 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships by a seat of open water ahead of silver medalist Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew will finish about 4 boat lengths open ahead of your bronze medal position, which is going to be Vero Beach. Vero Beach taking the bronze medal. Then it's lane 7. It is that boat from Capital City, who will finish ahead of lane 6, North Palm Beach, as well as looks like Team Tampa in lane 1, and then United Sculling. And we've got an issue on the race course, it looks like, for maybe North Palm Beach.
Well, they were able to right the boat and get back in. The judge referee is backing away, so it looks like they're going to be able to finish. The other racers are on the water about 280 meters in or so.
Yeah, it was actually, I think it's Miami Beach B that had the issue. So they're going to finish up. They got plenty of space to finish up. We've got 2 more races left. We are going to start with the petite final of the boys freshman double, which we have a beautiful shot of from behind from our drone. Again, 8 boats across.
Okay, so our leader looks like they're in lane 3 and 4 are our leaders, and that would be
Oars and oars.
Oars squared.
So let me set the field for you. All the way on the left is Vero Beach Rowing B in lane 0. Miami Rowing Club B is in lane 1. Miami Beach Rowing Club B is in lane 2. Oars B is in lane 3. Oars A is in lane 4. Sarasota Crew B is in lane 5. Treasure Coast is in lane 6. And Scar is in lane 7. And maybe new leader now is Oars A over Oars B.
Yeah, it looks like lane 2 is doing their best in order to enter into the fray, and that would be Miami Beach. And on the other side, that would be lane 5. That would be Sarasota Crew trying to enter in. So we'll see whether or not the 2 oars can hang on for a 1-2 finish. But they're being pressed really hard. And one of the oars crews decided they want to go over and get close to the other one, so they're going to have to maneuver.
Yeah, are we going to see the same thing that we saw out of Belen Jesuit out of oars here? Are we going to have another photo finish between teammate boats, as these coaches have done a really good job of putting together very similarly paced boats from these 2 programs? You've got 2 oars boats out in front. And we finally do have somebody sort of asserting themselves into a 3rd place position, and that is the boat Sarasota Crew B boat in lane 5.
Yep. Well, you know, I've had experience with having to boat cruise as close as you can. For example, at the Princeton Chase, which is a fall head race, you want to split up your crews to try to get as even time as possible. And you actually get penalized if you have one crew a lot faster than the other. So maybe that's what Oars has figured out they want to do. They want to get them as close as possible.
So it's Oars B leading Oars A, Sarasota Crew B, and then it looks like Miami Beach B is sitting in 4th place. This is the petite final of the boys freshman double, our penultimate race of our championships here for 2023. We will have one more trophy to give out. It will be the grand final following this race, as Oars B is pulling away now with this one, Joe.
Yeah, they certainly are. And, you know, it's remarkable the quality of the rowing of these young men from Oars. You can watch their blades right before they go in the water. They're fairly what we call tight to the water. In other words, they aren't skying. Now, you can look at some of the other crews, and as their blades go up to the catch when they go in the water, they're a foot to 2.5 feet off the water. It just takes forever for oar to get in the water. But the fact that they're tight to the water really means that they are really connected right away. Oops, here we go. Looks like Oars A may have just gotten passed by Sarasota Crew because they had a really bad crab.
Yep, it was a bobble indeed. It does have Sarasota Crew B pushing ahead of Oars A, but it's going to be Oars B winning the petite final of the boys freshman double. Does look like Sarasota Crew is going to take advantage of that mistake from Oars A and finish 2nd or 10th in the state of Florida in the boys freshman double ahead of Oars A. Then at the top of the race course, looks like Vero Beach B will then finish ahead of Miami Beach B. And then we may have another photo finish here for the rest of it.
Photo finishes galore. All right. We have one more race today, and it's been a wonderful day of racing here at Nathan Benderson Park, and they're already off. It's the final of the boys freshman double. Pinecrest, Miami Beach, Bullen Jesuit, Miami Rowing, Sarasota Crew, Sora A, Sebastian River, and Manatee County. And this is our view from the finish line. It looks like our early leaders are in lane 3 and 2, but it looks like lane 3 is our leader, and that would be Miami Rowing Club. Really tight for all those boats on the right-hand side, with the exception of Berlin Jesuit that seems to have a little steering issue. But these are freshmen. Definitely looks like the right-hand side of the course is yielding some better results.
All right, here we go. Obvious leader, Miami Rowing Club in lane 3. It looks like the boat in lane 5 from Sora is sitting in a silver medal position ahead of Sarasota Crew, sitting in the bronze medal position in lane 4 and having a bit of a steering issue there, just a slight one. But look at this. Everybody, again, this is a freshman race, so there's not a ton of experience in these athletes' rowing careers yet. And they don't really know necessarily how fast they can go, Joe, at certain points in this race until they actually try it and do it. So I think anybody is in the medal hunt here behind Miami. I mean, obviously Miami way out in front, and clearly in second place continues to be Sora. However, are they going to get tracked down? Is Sarasota Crew going to try to track them down? Is anyone going to go with Sarasota Crew? Those boats on the left side, also a lot of speed. It looks like Belen Jesuit and Miami Beach are right in striking distance of a medal as they get through the halfway point.
Yeah, they certainly do. It looks like Sora over there in lane 5 is a good solid silver medal position. And then Sarasota Crew in lane 4 is in third. But, wow, Miami is really laying down a very, very strong race. Yeah, it looks like the crews are going to get into a little puff of wind right here. We'll see how well they handle it. And crew from Miami Beach, and it looks like Berlin are going right through the puff right there. Wow.
This is going to be a big-time win by Miami Rowing Club in terms of the distance that they have laid on the field. And it just continues to be lane 5 Sora staying ahead of Sarasota Crew. Those two boats side by side have moved away from the rest of the field. It's going to take something even more heroic than we have seen at this regatta for, I think, for anyone to track down those two, unless there is a large mistake that happens. So it looks like some version of Miami winning and then either Sora or Sarasota Crew taking the silver medal is what we're looking at as Miami Rowing Club gets into already the last 200 meters.
They are beautifully striding away from the field. It's just so evident with these young men how they push with their legs and just really connect and hang on the oar. Beautiful rowing. These are freshmen. Golly, you just don't expect to see this quality rowing from freshmen.
No, you're right, Joe. It's beautiful rowing from Miami Rowing Club, and obviously it's beautiful rowing because look what it did for them. It won a state championship in the boys freshman double by 50 open meters. They are going to finish ahead of Sora, who has pulled away from Sarasota Crew. Sora, it looks like, is going to hang on to a silver medal, and it looks like Sarasota Crew is going to take a bronze medal home with them.
Wow. These kids are 15 and 14 years old. That was just wonderful.
It's a really awesome way to end our regatta. Unofficially, Miami, Sora, Sarasota crew with the medals. Then it's Belen Jesuit. Then it's a photo finish, not even worth me calling. You'll have to check the results for the next 3 boats that finish behind Belen Jesuit. But we had a lot of fun here. We hope that we brought you a product either on YouTube or out here at the venue that you enjoyed. That'll do it for the 2023 FSRA Sculling Championships from Nathan Benderson Park.
See you in 2 weeks for the sweeps.
And we will be back in 2 weeks to bring you the sweep championships. Travel safely, and just remember to thank any volunteers that you see, because we cannot run these regattas without volunteers. And also pick up after yourself. Keep our park nice and clean and beautiful. It's only as nice as we end up keeping it, especially after these big events. We'll see you next time.
I'm Olivia, your MVP Summer Camp Pal. We had fun this year at summer camp.
We just wrapped up our 12th week of summer camp last night, so we are That is the most camps we've ever offered in one summer, and it went really well. I couldn't have asked for it to gone better. Our staff gets all the credit. They were out there on the front lines every day and extremely flexible given everything we had to manage this summer. So we're elated. It went this well. We're hoping to continue momentum, and we've got MVP mini camps coming up. We've got them in October, November, and December. We still have freshwater fishing. We'll have one-day paddle adventure camps. We're going to have a one-day archery and fishing camp, and then we'll have some 3- and 4-day camps. So similar but different structure.
The fun continues this winter and fall with MVP mini camps. To learn more, go to mvpcamp.com. See you here!
To make us a stronger team and make lifelong friends. And to have fun at the park.
To be safe
And confident.
on the water.
To help us stay strong and fit. To help us stay healthy.
Camps in the park.